you. wouldn't be the last day of the Super Week unless we had a little drama, and that is exactly what we got. 5 spots all locked in for playoffs. One of those spots still up for grabs with 3 teams left in the fight. Welcome back. This is Playday 9 of the NAL. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Foxay and Laxing as we get into the action on the final day before playoffs. And a great day and a great way to end the stage with a bang. Wildcard, Orgless, Cloud9, all still in the fight. Last day, last spot, last chance.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of implications still on the line. You know, yesterday, some of these teams, you know, they had it in their hands. They could have pushed it, maybe ended it, especially for LFO in that last game. But it's still on the line going into today. Like you said, the drama's there.
Yeah, in the Wildcard Envy game, we saw Wildcard and Envy put up a good fight. Wildcard was just completely taking the sight away from Envy. They looked new and improved, but it's not going to stop there. They're obviously going to have the pressure going into today.
Yeah, there wasn't much on the line here between Oxygen and SSG, maybe just jumping up a place here and there. But overall, I mean, they still gave their effort. They still showed off that they were looking to be the best, better than the other opponent, and it gives us a little glimpse of what playoffs can look like from both of those teams.
Yeah, and Cloud9 keeping it alive. I mean, they looked way cleaner today, obviously, after their close game against SR on the exact same map. Go into Cruelty, clean it out the exact way that we wanted to see. It was great improvement from them on a day-to-day basis.
And this was the game that was so hyped up, and I really think it lived up to that hype. I mean, realistically, these were the best of the best going neck and neck. It was a masterclass of a chess match between these two. It's just Shopify. They pulled out the checkmate.
And finally, a lot closer of a game than we'd imagine. LFO versus M80. M80 came out on top, but it was huge improvement from LFO from what we saw. And obviously, bringing it to OT made sure that M80 was not going to be able to claim that top 2 spot. So LFO got a little point from there. Good improvement from them all around. And now, these are your standings.
Yeah, no better way to come into the final day of the Super Week than with a little bit of momentum. As things stand, Orgless, we just talked about him, 9 points in that 6th spot for now. Wildcard and Cloud9 hot on their heels. Everyone else at the top, locked in for playoffs. Could see a little movement laxing with M80 and Space Station, but that's really just about it.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. You know, we've already talked to a couple of the IGLs from these rosters, a few players. Biggest goal for a lot of these teams was just making top 6. Now what we're really looking at, especially it being the last day, is that top 6 spot. Who is going to be the one to claim that?
Yeah, the 6th one is obviously what we're going to be paying attention to. Although I do like to mention that 3rd seed plays 6th seed going into playoffs. 4th seed plays 5th seed. So obviously, whether SSG or M80 takes that 3rd seed spot, you're going to be playing, quote unquote, the weaker of all of the top 6 teams. So that is something just to add on top of it to make things a little sweeter for the pot.
There will be maybe a little bit of jockeying for position, but it is all about that 6th spot and final spot into playoffs, like you said. The schedule ahead today is a good one. We'll start out with something that may not have the biggest playoff implications, but we will eventually get to some pretty important matchups. Cloud9 and Oxygen, Orgless and Wildcard. That is where our focus lies today.
That is what I'm looking at the absolute most. Obviously for Cloud9, the dream still lives on, but it really comes down to that game and finding those 3 points, and then they have to sit there and watch all their hopes and dreams be played out versus the Orgless and Wildcard game.
I mean, the pressurized games are always going to be the most exciting, but it sure is unfortunate that the last day we're getting M80 Shopify, DZ SSG. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit of a taste to what's to come for the playoffs, and it's still going to be a great game regardless, because for those teams at the top, it's all about pride. You don't want to just go into the last game just saving strats, not putting your best foot forward. You want to be able to close it out, especially a team like SR that probably wants to go undefeated.
I think we have a good chance to see potentially 5 very competitive games today. I mean, if we can see M80 and SSG go to toe-to-toe with Dark Zero and Shopify. But our first game of the day, like I said, maybe not the greatest playoff implications, but at the bottom of the standings, we'll have a great opportunity to see how these teams stack up against one another. We know how important it is to not be in last place, especially for a team like Envy, first stage in the NAL.
Yeah, I think that was the one takeaway from Envy as a whole, is they did not want to be in the last place going in or finishing the stage out. Both teams, it's their first season in the NAL. Obviously, you can't expect too much, so it's really just going to be a battle of who's going to be last place. But both teams, a lot of good takeaways regardless.
Well, we decided that, you know what, the best approach for today will be to focus on these teams' stage as a whole. The good, the bad, what went well, and maybe what they can focus on for next time. Laxing, Cruelty, they had a pretty bummer start to the stage, but not far from what we expect.
Listen, let's call it like it was. The beginning of the stage, it wasn't anything great. Did they live up to expectations? I believe they did. I didn't really have a lot of hope of them coming into this league and really hitting the ground running, really finding success, being a top team. But what I said, and I emphasized time and time again, is I wanted to see them indoctrinate a new style of play. Because what got them through LATAM and in their own regional subdivision was the success that brought them that success, but it wasn't something that I thought was going to be defining in the NAL, and sure enough, it wasn't. But that's not to say that we didn't see glimpses of success from this roster, so I am glad to say that, sure, the start wasn't pretty, but at least the end, we saw something more tangible that we can hold on to, that hopefully going forward, we can see something a little better.
Yeah, week 2 and week 3, it was played a 4-5. They did have a couple of bright spots, M80, a big win, and a decent showing against Shopify.
Yeah, and when we talk about resilience with a lot of these brand new rosters, that's where they struggle the most. And for Shopify going up 6-1, almost closing this out 7-1, it really came off of Cruelty just digging deep. Even having a big 3K that instilled hope, gave them that bark that they needed to be able to come back. Sure, they still lost, but then they carry that immediately over into that M80 game where, again, all of us, everyone at home, pinned against the wall, we just would say M80 was going to be a landslide going against Cruelty. That was the exact opposite. We saw Cruelty dominate that match, look far better on their attacks, look far more convincing, but then it starts to trail off. They start to lose steam, and again, it's something tangible that we can hold on to. Is it enough to get fully behind them? No, but is it enough to look forward to into stage 2 to see improvements, whether they make a roster change, whether they stay together, whatever the outcome is? I just want to see them take from each and every single game that they had, do whatever they need to in scrims, and fix it going into next stage.
Those back-to-back matchups were a statement for Cruelty because they would look like they were going to come into the league and all of the top teams underestimated them. SR and M80 kind of looked down on them. They didn't just roll over and become the laughingstock of the league. They didn't just go out without fighting. They put up a fight. They beat M80. They demanded that respect, and that's so important for a team's first stage in the NAL is to prove themselves, prove their worth, and show that they can compete. You're not going to be able to just get some free points off us. So still, not a great stage for them, but obviously those wins were a defining moment that they are to be respected.
Well, on the other hand, Envy kind of had an opposite start to the stage almost. Instead of starting on the back foot, we actually saw some of those glimmers right out of the gate.
Yeah, Envy started out pretty great. We were really impressed specifically with that SR game coming right out the gate. The way that they were able to play against Shopify Rebellion, a team that we expected to be top 2. I mean, Shopify's top 1 now, but obviously for them to keep it so close, they were displaying some amazing high-level performance siege with specifically being able to identify the gap and take it immediately, react off of it as soon as they're able to see that exposure. And that was something that we commend teams at the top for being able to do because it's so difficult to be able to drone and manage all the time, manage everything, see an opening, and then go for a fast execute. And they did it right off the back, and we thought that was going to be their floor, the average for Envy.
Yeah, the problem was we quickly discovered that that was the exception, not the norm, and it started to kind of fall apart.
Yeah, it wasn't really their floor. It was their ceiling, so to say. It was only really downhill from there. Specifically, I mean, we saw issue after issue, but in the wildcard game that we saw yesterday, this is where it looked like they were just stuck in the mud. Wildcard were constantly finding openings against them, using the Envy's tactic against them. And after 1 or 2 rounds of losing this way, you'd think any team, not just Envy, would try to adapt, try to change it up, play a different style of play, but they didn't. They kind of were stuck in their ways, scared to transition into a new style of play because they were losing and hemorrhaging round after round, so they consistently were giving Wildcard the position that they needed to go for those executes, and there wasn't really much change from them, and it just looked like their heads were down. And so, that being said, it started off really good, ended really poorly, but JJ Blast and Envy, one of the things that they talked about is that they didn't want to make changes going into stage 2. They really want a hard focus on working with this roster. There's some good tangibles there. I think confidence was a big aspect as to why they got worse progressively.
Rumor has it that is something that most teams say, though, going into that second stage, they're not going to make any changes.
Yeah, you say you're not going to make changes, and then
Lax is gone, and then Fox is gone, and then
I mean, I understand not wanting to make changes. At the same time, there's not necessarily any players, if you're Envy, that you would be looking at that are better, so to say, that are free at the moment. You know, you never know what happens, but I do think there was some good takeaways, specifically against SR, looking at where SR is now, you know, into that Cloud9 game. There's glimmers of hope.
Well, Cruelty, their one win of the stage came on bank. Envy, their one win came on Skyscraper. Those two maps, at least for now, left up. You think we're going there, Laxing?
I don't think so. I think we're going to... Okay, I was going to say maybe at Clubhouse, you're going to end the stage, have a little fun on Clubhouse, but I think we're going to see something different. We haven't seen Chalet from either one of these teams, so it's good to show, you know, that they still want to try something, and I think this is the best case scenario. I'm not really going to focus too much who has the overhead on one another on this map. What I'm looking at is that they're using this as a game day scrim, using this to get more experience underneath their belt, practice their inconsistencies, expand upon their inconsistencies, and just look better going into. Because at the end of the day, as we know, game day reps are far more important than scrims. And also what we know, scrims have looked very lackluster for these teams in particular, as we've seen on Twitter.
Right, this is what I was going to say. Envy, they apparently have been trolling some scrims. A perfect opportunity to kind of show us that they are here to lock in and stay focused. A game that does not have big stakes on it, but no better opportunity than to get some practice in.
I mean, of course, it's about the practice. And it's not just that they don't have big stakes on it. I mean, we saw Cruelty had to ban out Skyscraper at the last ban. So obviously both teams are putting in their effort. With Cruelty banning Skyscraper, obviously Envy would want to play it because it's the only map they were able to get a win on. Chalet is a good aggressive map. It's a good change of pace for both of these teams because they're playing against equally as skilled opponents, so they're going to be able to have success when it comes to their over-aggressive, going for those trades, those fast plays. So I'm expecting a very high-octane, high-velocity matchup, very aggressive, very fast-paced.
Yeah, I said all 5 of these games today could be very competitive. This one to start it out, Laxing, do you think this one's going to go one way or the other?
I'm going to have to go with Cruelty. Like, if I have to, you know, compare Orgless, Cruelty, Envy, I mean, I would have to say Cruelty has shown the most improvement, in my opinion. Sure, maybe not in the standings, but just at least where I had them coming into the league, I definitely think Cruelty has shown more, at least in definite comparison to Envy. So for that alone, just for that simple reason, I'm going to have to go with Cruelty.
Yeah, I agree. I think Cruelty's improved with the reps that they've gotten, whereas Envy kind of got knocked back. They need to be able to go back in the lab, change some things up. So I'm obviously going to predict Cruelty going into this. Honestly, I believe in Cruelty. I feel like if they just have that confidence that they had against M80, they'll look really good.
I want a statement game from both these teams to end the stage. Just a statement game that everyone can be like, I believe.
All right, well, I know and I believe that the guys on Envy would love to prove you both wrong, so we'll see if they can do exactly that. We've got Lynx and Ollie on the call to start off our final day of this.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And we begin the final day of group stage with perhaps the most high-octane matchup. And I don't say that sarcastically, Ollie, because getting first is great. But you know what's better than getting first? Not getting last. And I'm of the opinion, I kind of am sympathetic with Gabe and Fox on the death. I have loved watching Cruelty play. I thought they've made so many improvements. Their attacks in particular, for a new team to look that good and develop that well on that side, even with the standings, I feel like maybe it's emotions, Ollie, but based on the merit, I feel like they deserve that 9th place finish.
I don't know if it's emotions or not. I think certainly you may be looking at individuals on each team as to, you know, sort of say, who do you want to not be last? And I think that someone that has made it very clear that they do not want to be last was a player that was on your screen just a moment ago, and that was JJ. He said it in the interview. Whatever the outcome, just so long as they are not last. So it might not be a game with huge stakes in terms of standings, but it's definitely a game that has a lot of pride on the line for both of these two teams. There is a serious contingent of Envy fans out there today.
Let's calm down. I'm not like, if you think Envy will win, that's totally fine. That's fair. 77-23, really? Envy beats C9. Like, and that's no disrespect to C9, but Cruelty beat Envy. Cruelty, I'm already thinking 7 rounds ahead. Cruelty beat M80 in pretty dominant fashion. Envy was a lot closer of a game, but one attacking, one on Skyscraper. 77? Really?
Seems like a lot.
That seems like a lot. But
There's
I think
obviously some fluid, very liquid people in the Twitch chat at the moment, isn't there, in terms of how many channel points they've got?
True, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's day 9, and I imagine there's a lot of people who made that Cruelty M80 bet who are basically living like the Rockefellers afterwards. They literally found oil underneath their feet, and they're just living it up now. But either way, I think we could say for both these teams, I think it is fitting that on the last day of the group stage, when Cruelty and Envy will not play any more matches after this for this stage. These are our two newest teams into the NAL, coming from two very different sources. Cruelty coming in from a region that, let's be honest, if you know anything about the NA Scrim reports, have not exactly had the greatest and most well-respected reputation. And while they are and might end last, I think we can all agree that they have actually played qualitatively pretty well, given where they started. Now, not the greatest start, because as I was about to say, Envy come from Tier 2. They come from the place where the scrim health isn't exactly the best. It's not taken all that seriously. And people have a tendency to auto-pick Jaeger and go for a spawn peek immediately. And one thing you could say about Snake right now, at least he does it on game day.
Fair play. I've seen a lot of Jaeger recently. He's been
I missed him.
brought back into the fray since the ADSs got updated to deal with Capital bolts as well. That's a bit of a weird animation fail. Unable to burst through that castle barricade, unfortunately, but does mean that he is going to have to get that opened somehow. He's never gone 6, so he's going to look to try and open up the old bathroom as well. It's a very solar-sided push right now from Cruelty starting on the attack. They don't have a benefit of Blackbeard or a Ying, but they do still have plenty of tools. Now, Bees would have been lovely to deal with Snake here on this solar stair. Instead, it's going to be the old-fashioned way, throwing in a boatload of utility and hoping someone can come in off the back of it, but I don't see anyone there ready for the catch to take advantage of that.
And if there was, Snake certainly gets away. I mean, put to 1 HP is nothing to scoff at, but you still let him get away, though there's the trade. Ivan with the super shorty? Is the Brava hopped into Trophy, perhaps? That's at least the vibe I'm getting, but that find onto JJ and onto Snake. You even the 3v3, but as we often say, that utility loss to the attacking side is far more pronounced. You lose the fire bolts, the smoke bolts, and the bees, which not only are good for the intel, but would have been good for the burn that you just did. You would have had maybe some more flashbangs in store, some more nades. And now, Cruelty have to reset and try to pinch these remaining players on the top floor. Oh, I didn't even realize Emilio has Diffuser? How does he have Diffuser?
Emilio's actually played this really well. He was playing inside a solar, and he's just been able to keep dropping back ever so slightly. And with the time ticking down, that's exactly what he needs to do as a defender. Twits is going to find one onto Pyrox. Cruelty have stalled out massively. They were really relying on some of that utility, and we didn't even get to see the effect of the Capital or the Grim. Now they've just got a blind push doors. It's not going to look like a great round one.
No, it won't. Emilio likely on for 3. No! Twist instead gets his double. And it is a 2-man hold of bedroom and bathroom on the second floor to get to Envy there first. Off the back of, I wouldn't say necessarily a failed solar clear, Ollie. I mean, they got in, and not only did they push the Jaeger back, they even got the kill there and got another one in the process. But obviously, they lose an important operator, Skimzy, to an early spawn peak. Not great. These things happen. It's about how you recover. But then I'm curious what happened with Fatal. Just hopping into bathroom with the diffuser. What went on there? Because that was before the Brava completed those trades. Was he trying to hop in and maybe try to pinch that player as well? Just seemed like maybe it was a bit scattered. I don't know. Maybe there's a run out too. Who knows? That bathroom balcony is not the easiest position to play.
No, it's really not. But Fatal was a key part of the puzzle there, because as soon as he goes, that allows Emilio to rotate back into bathroom. So, I mean, why the diffuser gets dropped in bathroom, I never know. I just don't think the diffuser should be going that way, ever. You know, it should be on solar windows and then in through bedroom door. Bit of a strange one, but then again, it was never going to be plan A, was it, when you lose your Grim in the first 10 seconds, 20 seconds of the round?
No,
you know, you're always going to have to adapt and overcome, and Cruelty just showing that he didn't quite have that adaptation, despite really knowing where everybody was. Like, they had some great intel. I just don't think they could do too much about it with what they'd brought. But let's see how round 2 shakes out. Obviously, we do speak about Chalet as a map that has great opportunities for attackers. A lot of that is in the fact that you don't necessarily need a hard breacher. You don't... Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
Ivan.
That's the kind of Dokkaebi movement we saw in that M80 game.
Slippy.
Fluid on that bottom floor. Catches rival on the rotation, and now it's Cruelty starting with an advantage. At the drop of a hat, too. Catching not only us, but Envy off guard by extension. And now, if you're trying to clear library, Ollie, 5v4, and you're doing the same util clear, or the same kind of util clear you just did last round, you're feeling great.
I think it's a much better position that Cruelty find themselves in here. Able to pick up that opening pick. Rival's got some cameras that he can flick, but it's only the defaults and 2 BPs, so they should be dealt with, and especially with the Brava on side, you would hope that those BPs get found out and destroyed. Not even necessarily converted, just the fact that there's a Brava there means there's more drones in the game, so you're going to find more information. A little pressure now coming inside of inside of office, excuse me. They will have to deal with the player on library stairs. Now that bulletproof shield's going to be a bit tricky to get rid of. Not really got anything to get rid of that at range. You could use a Hibana pellet, but it's not a great option. Monty's really going to be required here to front up against that.
Yeah. Calls going out. I think Ivan's is going to have a lot of importance as well, given the lack of utility that Cruelty have to deal with these library players as he creeps up these stairs, spots one, but Envy are ready for it. That's just good foresight from Snake. It's a common backstab at this point, especially if you look at Cruelty struggling to make progress. You know that somebody's probably going to try to push up that staircase. Emilio cuts the head off of Skimsy outside of Ivy window. That's a decent trade for Cruelty, but 2 rounds in a row now. They've tried to clear out these defenders and been completely stopped in the process. One at least is spotted, but he's got a hatch right there. Twist drops down from connector into the site. Snake also retreating back down to the bottom floor. And with 30 seconds remaining, only thing Cruelty really have going for them is they have a lot of smokes, and even though it's one flash, at least a flash to try to block off an angle. And they've cleared out libraries, so that vertical angle will no longer be a problem. But if Monty's putting the diffuser down, these 2 guns are in a disadvantaged position, 2 on 3. 1 spotted inside of stock. Fatal will take a look that way. Very easy position to check. Very logical as well. Matumbo already halfway down. Where is this counterplay? This coverage is actually good so far, but it doesn't really have to be any better. Nobody from NB challenges. Pyrox goes down, and now it's all of a sudden Snake in a 1 versus 2. No gun in front of him, but that Monty with a goo mine in his foot. He tries to keep full extended, but he can't take it out. This is going to be a 1v1. So Fatal rotates up top, holding to hatch as the next smoke goes down. But Snake bamboozled a little bit by that secondary utility. And on 1 HP, being poisoned to death, Matumbo finds him, and Cruelty somehow bring round 2 back.
A good salvage there, I think, from Cruelty. They didn't really have a very good way of dealing with that top floor player in Fireplace, and to send the Monty up the main stairs just seems a little bit not careless, but it just feels like a strange choice. When you've got Ivy that you could be pushing into instead, it's like, how has Monty gotten himself to main stairs? How has he even been able to walk up, by the way, with site players there? It just seems super strange. And then to get the final kill of the round, like, the Monty's been doing laps. Cruelty level it up 1 round apiece then, and Envy have maybe missed out on an opportunity there because they'd done such a fantastic job of holding that top floor. They dropped off with 30 or so seconds left to go. There was no kill holes in the stock rotate for the Maverick. Maverick hadn't got into the basement early on and made any kill holes. There was a load of focus upstairs in the office side, so it wasn't even like the site had been prepped particularly well by the attackers. It was just what the defenders had done to it. They'd not really affected their own touch onto it. So for Cruelty to come away with that, a little bit of a surprise, but we get ourselves a level game and maybe another spawn peek here. Just fading away there, Snake. He's going to live up to his namesake and crawl on his belly, as he does not want to give another chance at that mud window.
Hey, we know what his spirit animal is.
Exactly.
Ooh. I've been trying to sneak in his Nook through the front door. Have to try and go back and revise that burglary plan. Snake finding another. Skimsy taken down pretty unceremoniously on library balcony. Nice wall bang by Fatal. At least that's the library player dealt with, but the action at the moment is entirely sporadic and also entirely at Envy's discretion. That's kind of been the theme of these past couple rounds. Last round was a lot slower, Ollie, and it's because Envy didn't want to engage. They played behind their setup in library, but the first and the third, we got people going for spawn peaks. We got people that are waiting for Cruelty to push, that are taking the initiative to not even necessarily bring the fight to the attack, but just be a problem that if the attack deals with, they'll have to work through it. And if they don't deal with it, as you can see with Ivan and Skimsy, they get punished for it.
Snake's lucky to have made it. as far into the round as he did after his antics in the early few seconds. So the fact that he's been taken out is no great consequence at the moment to Envy. They're defending downstairs in the basement. Those Vulcan packs are already out there. The attackers have lost that sort of backstab in the Nook. Also lost a couple of nades on the Nook as well, which is more likely going to be more important than any backstab that Ivan would have been able to pull off. It's not easy to pull a backstab off into that basement area. And they've lost a little bit of flank protection as well, so it is going to force those cams to be watched a little bit harder. There is a cam in Wine Cellar at the moment, which will be providing quite a bit of information. If you know where the defenders are, then you know where they aren't. And there's nice pre-fire in here, but it isn't going to land for Fatal. Gets away from that and lets Mutombo take up the angle. Just probing at this site, trying to destroy as much utility as possible. They're going to have to commit at some point.
They will have to. You got to be kicking yourself if you're Fatal. That could have been a 3v3 right there. You already saw how close things can get from the last round. Not getting that. And Rival might be on low HP, but that TCSG packs a punch. And if you get caught by it, or God forbid, a C4, as one lands on bottom main, it puts Mutombo to 1 HP. Nice wrap around the corner from Pyrox. Clearly concerned about the flank. At least they've got that 3v3. Making it an advantage now as Fatal redeems himself from that earlier fumble. And Rival on low HP still alive. That leaves Emilio the only one with full HP intact. But everyone in the lobby is worse for wear. Everyone's got a scratch. Everyone's scuffed. Mutombo looks up as Emilio holding the back line. Just him and Rival waiting to run out this clock. Mutombo so concerned about these defenders, and it's the threat that is most potent. Envy retake their lead, not looking all that stumped by round 2.
I love the way that they just played so patient there in that final few seconds. So much temptation. If you know you've got someone down, or you've at least put a few shots into him, and there's a chance that they're down, or the one shot, there is so much temptation to then take that 2 versus 1. But they locked it in. Happy to play the time, happy to play the 6-man. Cruelty with a very weak attack there as well when you consider the main stairs walk down. Like, didn't get anything done on the boiler side. I think they might have got main open, but it was the lack of 2 guns. That's what a lot of that comes down to. Don't have sufficient... In fact, they didn't even get main open.
I know.
Yeah, shocking. It doesn't even matter about the extra guns at that point, because it's not like you'd lost that hard breacher. You'd not lost anything. You'd lost some stuns and you'd lost some nades and a Nomad and a Nook. Like, there's no hard breach there. Strange lineup to bring, especially when there is no hard breach that's been banned at all throughout this game. We're going to get a Brava ban coming in along with a Fenrir for our top of round 4 bans. The Brava ban makes a lot of sense, and I like that from them, because now they can just really lean into that information game. We can see JJ already bringing out the Maestro. Another bulletproof camera kicking around. We've got the Malusi, we've got Wubwubs, we've got all sorts of util. And again, it's not only that the Brava can hack the util, it's that you've got more cameras so you can discover more things, more elements of the map. So the fact that that has now been taken away from Cruelty when we've already seen them struggle somewhat, and it makes sense that they're bringing out the Flores, right? They need to deal with that stuff.
Brava really kind of become a sleeper, I would say, ban with just the introduction of the new system. The last time I remember seeing this many Brava bans was actually when she first came out in 2023. And I remember making a comment at the time, like, Brava's strong, but like, people were target banning Brava against Oxygen. And I was like, I don't know if this is really all that important. But as you said, especially with this particular lineup, now that you have the increased ban flexibility, it really is something you might want to invest in. JJ already glad he picked that Maestro. Going for the run out too. He found himself dying around this trophy dining position before, but now with the LMG, takes down Mutombo early. That's another 4v5 for Cruelty when they try to go in for a Solar Stairs clear. And I mean, they got the EMPs, but they've already all been used. You still got Snake playing on Solar Stairs, almost half the round gone. And Cruelty have made even less progress than they did the first time.
They've really been stumped by this Solar Stair player, haven't they? It's something that they're just struggling to deal with. They've got a couple of EMPs left, and they've got some burn for the Aruni gates, but they've not really got more than one chance at this. Can't really tell if I like that.
We've seen it a couple times now.
Just blocking off the line of sight. Like, it's okay. I mean, someone can get lucky, you know?
Yeah.
Ooh. Nice entry there from Fatal. We'll find one. Much better from Cruelty. They've actually rotated, and they've got a lot of the time in the round to do so. There's still a minute. They've got some good pressure now, and they've got fairly equal advantage. And with that kill onto JJ, actually an advantage now, and they still know where Snake is.
But they've been here before. They've been able to actually trade these mid-round players quite well, and yet still it always gets so close. But now, that's what they needed. Snake tries to get aggressive, apply pressure on the players down below, and Skimzy find him. So again, it's another two-man hold on the top floor, which was sufficient for Envy last time, but this would be at far more daunting margins. Rival gets down Ivan first. Again, 2 rounds in a row on such low HP. What a trade. So many of these in Siege X. 1 for 1 only favors Cruelty, though. Emilio will have to be 6-1 by the end of this round. There's one. Oh, the other just spots him too. UMP might be a pea shooter, but even just a few legumes over that way and Fatal will fall. Diffuser starting to be planted. Doesn't even fall off. He just full commits. We're in the post. Emilio quickly running up. Fatal's got to be careful on this fall off, but he's got the sense for the cover. Castle spots him, flicks him onto the head down to the right. Nice little 2v4 for Envy, but not nice if you want Cruelty ending in 9th place today. Envy move up 3-1 on their chalet defenses.
I think Twitch chat might know what they're on about. I think 77% of people watching might know what the score is here, because Envy are looking fantastic. They're not making mistakes. They're playing very patiently and very reserved. And even in the 2 versus 4 there, it isn't something that's daunting them at all. Now, what I will say is Envy have started off on the defense, and this is where they've done well. We haven't really seen this same level of coordination on their attacks. And I guess the same could be said for Cruelty. So it does stand to reason that Cruelty is struggling on their attacks at the moment, but they have been given some absolute layups that they've struggled to convert. The player on Solar Stairs should just be dealt with. It shouldn't be a problem. And the nice thing is that Envy are recognizing that it's a struggle, and they're throwing more bodies at it to then get more kills. It's like they're just doubling down. They're like, oh, you want to take that? No worries. We're just going to invest in it even more heavily and come off even better.
And you mentioned that it's the same for Cruelty, and it is the same in that there's, one weak side or, one clear stronger side, but this is their stronger side in the NA League so far. It's been their attacks that have been the thing we praise them for, where we've seen the most development, that were what did it against M80. 5 attacks on Bank, and sure, people might say that map is attacker-sided, but you can't just waltz in and, win the round while you're asleep. It's not skyscraper defense. It requires some coordination. There's got to be a little bit of competency there. But Chalet, I would argue, if you really want to grade which one is easier, I would say Chalet certainly has the capability to put the defense in a bit of a box and make you convert those advantages, or give you plenty of opportunities to do so. And the fact that Cruelty is failing to do that on the side that has been the more impressive one, the side that has made the games they've lost even still somewhat close, makes me worried just this second half might not be a really great showcase for either team, but that's really going to be a problem for Cruelty if even their better side ends up being the issue.
Well, that's it. Envy have done a great job so far. 3 rounds. Still got an opportunity to get a couple more. They're giving themselves a nice ride of things on the attack with how hard they've worked on the defense right now.
You're feeling no
It's going to be a
pressure.
very similar take that Cruelty are setting up here. Got the Monty again. They do have that Hibana that's going to be breaching through those office walls and looking to apply pressure onto the player at Library Stairs. Have the the Sledge for the nades this time.
Oh, Sledge.
Nice bees to push back any players, and waiting for that nade to get sent in from Pyrox. He did send one, but it didn't hit the deployable. I wonder if it was destined for something else. Snake not too worried at the moment, though. He can just drop back for the time being. But I like how Cruelty are setting themselves up right now, because they've got really key positions being held. Tumbu, again, he's managed to walk himself up these main stairs, and he can now bear down on the other side of the deployable. Should be able to find an angle here for Pyrox or Skimzy.
Ivan does find JJ. That's the smoke going down early. Really, really good pick. That 5v4 isn't always enough for Cruelty, but at least it's something. And that is what we needed to see. Pyrox with a walk up the balcony finds 2 different players. Twist and Emilio fall. Rival and Snake forced back to the site. The Cruelty aren't even pressuring this. They've had the Monty at the doorway this entire round so far. With 40 seconds to reset, they can get vertical, they can drone more if they want, and now at a 5v1, Skimzy completely removing Rival. Cruelty with unequivocally their most convincing round so far.
Flawless. They made us wait a little bit of time to show us that perfect round, but finally they pulled it out of the bag. And it was a round that, let's be honest, they've played pretty much the exact way every single time they've attacked downstairs into Baron games. This wasn't anything new for Envy to deal with. I think letting Matumbi walk up those main stairs, it's a bit of a problem. Maybe JJ should have committed some smoke canisters to that just to stop that flood coming through. I know that's something he did in the previous round, which Envy were successful in. I'm not saying that one smoke canister would have changed it, but it might have just bought a little bit more time for the player on Fireplace to then try and deal with his current position. Opportunity for Cruelty to level things up there on the basement, or an opportunity for Envy to maintain this lead. Liking the lineup a little bit better this time from Cruelty. I like it even more now we've switched off a Cali. Oh no, we're back on it. The game was for a Cali? Come on, Pyrox.
Ollie, you talk about this attacker repick too early. You set yourself up for disappointment.
But like,
You start getting excited at 15 seconds, and we got a whole 10 to disappoint you.
the thing is, I like trying to understand the mind of like why this decision was made, right?
You want to be in the comms. You want to be in the team speak.
Oh dear.
Hey,
I don't want to be in Snake's team speak.
Finally, he gets punished.
If that was me, that would have been a slam.
Slam at round 6?
If I get spawn, if I'm going for a spawn peek and I get done, I'm slamming.
At round 6?
Any round, doesn't matter.
All right. But either way, I see your point. I want to be in the mindset of the teams. And if we're in the mindset here, I mean, oh! There's got to be a couple things inside of that player's mindset outside of West Main. TCSG shots flying past. I believe that's fatal, especially with the track stingers going out. Cruelty setting themselves up for a middle floor clear at the moment. Monty sat outside of Trophy. 2 players outside of West Main. I was going to say one issue we've seen from Cruelty, though, is that Monty can sometimes be a little isolated. He likes to drift a little bit from the rest of his support, but thankfully for them, Envy are not looking to hold onto it all too heavily. Rival, who was firing some shots here earlier, is now backed off to Bar. Likely in a prime position to fall back with blue stairs still in their control. Main stairs as well in all likelihood. So that's why Matumba, with half the round to go, will start looking towards the site as he moves down West Main.
Do we think that Cruelty are worried about the West Main flank? I'm not sure there's enough track stingers up there. I feel like they could have done more.
Could have had 5.
We are seeing the Cali, and the reason why it has been brought is an attempt to get the wall open. The Cade Claw has been placed a little bit further back, and I'm not sure if that's going to do the job or not. Cali with no more shots isn't going to be able to really give a good go onto that, so there is a likelihood that something remains closed here.
What did all these lances get? Did they all just get destroyed?
So both of the lances were used quite quickly, and I think Skimsy's then taking his time to throw the Selmas. Looks as though we're going to get Boiler open at least, but that's only a crouch, and that's actually been impact trick. To C4 comes out of the breach. This is a disaster for Cruelty.
Oh
They've
my
got
God.
no other way of getting in.
And Emilio's retaking the dining hatch too. Oh, this could be real bad, and then they just kill 2 people. Skimsy on the Rival, Pyrax on a JJ. I mean, there goes the Monty, and that's Diffuser. But they know where this guy is, and I don't know if they have time to send somebody up, but they've got more than enough guns to deal with Emilio on this hatch. In fact, there is one trying to deal with them, and it's Skimsy from below to deliver the fatal one. 3-3 half guaranteed for Team Cruelty. Will that be enough? Well, Envy have won 4 attacking rounds in the past, I think 3, I was going to say 4 attacks in the past 3 games. My bad. They've won 3 attacks in the past 4 games. So maybe it won't be enough.
You better lock in, because they're going to have to do something they have not done yet. And that is win a game on the attack. Blitz and an Azami, both removed. I want to rewind for a moment back to that previous round. We didn't get to see the gunfights, but I have no idea how 2 players from Envy die pretty much straight away. Like, why are they peeking anything at that point? Sure, you've got the Monty, but all you've got to do is watch a hatch and a door. That's it. kind of beggars belief because we kind of credited Envy for the way that they were playing. They were playing super patient. The rounds they were winning, there was no moving them. They had an advantage. They were just letting the clock tick down. They were playing some really smart siege. And it just feels like it's devolved a little bit. Honestly, wouldn't have been mad to see Envy use the timeout early on in that first phase because I feel like that's where they set themselves up to win the game. Unless they want to try and save it for their attacks, which obviously is now what they're doing. But I feel like the timeout probably has more value on their defenses because we know that they can do it on the defense. Whereas the attack, it does seem a little bit more difficult. We'll have to see as the game develops, though. Pretty similar in the banning department. The castle gets removed this time instead of the mirror. And the blitz will be removed as well instead of the ying. Neither ying or mirror present in this round, so it doesn't really bear too much resemblance to what we saw previously. We are going to be defending upstairs to start things off. It's going to be Fatal this time in that key solar stair position.
Shout out.
I wonder if Envy will be able to deal with it a little bit better.
Well, they aren't exactly long on utility clear, but by the same token, they've got what, you know, six projectiles, not including the EMPs, and not including the EMPs, as they might just try to EMP those ADSs. They're static. They're not going to move. Hopefully, you can just Z-ping or mark them and take them down. Ooh, unfortunate loss of that Twitch drone from Twist. Tries to find the standard F-Naught placed outside of the office balcony door, and, well, gets his first shot without destroying any utility. Especially with not too much burn. If you want to try and destroy the ADSs that way, that could end up being problematic. Or if you wanted to zap those Zotos off the wall. EMP's, in fact, being used for a front take. I don't know if I've seen a full dining plant in a bit, but I've been making good use of that vertical angle.
I think I like the approach from Envy. They're sort of playing where they're strongest right now. They're looking to try and get that wall open nice and early, but they are going to have to deal with these players inside of office. Do have the Monty that can help bully them a little bit, though. And the Deimos is going to assist that quite heavily as well. Ivan, he can place the Zoto canister and just buy himself a little bit of time here. We've got Snake on the rotate up as well on those library stairs. The real key player here is JJ. He has the diffuser, and he's the one that needs to keep himself safe. Ivan takes a ton of damage there in that engagement. So much so, he's actually going to drop back to site. He's used his Zotos, and he's now going to rely on that C4. Top floor is slowly but surely getting cleared. As you can see, Cruelty are eventually starting to just give it up a little bit at a time.
Ooh.
And it's likely down to that Monty pushing through. JJ doing a great job. The thing that worries me now, Lynx, there's 2 C4s still left.
Yeah.
And you've got to find that vert, and you've not got a kill. Like, yeah, you've taken the control, but where's the kill?
Well, there's one. Rival was holding flank outside with that AK, and it's the smoke that goes down in sight. You've still got 1 C4. My concern was Envy spending a lot of time full clearing the top floor, and that's burning time that could go for the execute, and Cruelty might end up going for the retake either up blue or up trophy, depending on what happens. But the Monty's going all the way through. Fatal losing a lot of HP to these vertical angles down in sight. I mean, how much time have Envy spent, I mean, to be fair, finding these defenders, and yet Cruelty have managed to keep it even. 3-3, only 10 seconds left, and JJ is still not in a position to put that diffuser down. Well, Skimsy does vanish, and Ivan cuts down another. C4 sent out. He's the only one left. But on 000, where is he? Snake double blinds him. Double kill to finish it off, too. It is an extremely close round when it comes to the red. But Envy still pull away with the first.
I mentioned there that JJ was going to be the most important player in that round, and he certainly was on the Monty. Clearing that top floor, getting the kit down, extending the time there, allowing his teammate to come in and get that kill. They did spend their time on that top floor clear, but they'd left themselves with just enough. And I think, to be honest, Cruelty were a little bit rattled and maybe a bit too reliant on those C4s. We didn't actually see a single C4 kill come through, which honestly, I was kind of expecting. Mutombo still had one in his hand right up until the last few seconds, where he throws it out in an attempt to deny the plant. At that point, it's a little bit too late. You can't be looking for plant denial at that point. You need to be looking for kills prior to then alleviate pressure later on. That's a real last resort sort of use of a C4 right there. And when you're on your own, you just don't have the fortune to throw it out, be covered, and all the things that go along with it.
Well, and I was thinking, I would have liked to see a flank from Fatal on that Jaeger. I mean, you know, you're kind of sitting in sight. Sure, you can contest the vertical angles with the 416, but at 20 seconds left, the attack is like they've solidified the plan in their mind, and they are committed to executing this particular vision. And even though you're in the 4v5, as you mentioned, the C4s ended up being played in a bit too reactive of a role, a bit too late in the round. But if you try and go for that flank right as Envy are committing, they were fully trained on pushing everybody down West Main, trying to cut off those defenders in particular. That might have been an extra dimension to throw Envy off guard completely, and especially with the Jaeger, you've already used all your utility. You really are useful for the gun. Just try something. Plus, 4 is kind of a crowd inside of kitchen and dining.
Yeah, I was really expecting JJ to die to a C4 there. Just because a defender can be like, oh, the Monty's there.
Somebody gets shot in the
ping.
back even.
Yeah, just like C4 on ping, boom on my call, bang, he's dead. Like,
Yeah.
anyway. Envy, they went around on attack. Look how we just glossed over that.
We're now, hey, 4-4 game. 4-4 game.
Or are we just acting like it's an everyday thing? Like, it's no big deal, you know?
No, we should. We should praise Envy for winning that attack. I do think there were some ways that Cruelty could have found a way back in there, but Envy do in fact win it. And that's not a trend Cruelty want to continue. If they want to stave off a last place finish, then Bar and Games would be a very nice place to start. The attack can often get tripped up on that library position, which seems to be where Envy are focusing on for the moment. But as a Dokkaebi call goes out, we do got to be careful. There was some basement presence too. And the Selmas are going in. Ooh, one stuck on the window, unfortunately. Envy making a lot of use of these smoke grenades or smoke canisters to then throw a Selma on a wall and get the breach open, at least shielded in the defense's view. Quick little trade. Rival onto Skimzy. Ivan onto Rival. Nobody with a clear advantage with a minute 15 left.
Ivan was super lucky to get that kill onto Rival there. It's a little bit of a shame. I felt like Rival got a really cheeky kill and was just trying to get himself out of a bad place. Pyrox is really tucked right now as well. Mutombo, he's not going to be able to assist. Pyrox finds one, but is immediately taken out again. This trade game, good from both sides right now. BP destroyed. Still a C4 left for Fatal, as we've already seen. Cruelty do tend to keep hold of those for a little bit later on. The site has been fully prepped right now. And the main question is the cover sufficient? Do they know about the yokai drones? I would guess so, because we did see a drone get pinged out on one earlier, so you would anticipate that the drone saw the yokai. Envy can't wait too long here. There's only 25. Need to start doing something soon.
I was going to say killing Ivan would be ideal, but Snake tries to re-peek that angle, ends up going down. This trade game has been so good, but JJ just dropping by himself. Twist with the self-flash. Bounces off the rafters in between the floors. Sprints into stock. Easy prediction on that spot, but only 3 seconds left, and Mutombo is anywhere but here. He has vanished. One yokai for farewell. Tie game once again.
Feels like a real missed opportunity there from Envy. And that wasn't the way that we've seen them lose rounds previously. They had everything set up, and the 3-2-1 was just, it was a bit disjointed. They didn't have information on the player inside of stock. They were assuming that there was nobody there because the wall had been breached. But there was a player there. I think they knew about the player at the bottom of blue stairs because that player eventually got downed. But it was really the stock player that was the undoing there. Had they known, they could have flashed him out. JJ gets down, maybe gets the kill. Kill onto Ivan, pretty important as well. And I mean, the yokai drones still being available. I figure both of them were probably still up at that point. There's at least one anyway. That isn't great utility clear either from Envy. A tied game. Are we destined to go even further down this rabbit hole to see who is 9th and who is 10th?
Oh, we've
Looks
got
like
to.
we might be.
You know what? You know what's on the line today? It's not a major spot. It's not any invite spot. It's not even money. This is pride. This is ego.
Pride, baby.
This is for the legacy.
Legacy.
There's a world of difference between 9th and 10th. A whole digit, in fact.
But imagine if you came out next stage and got first. Would you rather get first from 10th or first from 9th? Because then the story's better, isn't it? It's like, oh, now they're first and they were 10th. Whereas it's like, oh, now they're first, they were 9th.
That'd be a hell of a long-term gamble. If JJ came out in an interview and said that, is like, yeah, we got 10th for the narrative, and then they came back and won the next stage, I would actually, like, I would tattoo his face on any part of my body. And I'm willing to make that gamble because it's not happening. I just don't believe it. Early Candelas, by the way. Some Roaradors, too. Seems like it might be a bit of a quick take. I like that Roarador blocking off the closet single to allow the player to repel in Solar. Emilio also with control of bottom Solar stairs, and yet somehow in the process, JJ just gets swung on master bedroom window. He already was being pretty liberal with his Candelas, but having that coverage go down isn't ideal. Actually, Rival's own entry point is blocked off because of that Roarador, and Pyrox just rotates up behind it. I don't know if it's overcooked or mistimed, but that Roarador actually gives the defense a more aggressive position to play, and it completely catches Envy off guard. Twist is able to take him down, but that's a really, really rough trade that not only doesn't favor Envy in terms of the man count, 4v3, especially with Emilio on low HP, but you lose that Roar too. And an extra gun on the Solar side when things can get so tight. Double push in, Twist and Emilio both state control of the bedroom position. Envy find one. So it's even. This two-man push might just find another, though Skimzy on the flank, able to shut him down. Or is that from the prone angle, in fact? No, it's just from a nice, clean crossfire. It's Mutombo around the corner, but again with the wrap around. Twist just not seeing it coming. Envy constantly feel caught off guard by these Cruelty players. The intel is not there. The coordination is long gone the moment JJ fell off that bedroom window. Snake with one Z-ping. He's got intel on one. Pushes up and loses the fight. Cruelty take the lead 5-4.
You mentioned there, was it an overcook or was it mistimed?
That's the question.
I still can't decide. I was racking my brains that whole time because on one hand, I really like it. And I'd love to see it play out with JJ still on master window. I'd love to see it play out with somebody still there on that repel cutting through the sights because I think that could be a difference. But in that instance, it just felt a little bit well done. It didn't feel like it was maybe the right thing to do. Maybe need a couple more operators in there. Maybe a Grim, just for a little bit more info if people are going to start playing tucked. A nice attempt there from Envy. And at the point that Cruelty take the lead, the first time in the game, I might add, they are going to take their tactical timeout.
Ooh. You know what would have been good too? You know what? I went back a little VAR moment. They had nobody bathroom window.
Okay.
Nobody bathroom window. So JJ gets peeked on master bedroom. We got two guys Solar. Snake is like in Narnia. I think Snake is like watching. I think Snake's in that like long rappel angle. Maybe he's on the roof. I don't know. Either way, he's not actively watching master bedroom window when that Jaeger pushes up. Or sorry, bathroom window. I don't know if exactly he'd be able to see the Jaeger, but it's at least a greater possibility.
I really hope that timeout wasn't spent discussing the finer details of that last strat and hoping that they can get it to work next time.
That is what we're for. So I hope they weren't doing that. And if they were doing that, I'd be like, you find something better to do.
Yeah, find something better. Like, you need to go back to the labs with that one. Like, that needs 2 a.m. custom games. Get the boys online and figure it out.
Strat maker GG, whatever.
Yeah.
Get the operator icons. Make it look like a high bear video. You know how it is.
No, I sincerely hope that the content of that timeout was more, look, guys, we're doing great. We've got around. Let's just build and get another. We know where they're going to go this time. We can start to work on it.
If it was about that, though, we can at least say we got some nerds on Envy, and I respect that. I respect that. I respect the nerdiness if that was what the time was spent on. But yes, we generally know where they are going.
5 seconds remaining.
Because it's been 3 rounds. What happened 3 rounds ago? Envy got their only attack on kitchen and dining. Obviously, Cruelty have the option to go basement, and Chalet is a map where all 4 bomb sites usually tend to get played. Not unthinkable that they go basement, but given most teams like to have a 3-site rotation, I think it's easy to anticipate it be kitchen and dining, and hopefully Envy will be feeling a little more confident. Shield gets dropped, Ollie. If you want to be in the mindset of the attacking team, why are you dropping the Monty? It works so well. It didn't even get banned.
No, it's a question, isn't it? Dokkaebi got banned, so why are you not playing the Monty? Because it did work, and this time you've got, it's a good job because the Clash is there, isn't there? And Clash is not very friendly toward a Monty. Bees go in, Candela's go in as well, and an opening pick.
Ooh, yeah.
This time for Cruelty.
Bees
Balls
and
on
Candela's
deaf ears.
This is just rough. I mean, what do you even do here? Twist gets 1, and the rest fall. I mean, yeah, you got West main control, but what else? A Clash is staring at you from Solar now. Skimzy actually goes down. Is the attacker holding the bathroom angle, potentially? Okay, wait, hold on. There's somebody creeping up short. This is a 1v1 for Twist if he doesn't expose himself to the Solar side. Emilio will finish off Skimzy. He's got 1 Candela 2 and Diffuser. Ivan now down. This is so winnable. Twist with 3 kills, 10 in 7 so far. Cruelty doing reconstruction mid-round, trying to hunt down this remaining attacker. Final Candela goes out, and Emilio will start putting the Diffuser down. They do not have an angle on this. They try to find it, try to thread the needle, and it does not work. We're in the post. 2v4 to 2v2. Make that a 2v1 as Twist on for 4 has put Pyrox in a difficult spot. 1 HP. He's been found! A round went from bad to worse and then excellent for Twist. 5 kills, a plant for Emilio, and Envy tie it up again.
That may be the weirdest round of CJX I have ever witnessed. The attackers get themselves into the site and then start playing like defenders. I'm looking down to see who's who. I'm like, is this really an attacker? Like
That Clash was taking the same pathing as JJ's Monty 3 rounds ago.
Exactly. I was like, why is the Clash on Solar still? Like, this is not where it is meant to be. The Clash should be where I am right now looking. Like, what a messy round. Cruelty have really dropped the ball there. I mean, it's the theme of this game, though. 2 versus 4s, they have been rife in this series so far.
Oh my goodness, they have.
We have seen so many clutch ups. And that's just another one to add onto a tally that, let's be honest, it probably isn't done yet. Real big individual play from Envy coming out. Is that the 3rd round they've won from like a 2v4, 2v5? Got to be getting there.
What, we had that one. We had... Oh, what was the other one? Because it was Cruelty, wasn't it?
Let's see. We had Emilio 1 versus 2, Snake 3k, and then Twist 5k. Yeah, we've had 3.
No, it was the Emilio 1v2. Yeah. And then we even in another example, it's not a 2v4, but even in that bar gaming round 2 that Cruelty won, that was a round that seemed they were not going to win. All of a sudden, it's just like the advantage just swung their way. It was like a 3v4, but in terms of the positioning, it seemed far more favored for Envy.
Yeah, even if it's not been like what we would class as a multi-killer or 1vx, it's been pretty swingy.
Yes. Very pendulum Siege X game. We need an adjective for that. Pendulistic.
Let's run with it.
It's got a lot of penduality. Speaking of running, Cruelty about to run Envy's pocket on this mezzanine position. Magnets and ADSs. We really are starting to get 2020 flashbacks with those Capital Bolt changes. Envy trying their best to deal with it. I mean, you got the bees for the burn, shock drones too. Capital Bolts as well. And some secondary utility to spare. Oh, well, that's not great. It's like the DZ game all over again. Matumbo disconnects halfway through the round, and that's an opening pick of sorts, I guess.
Yeah, not one that the attackers have done anything for, mind, but it is one that they will have to take, like it or not, at this moment. And the top floor just becomes that little bit more vulnerable. Envy still not opting to bring that Monty back out. Instead, they're going to go for the Rorador strat. One, at least, will get caught inside a magnet, and there, Rora gets caught themselves. They will be able to get the door down, but that's quite a price to pay.
Quite. Big price indeed. Twist even going low. This would be the ultimate pendulistic round. What, you literally gifted an opening pick with a DC, and Cruelty just starts shutting you out entirely. Ivan 12 and 6 down, picked back up. Pyrox with another. Cruelty have only lost a man to an ISP. Comcast had more impact than Envy. We're on match point.
What a way to get to match point as well in a game that has been very back and forth. We mentioned this game, it's not for standing, it's a 9th, 10th place game, but neither of these two teams want to be last. We're going to kick it to a short break. We're going to get Matumbu back in the game. After that, we'll be right back with you.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, we actually got Matumbo back in the lobby. And if you somehow missed round 11, well, he DC'd, and then Cruelty did not lose a single player after that. It was, effectively speaking, a flawless round. Not the greatest omen for Envy. And Cruelty, I mean, points don't really matter right now. Just, again, remind you of the stakes. Both these teams will either be in 9th or 10th. 8th place is even too far out of reach. Well, technically, I guess, if Envy had one in regulation, they'd have been tied on points for C9, but tiebreaker doesn't really go their way. But we're fighting for 9th or 10th. And Cruelty have at least put themselves in a decent position to get 9th, which excites me. Ollie not as much, but it excites me.
1 round away. I mean, I'm just going with the people.
That's true. That's always what you've been. You've always been a populist. You've always been a populist.
I'm a man of the people. I'm a man of the 77% of people out there that backed Envy coming into this game. I still think it is very possible. Cruelty, they're going to start shaking in the boots at the prospect of winning this game in regulation, and Envy need to stamp down onto that and take that authority. A bit of a slower round than what we've seen so far for this top floor defense. Pyrox looking to play quite aggressive on the balcony door, but Rival this time isn't committing to it too early. A Snake on the Deimos below. It's crazy to think that we've only seen Deimos a handful of times inside of this series. It's such a popular operator for Chalet. JJ back on his Monty as well. Going to be a freebie.
Ooh.
Snake grabs a rotating Skimsy, and that's a great opening pick. Start things off for Envy.
Seen a lot of this Deimos shotgun. I mean, I swear, like, no matter who's playing it, whether it's Snake or Spoit, The M59 has seemingly been the preferred tool for many Deimoses inside of the NA League so far. And Snake certainly happy to use it there. One pump and Skimzy is no more. Nade up trying to destroy the hard breach denial as he also takes a look at Ivan trying to flank him from the dining position. The Monty reintroduced into Envy's lineup to try and bring us to OT. So JJ, for his pride, for the team's pride, might stave off last place, has his one and only goal at the beginning of the stage. Pyrox swinging out as the Deathmark tracker hovers, buzzes in his ear, it distracts, affects his attention, and Twist will remove him in the process. Ivan still trying to make this flank work. A long angle likely capturing Twist's life. There we go, Ivan! MPX sings in the ears of Envy, and it is a very mournful farewell given. As in the 2v1, Snake might find a player, but it seems Envy and JJ's dreams at not finishing last might have been dashed with one singular mag. Yokai stuns Snake. He's recovered the diffuser at least, and he'll look to push deeper. Another smoke goes out as Cruelty will not let the advantage slip, playing it off utility, playing it off time. He'll attempt it. Yokai goes in again, and there is not a chance in hell. That is it. We have your last place team, and it will be Envy. Cruelty get their second win of the stage, and can at least say they finished ninth.
It's such a shame for Envy there in that final round. Cruelty played incredibly well, really doubling down on that utility, recognizing that they were pretty screwed otherwise. They had to dig deep and play into that util. But that is some of the best teamwork we've seen Envy pull off this entire stage. There was a hellfire of projectiles and everything getting thrown at Cade playing in that half-wall position, and it wasn't enough. Cruelty, they are not last. We're going to throw it to a break, and the desk, they're going to break it down.
full fatal. Plante. Intentando.
¿Tienes SWAT?
Lo tiene abajo, lo tiene abajo.
Puedes jugar todo.
Te rushea. Buena. Buena, güey.
Let's go, yes.
Ay, güey.
1 and 10 JJ Black.
Van Iván,
Muy bien, Iván,
Bueno, Iván.
1-10 contra la peor región.
Cruelty take the win over Envy to close out their stage. We won't see these guys in the playoffs, but they do escape 10th place. We'll welcome in Cruelty as they close it out with a win, and we've got Fatal here with us to close things out. Fatal, congratulations on the win to close out the stage. Can you tell me a little bit about how you feel this stage overall went as things wrapped up?
Yeah, thank you. We obviously didn't expect like this result, but we were having like close games, and I don't know, it just lack of experience, I think, maybe. And I don't know what more to say. We will like work hard for stage 2 and get a better place in the playboard.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's only looking forward for you guys. I think the win against M80 was a really big turning point for your guys' performance. Do you feel like up until you got that first win, you guys were affected by being a little bit nervous, and then after the M80 game, it looked like you guys were playing with a lot more confidence?
Yeah, well, after the M80 win, we just noticed that we can win against good teams, and we started playing with more confidence, like you say.
Well, Fatal, I want to see that smile because you should be happy. You ended the stage on, there it is. You ended the stage with a win that's obviously important, keeps you out of 10th. Sure, 9th isn't huge, but it's obviously the confidence of you guys ending on a win is important. I kind of just want to take it for you. Obviously, playing in LATAM, the MXPL, what's been the biggest experience and takeaway for you and even for the team now competing in the NAL?
The biggest experience?
Yeah. The biggest takeaway?
We learned a lot. We were like the best team in LATAM.
Yes.
And we learned that there is a lot of good teams, and we need to practice a lot more to get the wins against them, because they all play very, very good, and they just better.
Well, hey, like I said, you ended on a win. I would say that is definitely, you can hold your head up high and just focus on that stage 2 and making a different result.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, Fatal. We really appreciate it, and we wish you the best in the off-season, preparing for stage 2. We know you guys are going to come back stronger. Thanks so much.
We will. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Fatal. Big win for Cruelty to close out the stage. Hopefully a bit of a confidence booster. Obviously, you know, it wasn't the result they wanted, but you're not going to get better beating every single team in your region for a couple of years. You got to go play against tougher teams in order to improve.
Which is exactly why, like, I have to give it to Cruelty in terms of how impressive, or at least in comparison to Envy, is. They said they were the best in their region, but obviously when they come to the NAL, they are at the bottom, where at least players on Envy have been scrimming against some of the best players in NAL, so realistically, they should be the better team. But for, again, Cruelty to make the advance over into the NAL, to make their stride, to have a big win over M80, to end even today with a win. I mean, there are a lot of things that, again, sure, you can point out they have problems, they have flaws, they acknowledge it, but there are still things that you can look at them and be like, okay, with time, with more experience, having that experience to say, they are only going to improve.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you said it best, Jonah. You can't get better if you're always beating up on all of the other teams, all the lower teams within your region, or on Envy's case, in the T2 scene. Obviously, you need to be able to go through the NAL, lose, and of course, both teams are going to be going through the brink of it right now with being, you know, a little bit down on themselves because of the performance. But at the end of the day, you have to be able to go through that, the difficult times, to be able to come out on the other side and improve. So both teams, I mean, you know, Envy showed some good stuff too. I was really impressed with how Cruelty played. At the end of the day, it's only for stage 2 to come for them.
Well, up next, we've got a little playoff preview. Shopify Rebellion hoping to stay undefeated. We'll see what M80 have to say about that coming up next.
how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
one game into Playday number 9, the final day of the group stage here in the NAL Wild. The playoffs are just so close around the corner early next week. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Foxay and Laxing as we get into Game 2, M80 and Shopify Rebellion. The story for M80, can they lock in that third place? For Shopify, big deal here, trying to stay undefeated.
Yeah, it's a battle for pride. I mean, obviously, Shopify wants to make a statement, especially with how much we were praising Dark Zero. I know for them personally, they want to be able to hold first. As for M80, I mean, seeding's great. When you're a 3rd seed, you play against a 6th seed. Still haven't figured out who that's going to be, but it makes things that much easier on your first playoff match.
Well, other than their loss to Cruelty, M80 have had a great stage. It hasn't been up to Shopify's level, undefeated, but it's been pretty good. We've seen some moments where this team has really come together.
I would say it's been on the up and up, have a little hiccups, but at least from Reload until now, we're definitely seeing far more consistency across the board with this M80 roster, especially coming out of that game versus SSG, where we knew that was going to be a good head-to-head. Those players knew what that game was going to entail, and they came out on top. They knew how to control the aggression. They knew how to apply that aggression. And again, M80 is just looking to be really well-rounded. And when I think about the roster now than compared to what it was then, it is a checklist for them. When you look at what happened in Reload, and now when you look at the stage, it is one giant checklist. First, that first beginning is to make playoffs. They're already secure that. Second of the checklist is to then to be in the top 4. Hopefully top 2, obviously, I would say that they would want to then acquire those SI points, qualify for majors. Then it's step 3 of going to actually an international event under this M80 organization and actually bring home a title like they did back with Beast Coast, winning back during, not Montreal. Manchester. So again, it is a big checklist for me when it comes to M80, and they've already ticked off one of those boxes. Now it's a matter of they get through today, focus on what we can see going into playoffs, and then implicate the next step of going into playoffs.
I mean, the unique version of this M80 compared to other M80s is the fact that not only do you have Hot and Cold, who is right now a very solid IGL, as opposed to M80 always struggling to find that IGL leadership role, but now you have a coach in Fabian who can also hold a lot of that pressure when it comes to strat building. And so it's just a little bit of natural progression that this M80 is going through. They just look way more dynamic as a team compared to previous renditions.
Well, Shopify Rebellion, another dynamic team. We've kind of seen some ins and outs and how this team has flowed over the course of the stage. Now the only team still undefeated after their big win against Dark Zero yesterday. Clearly, this team is the best we got in NA right now.
Absolutely. I mean, and they made a statement game against DZ. It really was back and forth, but it was nice to see them claim that spot. And if the game happened a lot sooner, I'm sure we'd be sitting here talking about how Shopify is the one that would be untouched by every single team. And obviously they had a very up and down start, but they were still winning at the start of the stage. But now they've really come into solidifying how dominant they've been. And in their game against Dark Zero, I mean, not only do we have the big plays from these big players like Ambi and Spoit that we're used to seeing, but we're also able to see the discipline out of them, which is something that we wanted to see younger players, rookie players like Ambi and Spoit have like an IGL like Canadian, be able to reel them in when time comes down to it.
I think you also have to mention their approach to Spirits versus any other team. You talked about the Heavy, and I think you should talk about it even now, what Shopify did that no other team has done.
No, absolutely. I think the intellectual part of Shopify and Canadian, that was probably the biggest reason on why an IGL like him is so valuable, because every other team that approached Dark Zero was so worried about Spirits. They would either ban his operators to take him off shields, which he would just play other operators, or they would try to not ban his operators. And one way or another, they're either running away from Spirits and dying to the back line of Citizens, or they're fighting Spirits and they're losing to the shields, which the way that Shopify went about it is they banned Citizens ops on the back line so that he didn't have as much control and flexibility, and then directly held crossfires. They held crossfires against Spirits directly and fought him head on, not to give him that position in the first place. And without Spirits, Dark Zero didn't always have a response on being able to push Shopify back.
Well, coming into the stage, Super said about this Shopify team that the addition of Spoit was to make this team a little bit more aggressive and to get a little bit more active. Laxing, do you feel like they've lived up to that so far?
Yes in some areas, no in some, because when you think of their old roster, they had Grixer and Troy. Troy isn't known to be a super highly aggressive player. He's the man with the plan. So in terms of then you remove Grixer, you bring Spoit. Spoit does bring that aggression. He can pop off, he can play with the team. But then again, when you think of Grixer, he was off on an island and he could get aggressive, but I think it's more so when you bring on Spoit, he's going to be with the team and he can have that aggression and get aggressive with the team where they are really collapsing and doing very well on.
Well, with our map bans completed, we will end up on Lair for this playoff preview. M80 and Shopify go there. Foxy, what do you think of this?
I mean, it's a great matchup, and Shopify Rebellion is trying to bring it to a strong map for them, but at the same time, they don't want to show too much. So they just played Lair yesterday against Dark Zero. That's where we saw them win. It's a confident match for them. They're obviously going to be able to approach it differently based on the team that they're playing. So we're going to see a different approach as opposed to how they were trying to counter DZ and Spirits. The way that they're going to be looking at it is probably at the same way, trying to deny the utility and the info gathering from M80, because we talked about it. That's M80's strong suit right now, is how much info they bring. The Grim, the Nomad, the Gridlock, to be able to shut out so many key positions. I'm imagining that's what Shopify is going to look to deny first. And without that information, we'll have to see how M80 adapts, because they haven't had that much time or that many opponents that can deny that level of information.
Well, this is interesting, too, because we talked to Gunnar at the end. He said, going into playoffs, we're going to be able to flex our map pool. They're going into now the 7th map so far. They are the only team that went into 6 maps yesterday. Now the only team showing 7 maps. So, Gunnar, I don't really know if you just want to show your entire hand at this point. There's only 2 maps left in your pool to show off that we maybe are going to see in playoffs. But, I mean, I would say you're showing 7 out of 9 so far. You're clearly flexing your map pool going into the day.
Well, hard not to pick the undefeated team here, I imagine. Do either of you think M80 can win this one?
Honestly, I mean, I definitely think there's a possibility. On a map like Lair, it's still unproven, but I would say Shopify Rebellion right now is the best Lair team currently, and they've brought so many different play styles. I mean, Ambi coming up a hatch on Amaru, they're so aggressive on attack, but they can also switch it on a dime and be slow. Their defenses are very solid as well.
Like I said, for me, Shopify, they just do so good with their tamed aggression. They know when to get aggressive. They know when to fall back. They know when to apply that pressure. They know when they just can wait out the time. So again, for me, it just has to be Shopify.
All right, Shopify trying to stay undefeated. M80 hoping to lock in that 3rd place. We'll find out what happens on Lair right now.
We certainly will. Thank you very much. We are going to be getting stuck into our 2nd game of the night here. We've got M80 versus Shopify Rebellion. A massive matchup right here. Again, all of the games tonight are so important for the standings. We've had the Pride game. We've got that one out of the way nice and early. Now we get into the real meat of the evening. This is a game to decide who is going to play Oxygen versus who is going to play that 5th/6th place team. And let me tell you, nobody wants to play Oxygen. So that 5th/6th place team is looking like a tasty little snack right now for both M80 and Shopify. Hence why we are headed to Lair, which is a super high preference map for Shopify. Is their top preference map over the stage. They've played it twice, they've won it twice, but they have never banned it once. M80 on the flip side, it is their 2nd preference, and they have played it as well. Sorry, they haven't played it, but they have banned it 2 times. So slightly different data there, but overall a very similar result. Not a map that either 2 teams have wanted to go to too much, or in Shopify's case, a map that they've been very happy to go to and teams haven't wanted to take them to it because of how dominant they have been.
So we have a Tachanka ban.
I'm listening.
Actually, if anybody is curious, there is actually a reason for that. And if you want to know, it's because I believe NJR's most played op this stage is actually Tachanka. And that's not a bit. It actually, like, I'm going to check. Unfortunately, Ollie, I have to say, my tab organization today, not ideal.
You're not tabbed up?
No, I am tabbed up, but I was also doing a lot of other things too. So there's not only more windows and more tabs than usual. I don't have the normal system, which for me and my ADHD is not good. Oh wait, NGR's also not even in this game.
I was waiting for that one. I was letting you ride it out.
5 seconds to go.
Sorry, I literally was thinking Canadian.
I wasn't going to mention it if you weren't going to mention it.
It's literally Canadian too. Sorry.
So a Chanka and a Clash.
To be fair, you can understand why my brain would go there, because I was like, oh, Tachanka. Why else would a team ban Tachanka? It must be to counterban NJR, who, to be fair, Tachanka is actually his most played op. That is true. Just to put it out there. Can you say something?
I'm enjoying this. I'm really enjoying it.
Don't watch me squirm.
I'm really enjoying it. So we get the Blitz and the Deimos spam. Obviously, that is going to force some sort of shield out of hot and cold, and his preferred method right now is going to be the BB. Just puts a bit of pressure into those rocket stairs. We've got Diffuser down below as well, ready for a catch if anyone does want to try and get aggressive. It's a very heavy ops push right now from M80. I don't think anybody has paid any attention over toward the Sky Bridge, which is a very dangerous area of the map. And if the defenders are allowed to move freely around there, it could be a little bit of a problem. Nice pocket reinforcement for Spoit. We've seen him play Bandit quite a bit this stage. And he's going to have 2 batteries in pocket as well. Now, Hard Breach is limited right now. You've got Gunner on the fuse, and he's got a couple of secondary Hard Breach gadgets, but that's about it. So on a map and on a site where Hard Breach can be quite important, I'm sort of waiting to see how M80 deal with this.
Well, the solution might just be barreling into the defense, because Diffuser and Hot and Cold are both looking over those rocket stairs. Cap It Out utility also being expended in that position. Fire will make sure that Kino can push up a little bit without having to worry about anybody counter-swinging. Rexon finding the first, though. As Shopify all fall back, the attack might fill the space, but they will do so down a player. But look at this progress M80 have made. Even without the hard breaching, they have taken control of top rocket. Their only problem is they've yet to actually find a clear entry into the site. And as you mentioned, Ollie, with very minimal hard breaching in none of these angles, their only way is barreling through these doorways. Shopify feel emboldened to peek, and finally Gunner and Diffuser both levy out some punishment. Shopify will not be able to take these fights with impunity. And instead, they will be bloodied as they try to look to put this Diffuser down. Smoke canister already placed. It's detonated the exact right moment. It forces Hot and Cold off. Loses half his HP in the process. Ambi thinks better of that flank. He'll rotate, join the rest of the team over by New Bridge, but this is going to come down to the wire. Likely in the red the moment Surf makes this play. Another smoke canister goes out, but Hot and Cold planting in an off spot gives Shopify some confusion. Gunner on low HP has an info, has a line right on this remaining player. Oh. But the same can be said for Ambi. In the 1v1, Shopify take the first.
I don't know who I fancy in a 1v1 Gunner versus Ambi. I feel like it's a 50-50 fight any day of the week. I'm looking at that thinking, I don't know which player I'm backing right now. So Gunner's got low HP. Ambi's got the advantage of the swing. Nailbiter. Super close round 1. We can kind of forgive M80, like, and there's nothing to forgive, but like I kind of question the lack of hard breach. They seem to have everything that they needed. The only thing that they didn't have was that extra man. They lost that opening pick. Spoit got punished. The smokes were really good. The cover was even better. But Ambi wins it on the swing right at the end. I think it's a good attack from M80. I really like it. It seems very lean in the sense that they're bringing a lot and everything's accounted for. Like if those 2 can openers don't do their job, it's a bust. But it's a very high likelihood of them being able to do their job. Gunner was playing the fuse and he was watching the peak on the Skybridge for felt like the majority of the round until he transitioned as soon as Hot and Cold was ready to come in with the diffuser. It was a good attack.
5 seconds left before insertion.
You could sit there and say it was maybe a little bit one-dimensional. They didn't have that pressure to catch the players that were rotating deeper into the site and players like Canadian who were then able to smoke it out, but
they still
I kind of like it. Yeah, I like it. I do like it. Downstairs we go, though. Shopify successful there off the back of Ambi's gun skill.
Ooh. Speaking of gun skill, check it out. Look at this. 1 drone down.
What, Canadian on the Malusi?
It's funny, by the way, that you call the proximity alarms wub-wubs, because that's what I always heard people call the banshees. And we call the proximity alarms beep boops. Or beeper. No, beepers are called. We call it like beep boops.
Oh.
I don't know if that's like a European or a British thing you call the proxies wub-wubs, but because the banshees have like a bit of a lower tone. That's why we call him Lobos. Anyway, Canadian is on the Malusi. It's currently a problem for Kino, so he tries to make his way down the stairs, but thankfully Diffuser will just shoot that down. Hot and Cold finding, well, the Malusi early on. But look at this quick flank. Look at this action. 3v3 already in a matter of seconds, and only a minute into the round. I was about to say the defense has control of the Diffuser, but they might feel compelled to back off, especially with Ambi on low HP. Rexen might want to bolster up the site. And that is indeed what Shopify decided to do. They have caused some immense problems, to be sure. Might be 2 shields, but Hot and Cold's gone down to the Blackbeard. Likely the more aggressive of the 2 options. And the most important thing, your buck on the basement attack has been removed from the field.
It's a great position that Shopify find themselves in now. You can see cameras still getting flicked by both Canadian and Spoit. There are still black eye cameras out there, one inside a mezzanine. C4's starting to get used. Still one. Been pre-placed, and there it is. Ambi. He's going to collect onto Gunner. That's the win condition. Drop down, utilize the utility. Ambi's on super low HP, but so's Kino. And a Monty on low HP is borderline useless. He might attempt to try and drop the hatch. He's got the kit, but there's no way he's going to be able to get that down. A lick of damage and he'll be out of the picture. Diffuser rotating through upstairs. Again, might get caught on this black eye camera. So really, Shopify Rebellion, they just need to wait this out. They've got 40 seconds pretty much to chill.
Exactly, and you can see that's what they're doing. They've pulled all the way back. They're even ceding control of the B site. Smoke canister goes out. This could be a nice and powerful angle from Diffuser, as nobody's actually rotated in just yet. But right as I say that, Rexen and Ambi spring the trap, give Shopify their second. Playing passive indeed. Know that they have the advantage and know that a good game plan is to let M80 walk into the site, because if they want to put that Diffuser down, you know that's 1 gun against 3, and you've got by far and away the better positioning to make that happen. 2 in a row for Shopify, quite nice on their highest preference map at the stage, the one that they beat Dark Zero on just 24 hours ago. Not even that, like 22 hours ago. To become the only flawless team inside of the NAL group stage.
Overtime win.
Overtime win.
It's criminal, isn't it? Their team can get 1 overtime win, and people are still, well, actually.
And hey, you know what, to be fair, it's also, we gotta say, could be possible that they're not flawless after today. And maybe have had some close rounds so far.
It's only 2 rounds, right?
Only 2 rounds. And hey, Lair, as we've seen teams get a hold of Lair, sometimes we see a little bit more attacking success. It's not fall of 2024 anymore. This map's been around for almost a year.
There's always the generational timeout as well. Never know what that might bring.
The what?
The generational timeout that Fabian will give.
How is it generational? Just because he's gonna be like.
Because we got to listen into one timeout one time 2 years ago, and it was good.
He's like Ned Beatty in Network. He's like, you have messed with the primal forces. Sorry.
So we've seen a little bit of Lair this stage so far, and I always feel like this is a site that teams have struggled to get a good handle on how to attack. So I'm really looking forward to watching M80 attack it, because their attacks so far have been good. The last one maybe not so much, but first round was good. And overall, during the stage, they've had some good attacking rounds. Now, my preferred route is always to clear this top floor. Open up the external wall really quickly. That's a tick in a box. We've already done that. Now it's about clearing this top floor. And if you look at the tools that they've got for it, they've got the Monty, which they can start to bully with. They got an opening pick there from Kino. A great find onto Mute. That could be a reason to go, because you do have the smokes, but you don't have a Capitao.
Ollie,
look at Hot and Cold's positioning right now. He's posturing.
He is posturing, but this is what I was going to say. We have seen a lot of teams struggle with this attack, and one problem I found is teams can get stuck here. They don't clear out the top floor. They instead try to contain it, but then they just end up getting pinched from the very roamers on top of green stairs. There also are still vertical angles in play because they've not fully taken care of that top floor. They have the smokes for it. They've got the glass. We've seen M80 do this kind of strat before on Consulate, where they just throw a smoke canister down, put the glass in it, and then look up and take the fight on the vertical players that way. But that itself can be kind of risky. Those smokes do not block bullets. Those ROU projectors, the same thing. Bullets can sail through there, and even if they weren't intended, they can land right into you and throw the round completely out of whack. Hot and Cold, again, posturing at this single door as M80 have spent a long time resetting, making eye contact with that player upstairs. But for so long, they feel concerned about this. Their control on the top floor is tenuous at best, but there go the smokes, and it works. Gunner takes the fight through the vert, finds one, but there is another looking to try and get aggressive. The utility going through will burn a lot of HP off Hot and Cold and Gunner. Another C4-2 thrown out, though it mets a lot less impact. Final smoke goes out in the different spot, and they trade. Gunner no longer covering, Monty instead protecting. They just find a bit of an angle. That SMG-11 bounces too much when that angle is so tight. M80 not only bring back the man count, but bring us into the post with a 5v3 advantage. Exploit drops down, 30 seconds remaining. Might not have been spotted on that drone, but everyone from the attack has fallen back to their positions. So the defense tries to mount this retake. The Monty sits on the diffuser like a mother hen and has 4 guns, watching to catch anybody that takes the bait and tries to steal this prize. Kino with a long angle shuts down Canadian with the 417. It is an easy trade for M80. 5v3 to 4v1 to their first attacking win on Lair.
And that's how you do it. We haven't seen teams successfully not take the top floor. You don't have to take the top floor, but you have to have good plan A, B, and C for as soon as you start to try and bait that out. M80 spent a long time at the doorway knocking onto site. We could see that Hot and Cold was posturing there from around 1:20 left. They spent the time, got breaches open. They had plenty of smokes, plenty of ROU projectors, loads of opportunity to bait things out. Smoke canister was nearly perfect. It did a lot to remove Gunner and Hot and Cold's HP, and Gunner did actually take a couple of shots, a couple of kisses from the SMG-11, but fortunately, he'd managed to get out of the Toxic Babe a little bit earlier on and just had enough to tank it to get that plant down. And holding it at that point, I mean, it's pretty much GG. You've got the Monty. You can commit one player to the site. You can commit one player outside to the window watching the stairs. Very straightforward after that plant has gone down. M80 tasting a little bit of success here on Lair in round number 3. And we now move into round number 4. Some notable bans coming out here. The smoke has been removed. Smoke, a real key player in the previous attempt at this site, back in round number 1. And now with that and a Tachanka removed, your area denial is significantly hurt. The Glaz, as the response from Shopify, Gunner has been putting that thing to pretty good work, but it's been a bit of a one-trick pony sort of thing. We saw it brought in round 1, it didn't have the desired effect. Saw it brought in round 3, it had a big impact, but I don't think it's going to hurt M80 as much as the smoke ban will hurt Shopify.
The smoke ban is definitely more impactful, but M80 have shown consistently, so much so that other teams have actually banned the Glaz against them too, that if they are attacking a site in which top-down vertical is important and the defense is holding vertical holes from top to a floor below to deny the plant, their main counter, more often than not, is the Glaz on multiple maps and multiple sites within those maps. Even if it's not a mainstay of their setup, it is an option that they fall back on, and it's a secondary protocol they use pretty frequently. So I think that's Shopify not only seeing that that's the main reason they won that previous round, but also this is a crutch they often use. Hot and Cold almost needing crutches after a volley of shots sent down that hallway. Yet Surf kind of peeking a little sleepy on that angle on bridge. Hot and Cold stunned somehow takes down the Legion. And M80 2 rounds in a row start out with an opening pick, have that 5v4, and might have just contained this second Shopify defender. You see one player crouched on the top of green as 3 different players all look to take him down. TCSG close. Hot and Cold will creep around the corner. Gotta be careful. It's the Banshee triggered. Oh, it's not the TCSG, it's the Supernova. Could easily become a problem as the C4 goes out. Canadian tries to land the finishing blow. It does not work. He's playing with fire here. He's got to be careful.
You don't want to be peeking Hot and Cold. Not in stage 2. 12th rated player in the entire league. This guy's quite literally hot, not cold. Gunner, great shot over onto Rexon. Very different attack this time from M80. Last time it was all upside. This time it is coming from that sky bridge. They're going to get the wall open. We've got 45 seconds now. They've already taken one yokai out. One of the Selmas will get destroyed. That second one likely going to go off. There's nothing really that the defenders have got to stop that from happening. Canadian's got a great line of sight onto the breach, and Ambi playing tucked in the bomb side, but Gaveni below could be a bit of a problem. He's going to be able to disrupt these players.
Ooh, Ollie.
The kit's in the hands of Gunner.
It's in the hands of Gunner, but it also looked like there might have been a line on that breach. I'm not entirely sure they can hop through. No, they can't. So if Gunner wants to try and hop in this breach, he's got to give the diffuser to somebody else. And Shopify, whether they realize this or not, they've got a lot of kills, but still in the 1v2. Gunner sprints in. Oh, they don't know. They rotate to the other site. They're being safe to be sure. But Kino's got to be aware of this. He hears the sprint. They know Valkyrie's position now, so as Ambi peeks out, he doesn't react in time. Gunner falls off and lands right in the shots of that MPX. 2 1vx's for Ambi, both in our 6 room. That rookie is not so young anymore.
Now that's a round that M80 shouldn't be losing, and I wouldn't be surprised if that triggered a timeout. Now, I think that Gaveni got really unlucky below, because he just got absolutely domed. Ideally, he gets more opportunity to disrupt the defenders below, but I don't think that there was enough happening at the same time. It was just a little bit disjointed between... And part of it's the breach, right? There it is, the timeout. Not a surprise.
Generational.
Part of the problem there was the way that the breach opened. Now, that's just the game. Like, if that's the risk you run when you Selma open a wall. The first Selma gets destroyed, and then you've got to be super accurate with that next Selma if you're going to try and explode it above to give yourself something that you can just hop through. And you've not really got any options, because if you just throw it at the completed part of it, in this case, the completed part of the wall was electrified, but if you throw it at the completed part of the wall, you're just going to get something that, again, you can hop through, but it isn't where you wanted it to be. You want it there for a reason. It's better entry into the site. You've got less vulnerability. You can't be seen from the room further back that Canadian was occupying. So just a bit of unfortunateness there. But that being said, also something that M80 should be able to navigate and work around.
You would hope so. I mean, a lot of it does come down to that breach, and also, as you said, Gavini getting a bit unlucky on that vert, though. Look at that. I feel like those verts...
This is the thing, right? Ambi gets 2 kills from there, then gets another 2.
Yeah, and it was still a 1v2.
Where could he have been? They should have known exactly where he was, because 2 people have just died to him.
Well, to defend Kino a little bit, you did see that they had a feeling where he was, but Kino was looking at the double door instead of the rotate. So he did hear Ambi sprint over in that direction in particular, so I can sympathize with Kino a little bit. He was looking the same general direction. It's also understandable why you would look at the double door. He's going to come through 2 places, and if you're in that moment, again, I'm not a player, but if I'm in that moment and I'm thinking about what position to watch, just logically, a doorway seems like the more obvious position to me, as opposed to a rotate hole, because one is a door and the other is just a hole in the wall that can sometimes kind of slip into the background of all the things you're looking at, all the information you're considering. You're like, okay, I know people can come through doorways. I might not know the exact location of a rotate hole. So I think Kino was looking the right way, but he just maybe got unlucky on the actual position. You can disagree. By you, I mean generally. Anybody can. Feel free. But also, just those... We've talked about this a couple times just over the course of the NAL. Those vertical angles can be so difficult. Like, you might be in a perfectly fine spot, but for some reason, it just feels like you as the attacker might not be able to see a single bit of the defender, and then you look at the kill cam, it's like, oh my god, they can see all of me.
Just see my head.
Like, sick. Awesome.
It's one of the downsides of going down to up as well, is that the defenders have a better angle onto your head, and one-shot headshots, like, that's all you need.
It's just it's a risky take.
It is. Timeout's been called. I don't know if it's going to do anything to slow Ambi down, though. He's 9-1 right now. And I know he had a pop-off, but it's a serious pop-off right there.
This was a strat they ran in the Cruelty game. Ambi on the Scopos on the top floor, and teleport back to the bottom. Also, to be fair, not something unique to Shopify. We've seen a Scopos make this kind of play before. Ooh, but Rexon spotted immediately. We've got the Scopos up top and a couple players hovering around this mid-floor, and M80 clearly ready for that. Just use the Monty, immediately walk in, shut one down. Split holding this close angle. with the FO12. A really terrifying gun at times. It's a super heavy mid-floor hold from Shopify.
I am a bit surprised that M80 haven't read into this and gone for something a little bit more direct. But they've not done badly so far. They've taken good map control. Now see them pivot in for something a little bit different.
Oh, that's rough.
That's really unfortunate from Hot and Cold. That's his last shock drone as well, unless he's got one out there somewhere, but I doubt it at this point. Have Shopify Rebellion been allowed to just rotate back? We've still got Ambi in a great position right now. Gaveni, he's going to fall again. Spoit is there for a little bit of assistance as well. I mean, Spoit and Ambi can probably just play up there for the majority of the round at this point.
Ooh, but M80 seem to just be sending it. Diffuser finds Surf on the site. Only Canadian close. Ambi gets one, but he's traded out, so advantage remains M80. 2 shotguns at close angles, though, might be a problem. Spoit might be holding the pistol, but given how strong of a player he can be, he might be favored depending on the type of gunfight he picks. But M80 will continue pushing forward. C4 goes out. It doesn't hit a single player, and Canadian loses his life, too. M80 see that top floor hold. They immediately hit the site, and another successful plant. Their only victory so far was closed out once that diffuser was planted. And Spoit only has a pistol to take these long-range fights. Yeah, my odds are on M80 every day of the week.
M80 did a fantastic job there of rotating mid-portion of the round, recognizing this is a really extended hold and they are very committed to it. The site was pretty light in terms of utility. There was a bit knocking around, don't get me wrong. There was some Vulcan packs. But realistically, they were happy to roll the dice and push in, and off the back of diffuser, marching forward and picking himself up a couple of really nice kills. I don't think that there's anything that you can complain about right there. One of those occasions where Spoit played the FO12 for a really specific spot and it just doesn't come off, and then he's left in the clutch and he's got the pistol. And you're just a bit like, it's just one of those really unfortunate moments where what you cooked could have been really good, but it just didn't happen, so you just get left with a pistol in the clutch. Not to say he would have won if he'd have had the Scorpion, but he may have had a better chance, but he's still going up against a Monty and 2 guns.
It is funny, when they did play that strat against Cruelty, he was playing a Vigil. I don't know if he had the Boss G or not, I can't remember that much, but he had at least 2 better long-range weapons, or 1 really good rapid-fire weapon with the SMG-12, and either the Boss G or the K1A. Probably the Boss G. So it is interesting, they did make that change, and you're sitting there like, maybe you should have brought the Vigil. Could have been nice. Really gonna see different round here, though. M80's first victory came on this site, but a lot of it was off the back of, instead of actually dealing with the vert, reconciling with what Shopify were bringing, they said, okay, we'll kind of accept it, and we'll just deal with one small portion by throwing down a glass, sitting in the smoke, taking a fight with you if you decide to peek. Obviously, Shopify banned the glass, so it will have to be a fundamentally different approach for M80, given the role that operator played in that particular iteration of the attack.
Gavini going to make short work of some of Ambi's castle barricades. This time rocking castle and not the Valkyrie. I'm sure he'll still have a very similar effect. Hot and Cold, confident as ever. Looking to try and make a bit of an impact here. He's just in ops room at the moment. Not got too much to worry about right now. Can start to drone in and figure out what exactly is coming ahead of them. I don't think he's going to be able to get through that, unfortunately. Oh, Kino managed.
I'm changing max.
That's a little dodgy. You could even see Kino stuttering a little bit. Ollie, I'm not shocked to see the full clear given the glass ban, though.
No, I think the full clear is the way to go, isn't it? You know, and to be honest, do you get away with just a half clear twice? Probably not. Look at how invested SR are right now on this top floor. They've even brought the Warden. So the glass has been banned, but they still are so confident that there's going to be some sort of smoke play from M80 and trying to get that plan down. Like, nah, we're not risking this. We're just going to bring the Warden. Yeah, or we bring the Ying to fortify the full clear a little bit as well. Multiple different options. Just a bit of a pivot, though.
Ooh.
Hot and Cold knocking on the door of the site right now, but it's still just a portion where you're going to get vert on. So I don't really see how this is going to work.
I'm really concerned for M80, to be honest. I mean, I mentioned that they can fall back on that glass sometime to circumvent dealing with the vert, but it really is seeming like this is something that they struggle with. 2 rounds an hour where they've just not dealt with it. Now, without that bit of utility, Gunner will move in, go for the backstab by Green, just spotted by that Azami, though, and they're just walking into the firing line. It is a complete annihilation of M80. Shopify end the half with a flawless round. Basically off the back of one op ban.
I'm really surprised from M80 there. I thought we were going to see like a very comprehensive full clear through operation. And they kind of got halfway. And we're just a bit like, oh, we'll pivot. We'll just pivot. We'll just go for a horizontal take and try and transition this into a half clear. It just really didn't work. I don't know what the call was, because it looked like a full clear. So I don't know what changed from it being a full clear to it going then to be a half clear. Just seems a little bit strange from M80, and Shopify are going to be very happy with that. I think you think back to the couple rounds that M80 won. Now, we've had some really close rounds in that first half. So I don't feel as though this scoreline is too outrageous. It could probably even be a little bit more outrageous.
Could be 4-2
if we wanted it to be. There's been some big clutches from Ambi. And likewise, Gunner and Diffuser, they've both had a couple of moments as well. So it's the flawless rounds, isn't it, that really sort of cement it.
Yeah. And also, I think that M80 have shown to be like quite a very good, competent team, but I think it is rounds like that and sites like that and attacks like that that show that they are still figuring things out and they are a beatable team and do have issues kind of problem solving in that way. Because, I mean, like they bring all these ops, right? They bring what? What's his name? Bring the Grim. Can't believe I forgot Grim. Bring the Grim, the Dokkaebi, Blackbeard. We got all of the right tools, but then it's just this weird misshapen simulacrum of a full clear. And we've seen similar problems on the Consulate game against SSG, right? A game that, in all honesty, they probably should have lost. But that came down to big clutch moments, including one big 1v3 from Hot and Cold, who we're looking at right now. M80 are not without their faults. And ironically, I'm saying that when, like Ollie just mentioned, that could have been a different half for M80 if Ambi doesn't clutch 2 1v2s on the same site. And in fact, a lot of those rounds came down to really good mid-rounding from M80. But it still might come down to popping off depending how Shopify look on these attacks. And, well, let me tell you, they looked solid. They looked pretty good yesterday.
If we could stop the game right now, I'd be very happy. Because Ambi is currently on 246 EPS. He's my fantasy pick.
Oh, shut up.
He's in my team.
Shut up.
So whatever happens this night, I don't care who wins, but as long as Ambi can do well, that's all that matters to me.
You might actually overtake me, depending on...
No, seriously, if Ambi continues, like, it's a very big possibility. 2 Vulcan packs with 1 Flores Rotero. That's value right there.
This boy taking out the Azami, that's value right there.
I don't like the mirror setup. Pretty old school, though. You don't see this mirror setup too often. Especially when you leave half of the bridge, the wall that faces bridge soft. Seems like a little bit of a vulnerability there, but I guess the SR haven't really got too much to deal with it at range. They've got the Rotero, but that's been destined for other things. Canadian starting to feed that information across, and Surf is going to hop in. ROU's about to get sent out as well. It's always a good indicator that something's about to kick off. More Roteros getting sent in there. That's a bit more of an information gathering one. Might get a little bit of sight util, but it's a very difficult position now that Hot and Cold finds himself in.
Oh, yeah. That's the problem with this Miraz. He's stuck in a fortress and a prison of his own making. EMPs go out, so do the can openers. Canadian acquiring control of top rocket, just slipping up through that barbed wire earlier as part of what kicked this whole sequence of events off. Diffuser with a nice find, almost a second. That Vector is a bit of a difficult gun at long range. We can forgive him for that one. There's more work to be done. 30 seconds to go. Utility going back and forth, traded. 2 more toxic canisters for Kino. We saw Hot and Cold evade this with an off-plant spot. Can Canadian do the same? Behind the desk, is this anticipated? ROU projector in the way to shield that information from the defense, and it works out perfectly. 2 more kills fly Shopify's way. They've dotted their I's and crossed their T's, and all that is left is the punctuation. 5-2. Good attacks yesterday, and they have not broken stride against M80.
What a beautiful attack there we've just seen from SR. Canadian leading the charge on the Monty. Sneaking his way up rocket stairs, gathering that information. I mean, the path was set for him, don't forget. The Rotero drone on the Flores, that came through, removed both of the Vulcan canisters, placing 2 Vulcan canisters there. A little bit of a risky one because that's just a magnet for some utility. A nade, a Flores drone, whatever it might be. It's a very rare occasion where you're going to get to detonate one and then the other. It seemed a little bit misplaced in some ways. Diffuser tried his best, but there was no real way of stopping that plant from going down. No C4, no util. Smokes, baited by the off-plant spot, the Rotero. Oh, sorry, the ROU projector providing a fantastic shield. It's something that SR do really well. I think that their use of things like Sens and Rora particularly, it feels like it's a step ahead, right? Everyone knows like a cheesy Rora strat or a cheesy Sens strat, but they're able to implement it into just everyday rounds, and the impact and the reward is just, it's huge.
You know what I liked? Ollie, it's something you said either last broadcast or a couple broadcasts ago, is we were describing the difference between DZ and Shopify, and you said that like DZ are like obviously like playing really well and playing as a team really well, but it feels like Shopify are playing the meta really well and innovating. And that's what I feel about Shopify, and that's what I still think that you said that really resonates with me, is they feel like the most innovative team right now that is not only like, a lot of people are thinking about ways to use the Sens. I mean, go back to that Cruelty game when you see an ROU projector used to block off a window. We've seen that in Brazil too. When it comes to like implementing these operators successfully and in ways that feel not only new, but also impactful and valuable,
yeah,
Sens and Roar, like you said, Shopify is the team I go to, 100%.
It's the way that they win the round with it, and it fits in, like, it looks fairly seemless. Do you know what I mean?
With their playstyle especially.
Yeah, you never sort of sat there going, oh, it'd be nice if they had this, or it'd be nice if they had that. Like, I've very rarely got a question about the lineup that SR are bringing, because I feel like they whatever they're doing, they just understand. They understand the game at a bit of a different level right now, and I think that that's fair to see.
You'd hope with, you know, Super on the staff and Canadian, the IGL, like that partnership, which obviously, you know, is almost a year old at this point. You want to see that work out, and you want to see this kind of innovation come from those legendary figures inside of NA. A lot of utility goes out, and as we're praising that, one important piece of it, the glass goes down. Canadian, the Monty burned up. That's why you always have to be careful when you throw out the praise on broadcast, because an attack can go awry very, very quickly. Ambi has made it to top rocket, though. We are repeating an R6 room defense, and that might just be a bit of a prophylactic Shumika. They might not know Ambi's there.
Yeah, this is our bad, guys. Sorry.
They could bring it back.
We were firmly aboard the SR train for a moment or two right there, and maybe have just gotten a little bit carried away, but still doable. If you look at what they've got.
Ooh.
50 seconds. Downed Gaveni.
Oh.
But another down on the way in. That Shumika is lethal. You just can't walk through that window.
Ooh, Spoit sees one. Tachanka re-peaks. Oh, Hot and Cold is flirting with it. They're worried about picking up Gunner because of how close he is. Oh, and he's also on the opposite side of the wall. That's probably the bigger detail. I thought he might be in the site. So Spoit gets the freebie, but every single bit of utility is dumped into that one tiny room. Shumika's and Smokes propagate and force Spoit out. Now, everyone from M80 is playing passive. There's no flirting with a gunfight that Hot and Cold did earlier. They've already lost 2 rounds on R6 to Ambi clutching. They're not about to give away a third to Spoit, let alone on the opposite side. First round for M80 on the second half, looking to recover from their deficit.
Love that from Hot and Cold. Let's put Spoit back in a box. Says, you know what? I'm 12th rated in the league right now. Spoit, you might be 8th, but I can still take you in a gunfight. A much needed round there for M80. And a bit of a blip, let's be honest, for SR. Fall into a fairly, I don't want to say an old trick, but a fairly basic trick. Just firing off a window that's being hopped in, and then players can't go forward because they're going to get shot. Can't go back out the window because if you turn the back, they're probably going to get shot. Was it that he got Azami'd out? Did he get Azami'd in or something like that? Saw like a Kiba barricade there. Maybe he got Azami'd into a spot, and that's where the flames were getting him from. But either way, around the M80 desperately needed. They used their tactical timeout fairly early on into the fixture.
He got Azami'd in.
Yeah, I thought he might have done. Nowhere really to go.
5 seconds left before insertion.
For M80, there's nobody to help them right now but themselves. Can't lean into that coach tactical timeout. They have got to find the answer right now. Currently trail by 2. That last round should give them a little bit of confidence. Diffuser clearly feeling himself going onto the Scopos this time.
Ooh,
nice opener
himself.
from Gunner. Spoit deleted. And with it, the Brava.
Yeah. No, obviously, you know, not worrying about losing that BP is nice. But I think you are going to feel even better knowing that those Banshees will have to be triggered to be destroyed by the attacking team. I mean, obviously, Rexon could throw some nades. That is true. But these shock drones and these nades as a secondary are going to want to focus on these Vulcan packs. We saw how big a problem fire can be if you let it spread. Let M80 detonate the utility in the positions they want. Now as Ambi's lost one, only at the cost of 1 Vulcan pack. Those clutch drones would have been a very, very easy and clean way to take down that hot and cold's utility, and now it just won't be the case. And also, just got to be honest, 4v5. We saw Spoit literally end a game unilaterally yesterday, when it seemed Shopify were, 2 days ago, when Shopify were on the run. So him not being a factor in the round is always a sigh of relief for the team that gets it.
Pretty quiet in this fixture, though. 4 and 7. He hasn't been required to do much of the heavy lifting so far, with Ambi on a bit of a pop-off. But provided it remains that way for this round, Shopify might not be too far behind. But they do still lack a bit of a piece of the puzzle in terms of that util clear. Canadian going to send some Bs in now and see if he can gather any information, force some defenders out of the small connector room. Nice nade there. Surely it gets the Goyo to move, but shots missed there from Surf. It's one of the curses of the DMR. Diffuser, he's not slowed down. Taking out the star player of Ambi, and very quickly we're left in a 4v2.
I'll make that a 4v1. Diffuser teleported back to the site, and he is pissed about it. Canadian might get his first. Ooh, won't even be that. All for the ego. Diffuser there. Nice little quick peek onto the IGL of Shopify, and putting together a couple clean rounds when they need it. Could be match point right now if Ambi had not decided to be the boss of our 6-room defenses. But M80 have still closed the gap very nicely. Shopify not even taking their tactical timeout yet, but it is 5-4. And oftentimes, Ali, we'll see the op ban phase transpire, and then a team will hit the pause button.
Yeah. It'll be after the bans, I'm pretty sure.
They also might not.
Also might not. They might be saving it for the 5-5.
I would also, you know, if I'm going to trust anybody to, you know, figure out the team's issues in round, it would be Canadian. Probably a bit of a coach's dream.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the advantages that Shopify have got, right? They've got that wealth of experience that they can draw on, and Canadian can really give a bit of a timeout himself almost in between rounds. Try and steady the ship and, like you say, figure it out themselves. Get some really interesting bans now. We've actually managed to force a sense ban out of M80.
I love it.
Just goes to show how much of a problem it's been for them so far. Shopify going to respond with an Azami ban of their own. And the Azami ban's fine. I don't think that there's anything really that Shopify need to ban particularly. It can be much more of a comfort thing at this point. The last couple of rounds have really been picked apart from sort of poor openings. And I think that regardless of the strategy on the side of SR, if they can't get that initial foothold, a problem does start, doesn't it? You know, you saw Spoit get lost early in the previous round, and I'm not saying it spiraled from there, but it sort of careered off course quite quickly.
And it's also, I mean, a bit of a flip side, but M80 got the opening pick 4 rounds on attack, and they only came out with 2. They'd get the opening pick, and things would spiral for them as well. So it's a trend you got to be worried about, because especially if M80 are getting the opening pick on defense, they can just fall back. They can just completely pull back to site and play the setup. In this particular case, we do have Gunnar roaming around the building as the Valkyrie. Nice little brief mute jammer, but it will... The exothermic will open the wall nonetheless. You know, seemingly might be one of the only people on site, and typically we do see a lot of vertical play on these middle floor bomb sites on layer, as we've just seen from Shopify's lineup. The question is, Ollie, will it be a direct green stairs take, or, well, direct take on the site, or will they actually try to deal with it?
Pretty uncertain, isn't it? Enemy detected outside.
Gunnar. Having a really good game, by the way. Player, we wanted to see more from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a few players on M80 that we'd like to see a bit more from, right? You know, Diffuser and Hot and Cold leading the charge in the rankings. There's a lot of room for Gunnar and Code to get up there. Great shot from Ambi. That's my fantasy pick right there. Opening pick. Diffuser down. Could be Skybridge control. Who knows? There's drones working ahead of him.
Okay.
Surf. He's going to double down. A kill over onto Gunnar. He's looking much better from Shopify so far. It's the first time they've had a good lead in a while on these attacks.
A healthy lead, too. Good and healthy. 2 players on both sides get caught lacking. Kino swings out of the site. Makes the man advantage narrower in an incredibly important position. Shopify just 1 round away from match point. And if M80 has to choose between facing OXG and facing some combination of Cloud9 or LFO or Wildcard, clutching this round will give them some security. There's still this vertical, though. Hot and Cold looking down has taken up Spoit. Ambi quite low, too. It might all be left to the Legion, and he drops down. Ambi's watching. 6-2-4. No vertical required. They force the defense down, force them back, and force M80 out of round 10.
That's my fantasy pick right there, Ambi. Keep it up.
Shut up! No! Stop rubbing it in my face.
The best thing is I'm 1 point behind Lynx. So for anyone that's been watching any of the content that Jesse J. Chick has been putting on for us, he has run a little fantasy league for stage 2. I'm 1 point behind Lynx right now. And I just got a feeling I might do it.
I need the Panva stimmy today.
You need a serious Panva game.
I need the Panva stimulus package.
So we were questioning when this timeout would come. And SRF choose to use it at the crucial moment. Map point for them right now. Steady the nerve. Come up with a very clear and concise plan of how they are going to execute what could be the final round here tonight. Just to remind everybody of the stakes in this game. Currently, as the standings sit, SR are first in the league. They beat Dark Zero yesterday, and will have a head-to-head on Dark Zero as well. They're on 23 points. M80, 17. There is no way that M80 can get up into second place, but there is a way that they can not play either Oxygen or the 5th place team. And that's essentially what we're fighting for right now. We don't know who that 5th place team is just yet.
And, let's be fair, Shopify would also solidify first.
Yes. Due to them having the head-to-head over DZ, regardless of the DZ game, it would be impossible.
Which would obviously be quite nice for Shopify. Obviously, they are our reigning NAL champs. If you did not watch last stage, it was a barn burner. 45-round game in a best-of-3 that Shopify, then Sonics, ended up taking over Dark Zero. Dark Zero got first in the group stage. Sonics got third. But Dark Zero ended up coming second. So this would be Shopify's first time in a little bit. I actually don't know the last time they've been first. It wasn't stage 1. Might have been... actually, I don't know if Shopify ever ended the group stage first in the NA League. So this would be the first time, I think.
Kind of a feels bad for DZ because they've been first for so long throughout the stage. But it does just go to show it doesn't matter until you play whoever is in that sort of spot that's fighting for it. Until you play that second place team, you never really know. And the way that the games have been scheduled this time for NA, it has been a little bit, although we've been waiting for some of the better games to happen in this last play day, which I don't mind. I think it builds up to the hype perfectly. And I would say that this play day in particular has some of the most important games. You've got some of the most well-matched teams going against each other today. That's exactly what we want here. Feels like good progress for SR so far.
It's decent. I don't think Canadian's going to find that same gap on rocket stairs like he did before.
I mean, I don't think so, but I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a look just to see. Might be something else that SR have to do to facilitate that gap. It might not be just as simple as walking up it this time. Hot and Cold on the Shumika is not going to be shy with them either. He's going to be sending them out nice and early. Further that you can keep SR away from your door, the better. And especially the longer you can do that too. And he's got plenty of opportunity right now. Rexon was trying to move in and get a plant down, but he's going to have a long night if he's going to try and bait out the remaining utility. Hot and Cold must have around 15 left. 16 there as another one gets sent out. But bang, the kill comes in from Spoit, and that could be the trigger.
I swear, there are many rounds so far this stage where you have basically bought them by picking up Spoit, and that might just be one. A really rough-looking plant spot because of that Tachanka, and he just gets hit by a shot from downrange, but there is still a lot of utility. You got to commend Shopify, I will say, by at least trying to go for the plant this early, because this is what you have to do. Against those Shumikas and those toxic canisters, you have to bait out the utility. But because that Tachankas go down, it's just 10 more seconds, and that is now gone. Canadians looking where to put this case on the floor. Diffuser looking out the breach, one player prone, trying to cover the Monty as best they can. That's an awkward gunfight for everybody involved, but Rexon in particular sat waiting for the Vector to layer his body with shots, and it's all over! In one fell swoop, Gunner tries to hit the flank. He gets one for his troubles, but Shopify get control of the site. It is a bait and switch, and M80 fall into the trap. Shopify take first place in the group stage and are your top team heading into playoffs.
A big win there for SR. You can see just exactly how much it means to the players. Spoit happy in the celebrations. A bit more subdued maybe from the likes of Rexon and Surf, but they've just got to sit and listen to him as he yells. A big game, make no mistake. One of the biggest we have here today. There's still plenty more coming up. But what a win for SR. Their attacks, very well coordinated. To be honest, I'm gobsmacked that Monty wasn't banned. I think that's something you've got to remove against Canadian. I don't know if it's going to get spoken about on the desk. Maybe. We'll find out in just a few.
Good.
Careful long, there's still a guy long.
On me, I can
Toyo's still
eat
table.
Warden dead, Warden dead.
Let's go long, let's go long.
I'm planning desk,
Get out, you gotta get out.
Cover
Yeah, I'm
security,
rolling, I'm
cover
rolling.
security. 50, 75. Let me play the post after.
Let's go.
Good job, guys. Good job, guys.
baby! That's why we own the fucking league!
Good job, guys. That's what we call
Good
coach
job,
stiff.
guys.
Coach
Little
stiff
20
right there.
bomb?
That was
Little
one of the
20.
Shopify Rebellion undefeated on the group stage. Clearly excited about that one. A victory that means a good bit to them. So we'll welcome in Spoit, the man you just saw reacting just like that. A big win, Spoit. Congratulations on closing out the stage undefeated. You took down Dark Zero yesterday, M80 today. Looking back on this stage, I mean, what is that like to go flawless?
I mean, this is the first time like I managed to go like 9-0 in the regular season, which is like crazy. I mean, I think the league is like hella stacked, and I think we did we had good game plan today as well against what's it called, M80, and yeah, I'm just overall happy. I don't know what to say, so yeah.
Yeah, no, obviously. I mean, I think we're all sitting on the desk. We're all assuming that you guys are going to make the next event. That being said, once it comes to that event, I know you've previously had that experience of lifting a trophy yourself. What are the main goals for you guys to keep it going through the best of threes, but also once you get to land?
I think, depending on how the results go, I don't want to jinx anything on the playoffs, but if we do qualify, we're gonna have like a little boot camp going into the Esports World Cup, right? So we get to see each other face to face, because right now and throughout the stage it's just been me and Troy here at the SR facility. But yeah, we just take it game by game. I know we are more confident at best of 3 as well. We can like grow into the match more, all the adaptations, all that stuff. So yeah, just taking it game by game.
Well, Spoit, congratulations. You said it yourself, your first 9-0 for you. I kind of want to focus on you and talk about, your transition now, being with Shopify, being with Shopify, and having the success that you've been having, and obviously even going back to M80, where you guys weren't struggling, you weren't finding that success, especially internationally. But again, just to sum everything up, I mean, how have you been feeling as a whole, as an individual?
I was on M80 for like, 2 years? Yeah. And now, I got the chance to team with Troy, which is like a childhood dream. I mean, he's one of the goats of the game. So it's just me, coming into the stage, learning, how the team operates, the system they like to play, how to play with each other, the chemistry, the communication, all that stuff. So I'm just getting used to the team, and I'm getting comfy. And yeah, I don't think I've ever been on a team with such nasty individuals. Like, dude, I think Richie, Dame, and Amber are all like plus 30.
I mean, Amber dropped 20 that last game. That was
20 and
so
5.
I think Amber's on like 45, closing 50 at this point. Like, dude, what? Like, I don't get it.
I mean,
I don't get it, bro.
You mentioned one of the goats of the game, Canadian, but what about having like a coach like Super behind you? You're not going to add him to the GOAT list?
Oh, I mean, of course, Seth.
He just turned 19.
He did. Actually 20, almost. But yeah, no, Seth is hilarious. I think he has a good mind for the game. What I really like about Seth is he doesn't go into it too much. He kind of just look at the stats that we have, and he makes the game plan very easy for us to understand as well. And I really appreciate that. I think I've had struggle before where it's too much, and I really like how Seth does it easy for us and how easy it is and stuff. Yeah.
Well, Spoit, you mentioned maybe pre-international event expectations. Can you talk to me about any final preparations you guys are going to make before playoffs coming up next week? Any final things you're looking to iron out before we get you out of here?
Just gonna keep going. I don't know when playoffs is exactly. I just show up on the day and play. That's what I do.
That's what I did back in the day. I never looked at the schedule.
Thanks,
no, but I can imagine we have a few days before playoffs. I mean, I think we're playoffs ready already. I think we've been playing good so far. We had that first hiccup game against Envy in the first week or whatever. But since then, it's been good, yeah. So
absolutely.
All right, thank you so much, Spoit. Congrats again on the win. Undefeated on the stage, and we will see you on Wednesday when the playoffs begin, in case you have to put that on your calendar. See you then.
Have a good one, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Spoit. Big win for Shopify Rebellion, undefeated. M80 put up a fight here or there, Lax, but it was just Shopify, the better team on the day.
They definitely did, and again, I mean, they just do such a good job at controlling that tempo, controlling that aggression, really just putting, you know, just their foot down in some of these situations and just realizing what the right play is, how they can play, how they can turn even a losing situation into a winning situation. They are just looking flawless so far. They have been flawless so far, and I'm really excited to what we're going to see in a best-of-3 series.
Yeah, I mean, I really love the fundamentals. I mean, we heard it in the winning comms, obviously. Like, even with 10 seconds left, there's still, yes, obviously, the energy is there, but they're still very clear and cut on where the last player is. Troy saying, I'm getting the diffuser down. Even though they're about to win the round, they're still focused. Troy saying, let me play the diffuser with the shield afterwards. Always focused about the game plan at hand. And also, I'm really happy that he mentioned Super a little bit and how he likes to take things easy, because seeing Super evolve as a player and then into coaching, it's definitely changed. I remember back when he stopped playing and retired a little bit, and I remember he said something, I don't know if it was on a stream, but it was very about not the fact that Siege doesn't have a perfect way to be played, and that when he was IGLing, it was almost like you couldn't necessarily make a mistake because there's a perfect way to do every single situation. And I remember him saying something about that now, you know, there's multiple ways that a round can be won. It's not necessarily perfect Siege. So the fact that he's saying keeps it light, keeps it good energy, focus on the areas that you can, and then go from there.
Well, as we said, Shopify, they stay undefeated. M80 with this loss, that now means SSG, in theory, could come back and take that third place spot in just a bit. But our next match, it is Cloud9 fighting for their lives. That 6th playoff spot, they still have a chance to make it. We'll tell you how exactly they can do that next.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Biggie T finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both downs.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom of Blackout.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
the final playoff spot still hangs in the balance, and our third match of the day showcases one of the teams fighting for that final spot. It is, of course, Cloud9 fighting against OXG for their chance to make the playoffs. It is do or die time for Cloud9.
No, absolutely. I mean, Cloud9, we're going to see what they're made of, especially with the pressure on their shoulders. I mean, OXG, they've already been, qualified for the playoffs. I mean, they've had their ups and downs, of course, for them. They want to be able to have as many points as possible going into it. As for Cloud9, I think we need to see more from them, obviously. I mean, they've had really good starts to games, but we need more consistency out of them. And we've seen them change it from the start of the Super Week to yesterday, and then we have today. And obviously, with the pressure, we'll see how that impacts them.
Well, Cloud9 will be playing against OXG, who don't have as much pressure on their shoulders, but Laxing Cloud9, a little up and down here or there, but they've shown some moments of promise.
Yeah, definitely a little up and down, but I mean, everything has to be left on the line here today. You cannot make any excuses. Everything needs to be perfect. The dream can live on.
Well, here's how. It's a bit complicated, but for Cloud9, they have a very simple job. Their job is to win this game dominantly. They have to win 7-2 or better versus Oxygen right now if they want a chance to make the playoffs. If they can pull that off, their lives then depend on the outcome of our next game. If Wildcard beat Orglis in OT, the race for that 6th spot would become a 3-way tie, and Cloud9 could come out on top in that tie-breaking scenario. The point is, right now, Cloud9 need to perform.
Yeah, and it's an unfortunate situation because out of both of these outcomes that'll happen, LFO and Wildcard going to overtime is the more probable one. So obviously Cloud9, we haven't seen a dominant win, so to say. I mean, 7-3 versus Cruelty is something, but they need to do it even better against OXG, which is that much harder to accomplish. And if they do accomplish, they're going to be sitting there hoping for the one possible scenario that could happen.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out for them, that is for sure. They're coming off a good win against Cruelty. Hopefully that can give them a little bit momentum, but before that, it was a game against Shopify Lax that did have some problems.
Yeah, we had some head scratchers going into that first game against Shopify, but the reality was that they showed up. They went up 3-0. We were giving them praise, but then that timeout is really where then Shopify started to come back alive and where Cloud9 started to lose the plot. They started to lose a hold on that game, where then we pivot going into Cruelty. We were talking about they need to right their wrongs. They need to fix their mistakes. They need to double up. They need to play post plants perfect. And that's actually what we were seeing. They were fixing those mistakes from SR, implementing them into Cruelty, which was why we saw that dominant team going from losing Nighthaven Labs then to winning Nighthaven Labs, which now it comes into today. You need to be perfect. More perfect than you've ever been so far in your career. You need a 7-1, 7-2, or a 7-0, and that is a tall ask here. But again, the dream can absolutely still live on.
Yeah, it is such a big ask for any team to win that dominantly, especially when there is some pretty good parity. We've seen very competitive matches across the board. Oxygen is a team that has had some of those competitive matches. They've had some slip-ups, but are they really a team that Cloud9 can dominate?
I mean, I don't necessarily, if you would have asked me at the start of the stage, I would agree that I think Cloud9 should be able to have dominated OXG. I mean, Issues coming into the stage is very low energy. They're a very big mental team. So if they lose a couple of rounds, they get in their own heads about it. They start to crash out a little bit, and that's where we see them lose the rest of the game. But as of recently, I mean, it's looked so much better since implementing this team house. Amazing call from the team and the organization to put everyone together, because it has completely revolutionized the amount of energy that they've been able to have. All being together, it gives everybody exactly what they need to not only perform better individually, but work together as a team. And that's what we saw specifically against Wildcard, against SSG in their last sets of games. They were going for amazing rushes. Wildcard had no response, and that's what we wanted to see out of OXG, because we talked about it having an issue on the entry. Who's going to be the entry player? Well, against Wildcard, it didn't really matter because they did it all together, and that team house has been so pivotal for that success.
Yeah, it's something we don't really talk about all that often, but for OXG, you can see that change night and day. You've got your coach behind you, in your ear, fist bumping you as you're going down the line, winning rounds. Like, that adds something to your dynamic.
And we said they needed the coaches to be more of a helping hand in this stage. And as you can see, Kizzy's behind them in the team house. We also saw Redeemer in one of the interviews in the team house, and it just makes things that much more effortless. It diffuses high intense situations during scrims or issues with matches, figuring things out going forward, because every player on this team is capable. We know it from their previous rosters. Now they just need to be able to make it click, and what better way to make it click than when you have the helping hand behind you that can see things instantly, change them right away, and look you directly in the eyes. You take it more at a face value when you're in a team house, as opposed to if you're at home, someone tries to tell you to do something, you just kind of brush it off like, yeah, whatever, it wasn't that bad, it's just a scrim. But now, issue, instantly fixed.
Again, and the beauty of having that team house, it really allows everyone to feel like they're at LAN. If you can fist bump, you can see what each other's doing. You can feed off of that vibe that brings into the situation of just being in that environment. And like you were talking about, the coaches can quickly identify what's going wrong. They can be there. They can be that figure. They can just create an atmosphere that isn't there when you're playing alone in your own bedroom. So again, this team house has really paid dividends so far, and especially is going to be needed going into this matchup to possibly stop Cloud9 from making their way into a possible chance of playoffs.
Yeah, Oxygen has the opportunity to kind of stop Cloud9 from completing that dream cycle. They go now, hopefully, to some friendly territory for Cloud9. It's been back-to-back Nighthaven labs for them. Probably not going to see that. Yep, banned off the board there, Foxay. I mean, no labs, so where could Cloud9 go now?
Honestly, I'm going to say Lair. I think they'd probably, nope, never mind, Chalet. Okay, complete opposite. I was going to say Cloud9, we talked about them wanting to be a smart team. We've seen a lot of that recently going back-to-back labs, and we were really impressed with how they were able to manage time, getting those opening picks. It was the mid to late round. Chalet kind of throws that off. OXG, I believe, played it yesterday.
They did.
And so that coming out, they did lose to SSG, but at the end of the day, it wasn't that bad of a matchup. They did fight back, especially on their defenses, but the biggest issue is when you're against Cloud9, it was all on Packer's shoulders for their matchup against Wildcard, I was believed, that got them that win in the first place. So if we don't see Packer being able to come alive, Cloud9 is going to be in a very tough spot.
I was going to say, I think Oxygen is realistically throwing Cloud9 a bone here by allowing Chalet to go through. Just recently playing, sure, Cloud9 can take advantage of it, but same can be said against Oxygen during that wildcard game where the biggest factor that you were talking about was Packer here on the screen. He was finding those gaps. He was leading that charge. He was opening up the map and exposing a lot of wildcard weaknesses on those defenses where we talked about Packer being able to do that already. He just doesn't, he kind of lost the plot as all the games have gone on since. So we really need a big performance coming out of Packer. But again, I really think Oxygen is throwing Cloud9 a bone here to speak into that existence of giving Cloud9 a chance, and they have it all right in front of them here with going into Chalet.
I don't know if they're throwing them a bone. I mean, Chalet is a very aggressive-sided map. You play against SSG, arguably the most aggressive-sided team in the NAL. So obviously now, your OXG, you did lose yesterday, but you have that confidence of going into playoffs. If you bring that aggression that we want to see them bring forth, and it's in a situation where you have no pressure and you're feeling the confidence of making the playoffs, I don't see this going in Cloud9's favor where they're able to win at least a 7-2 or better. That's the biggest issue to me, because at this point, can Cloud9 win? Maybe. I still think that OXG is going to win. Can they win 7-2 or better? I don't necessarily have faith unless we see a career game from Packer.
Well, you just said it. You still think OXG is going to win.
Yeah.
Lax, do you have the same thought?
Yeah, I think OXG is going to win. Granted, I didn't know the maps beforehand, but yeah, I do think Oxygen takes this.
Chalet is an interesting opportunity. It's not a map like Clubhouse where it's always going to be a little bit closer in
And Cloud9
theory.
removed it.
And Cloud9 removed it. So we will find out. Cloud9, they still have a chance, but it has to be a very one-sided affair. They take on OXG in just a few minutes. Lynx and Ollie will have the call when we come back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North America League. I am Lynx, joined by XR Troika, and we have our first game of the day that actually has decisive playoff stakes, Ollie, and could complicate our one coming after this. If you need a refresher, well, I'll give you the broad headline. Cloud9 need a dominant victory over OXG in order to make it in. Ollie, what's the score exactly? What's the minimum they got to get?
I believe, and no one hold me to this, but it is a 7-2 or better.
That is
they
correct.
cannot afford to lose 3 rounds.
That is the case.
In the grand scheme of things, is going to be pretty difficult to do.
It's going to be hard. I mean, it's hard for, like, any team. Like, obviously, you know, if you're Dark Zero... I mean, I was going to say, it's hard. If you're Dark Zero or Shopify, they're easy to come by, but, like, Dark Zero had a lot of dominant wins, but a lot of those SR games were close, and they're currently our only flawless team. That SR was getting a lot of 7-4s, a lot of 7-5s. Envy took them to OT early in the stage. So even for some of the best teams we have, 7-2s, they are uncommon for a reason. And Cloud9, who have struggled so much this stage, in fact, I mean, they're really one of their only victories coming on the first playday. Then they have a lengthy drought until yesterday, until they beat Cruelty. They went almost the entire stage with only 1 win on the first playday. But to be fair, Ollie, that was on the map we now find ourselves.
Out of 96 games that we played so far this stage, hazard a guess as to how many have been 7-2 or better?
Ooh. Okay, give me a sec.
Sorry, let's do this correctly. 98 games this stage. Let's count the 2 games that we've already had today.
Well, neither of them have been 7-2, so that makes it easy.
No, but it makes it easier.
We've had the DZ M80 game.
You meant a guess.
Okay.
Not figure it out.
Man, that's... Oh, man. Okay, 3.
5.
Oh, really? So, okay, now I can do it. DZ M80, Wildcard Envy. It gets difficult from there. I want to get at least 1 more.
You're on a good track with DZ.
Ooh, I actually can't remember the DZ one, but I actually do remember Shopify LFO. That was the first game of the stage.
And then there was, of course, the 7-0.
Oh, sorry. We're counting... Oh, wait. We're counting 7-2s or better?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was just 7... I mean, I was still wrong, but I thought it was just 7-2s.
Yes, yeah. So, anyway, the point being, it's a blooming small number. Out of nearly 100 games, we've only had 5.
Not a big number.
Small number. Which it just goes to show how improbable... It's just improbable in this day and age of Siege, right? We're not in a one-sided era of Siege. We are in a very, very target-rich environment for both attack and defense. And OXG have been no slouch. They've had a pretty okay weekend so far. Or should I say week? You know, we started the games a little bit earlier this week. I think their wildcard game, well, their wildcard game was by far and away better than their SSG game. SSG was the team that they played yesterday. It didn't really go to plan. It was a 7-4-2 SSG, and OXG were only good for 1 round on the attack, which for me was quite disappointing because when you look toward their wildcard game, they were good on the attack. They were able to get 4 of the 5 attacking rounds. And it was their attacks where we sort of looked at them and were like, where has this OXG been and what have they been doing for the whole stage? Because it was explosive. There was loads of teamwork. There was some brilliant coordination. And we had a good time watching it. It wasn't even like they got the opening pick every single round.
Ollie and I, that was the most, like, obviously the SSG M80 game was fun, but Ollie and I think both agreed that was the most fun game we watched, just like sitting back having a blast.
Are there any Easter eggs for this game? I feel like there could be an Easter egg.
Easter eggs? What do you mean?
Something that we maybe
tidbits, fun facts?
Something maybe that we don't usually have on the screen.
Know. I don't know. We'll have to see. Because we have the ban phase right now, Ollie. We have the ban phase right now. And that's more... We got to talk about that. Because we got 2 shields that are banned. We got Clash and Monty. It's... Dude, that's like... This is game-changing. This is a generational op ban phase so far. You're not gonna believe what's gonna come next.
I'm gonna fall asleep. and
5,
you just wake me up when
4,
Blackbeard and
3,
Azami have been banned.
2, 1, boom. Blackbeard and Castle, you were close.
It's basically the same thing. it's basically the same horse at this point. So, no real bombshells being dropped here. It's not like we've got the SR game we just saw where we had some, more targeted bans. We've had a Bravo ban today, we've had a Sense ban. Yeah, they've come in the second round of banning. But even the earlier bans, it feels like they've been a little bit more than just defaults. This is fairly default stuff, but then again, we are headed into a Chalet. Cloud9 starting off on the defense, and Oxygen starting off on the attack. The side, to be honest, that I'm hoping that they perform on so far, because what we saw the other day on Cafe, it was exciting.
It was really exciting. I really enjoyed it. But Ollie, I will say, thank you for being patient, because I do have something to share. I lied to you. If everybody would direct your attention to the top of the screen, because we mentioned that Cloud9, well, they're in a bit of a tricky spot, aren't they? They have to win a 7-2 or greater. We've made it easy for you. Cloud9 have 3 lives, simple as that. If they lose 3 rounds, they're out. No more playoffs, bye-bye. LFO or wildcard are getting that spot. So, every time Cloud9 lose a round, you will see one of their hearts go away. And maybe, by the end, you will be heartbroken. Ideally, unless you're an OXG fan, they will not lose any, and they will at least have a chance at making playoffs. That being the operative word, because unfortunately, even for them, a 7-2 does not guarantee it.
The fate is not in their hands, unfortunately. OXG are going to know that. And let's be honest, OXG are a team that quite a few teams have got a target on their head for the playoff week. Because OXG are going to be coming in to those playoffs, and they are going to be seen in some ways as not an easy game, but maybe an easier opponent based off the siege that we've seen. So for OXG, this is still good reps that they need to get in. They're going to be kicking things off with a bit of a clear over here. We've got a bit of a hop in through Solar, but Atom straight down. Dream is there to collect. Now, Gitty has been downed, and Forrest has made his way into the bottom of Trophy, but aside from that, I don't really know what else OXG gained off that little push.
Maybe this bit of positioning from Forrest will be enough. He's quite close to the site, but we've seen how tricky vertical angles can be. But he moves in, and there aren't actually that many above the plant spot itself. Impact made in the process, and it might come late in the round. Cloud9 start contesting that diffuse plant quite nicely. Ooh, good flick by Grixer. Out of the corner of his eye, catching Packer tucked inside the doorway, and that'll be what they need to unstick these wheels and get that diffuser on the floor. Forrest might give his life for the mission, but at least he's furthered the cause. Grixer and Yaga both pull back, waiting for this impending retake from Cloud9. The defense looking to rescind their access from the site, and yet the push is quite late. Giddy will move around the corner, cover the trophy window, but Grixer, beautiful off-angle positioning. The Azami not expecting that angle. That is why Grixer has the reputation he has, even coming away from Shopify. He is still a threat, to be sure. Another player spotted. The Frost goes down. How about our second ace of the day? 1 round into Chalet. Grixer nets all 5 kills. Can you ask for better coverage?
I don't think you can. I think Grixer has performed his job and more. And let's face it, he made it look quite simple. Barely moved his feet. Cloud9 were in a serious spin cycle there. Grixer enabling that. This is one of the... Right, so this is how OXG attacked a couple of days ago when we saw them play Cafe. And I made the joke at the time of, what are we bad at? Everything. How do we get better? We make the round shorter. And Forrest was doing that straight from the off. Like, it was 1 minute and 25, you can see on the screen, and he's already had an attempt at the plant down. Like, the plant was halfway down and he had to come off it. So they were getting the plant down in the first instance at maybe 1 minute 40. So inside of the first half of the round, which is incredible in itself. But to have the cover there, to have that coordination there, it all comes back to the joy of watching OXG right now. Like, they are firing. They are really getting the job done.
They are.
Already, Cloud9 have lost a life.
Already. And also, off the back of, and I think you briefly touched on it, off the back of not necessarily a major oversight, but one that OXG really read into. People will make vertical angles on that site, but at least watching Kitchen, the angles were quite sparing. The only one was the hatch, and what ultimately swayed OXG to making that play was realizing, hey, we might be able, now that we have this quick controller trophy, we might be able to creep into dining and get the diffuser down. And as you saw, Cloud9 had to open up vertical angles in the round to try to find it. That's just really good opportunity recognition from OXG. So not only you mentioned the speed with which they went, but recognizing those opportunities is really nice. Forrest thinks he finds the same thing, but sadly, I think a little less work was done. Adam will find a nice kill, and yet nobody's able to take a solid lead. Gomez finds 2 crossing the piano double window. And there were only 2 guns on the attack left standing against 2 of C9's, already down a life. Adam could be picked back up, but Silent in position to trade, caught with a C4 in hand. I don't know if Adam can be picked back up, but Silent overthinks it a little bit, doesn't play his life, gets caught with utility in hand. Good play by Gomez, too, to swing ahead of that. And what is Packer doing now? BP at his back can give intel. But these attackers can play the trades quite nicely. Even a nade for Grixer if they get information. Swings around the window. Immediate headshot. That's one done. Adam should be easy pickings. So Packer pushes deep. Pulls all the way over behind the office balcony, and that's when OXG moves in. ROU projector might go up, but he could walk right through. They might not anticipate it. Gunshots fire through it. Packer remains stationary. Doesn't give them the opportunity to react. Piece by piece, and now the last one right within his grasp. Adam just 1 HP, might put this diffuser down, but he's got the mirror window looking his way, so Adam will wait. A game of patience and chicken. Who will look first? Who will make the swing? Packer fires some shots. Adam starts moving around. A little rotation, a little info. That red ping gives Packer the confidence to start moving, and yet he falls back. Moves forth, bailiff in hand. Only 1 shot required. An ace to start and a clutch to follow. This better be a sign of things to come.
A big round there from Packer, but you've got to question how OXG managed to drop that ball. They had a 3 versus 2 when they picked Atom up. Grixer did some incredible work from the piano window, but Packer's allowed to break it down into 1 versus 1s. I don't know about that one. OXG, it looked really bad, I'll be honest. From the start, it looked really... You see Forrest running in immediately into the waiting arms, and you just think, this is bad. Then it starts to look really good, because off the back of that, other things were happening. So it wasn't just Forrest running in blindly, and there was a bit of an overreaction as well at the same time from Cloud9. There was some hella information available in that site. The BP's really the MVP of that round for Packer, because the information that they were able to provide, he was like a guided missile. You just give him the coordinates, lock him in, send him on his way. That Z ping or red ping gets sent out, and boom, he's there.
You gotta say, though, I mean, it's helpful for us to kind of making our point. But that is the 2 halves of OXG. They can go fast, but sometimes they just don't think it all the way through. And when it works, boy, is it fun to watch. Boy, does it look great. When it doesn't work, you're like, man, could have taken 10 seconds to destroy that F0.
Yeah, I think like it's difficult, isn't it? Because going fast wasn't the problem there. Because you hit the reset button in the 3 versus 2. It was what happened after the reset, wasn't it? That was the problem. Like the going fast bit actually worked quite well. But it's then recovering and stabilizing and transitioning it from a going fast into a 3 versus 1. We just need to hunt this guy down or get the diffuser down and make him play. And I think that's where they really struggled there in round number 2.
True. Fortunate loss to the clutch drone early on by Adam. He's trying to get the default cam. It's a clean little... Okay, hold on. There we go. Clean little bar games defense for C9. We will find that BP, and inevitably there will be focus from the attack paid onto this mezzanine position. We do have the Jaeger, of course. But, well, I guess we don't have the Jaeger or the Fenrir. I was going to mention both. As Packer was in a position to maybe play that wall or play the crossfire in case Kobe gets pushed. Well, both decide to peek very early on and, well, get punished for it.
And why are we peeking double window anyway? Like, that's a horrendous thing to peek. Someone's always watching that.
Round, like,
someone is always going to be on that window waiting for that fireplace player. Never mind anyone rotating from office. You don't expect it. It's that much of a rarity. Gitty could be on something as he starts to move through piano. But OXG haven't gone for the traditional route here of taking that top floor control. Instead, they're still probing. They're still looking to see where their avenue of approach is. Silent in a real off position right now. Forrest just below watching flanks. There's no shield this time, so there's no big indication of when a push is going to happen. The adrenal surge is probably our best guess right now as we see Gomez push through.
It's the power of that flank from Giddy. It's why you need to make plays in 3v5s like that. You got to do something to bring the man count back. That's when the type of swing we saw Packer do earlier actually becomes necessary, and in this case, it works quite well. Gomez and Adam both fall, yet OXG still find themselves in a nice position. Forrest pops in, grabs a kill, pops back out. Puts Cloud9's face in the dirt, mucks it up a little bit. So Giddy will try to hold another off position, but you can see Yagas being careful about it. Not letting anything go unnoticed, not letting any box go unticked. Dream now spotted in stock, a default position. Even if they didn't see him, they would already know he was there. Round 2 so far, just a blip on the radar. OXG retake their lead.
Really nice use of the Brava there in that last round from OXG. They managed to hack the camera on the mezzanine, and that was able to provide real key information for Yoga to catch the player Gitty, who was just, let's be honest, in a real off angle. You mentioned it there, Lynx. No one expects anybody to be tucked in that position on the fireplace. But guess what? If you've hacked the BP and mezzanine, you've watched them go there, you've got a pretty good idea of where that player is going to be. OXG winning out on the util game there inside of round number 3. And it'll kind of go unnoticed. The Ying gets banned in this round, which, okay, we've seen it brought, we've seen it used. It did help OXG getting a bit of control, especially when attacking the kitchen site. They used it to get control of the top floor. But I don't think it was that game breaking. Cloud9, however, choosing to use their tactical timeout, recognizing that they've only got 1 life left.
This is the round. This is quite literally what decides whether, not even if you get into playoffs, whether you even have a chance. Just 1 final life remaining to have a shot at being that 6th place team and overtaking Wildcard and LFO, which again would have to be in the tiebreak. That's what it would have to come down to. As Cloud9 find themselves in 7. And if a regulation win, just point-wise, would get you to 10. And so Wildcard would then have to beat LFO in OT. And then you have the tiebreak. It's as simple as that. Except as we all seen, it's not so simple, because if Packer had not clutched a 1v3, Cloud9 would have just been out of playoff contention.
I'll tell you, if Packer hadn't clutched that 1 versus 3, I'd have been a lot more critical on him losing his life in there in round 3. I think we were fairly critical as it was, but I don't know if I'd have been able to restrain myself if he'd have done that and not clutched the round previous. Is that timeout going to be enough? 1 life remains here for Cloud9. You might be thinking it's early on in the series, but that's what happens when you get to a last play day and the standings are fairly tight. It's a fine margin, and we start to look at tiebreakers, because the tiebreakers are really where it boils down. If you're tied on points, then we're looking at things like head-to-head. We're looking at things like round difference, and that's where all of this comes into play. C9 cannot afford to make a single mistake from this point onwards, and that is an early part of the game to be saying that in round 4. Now no mistakes. Not many teams in the world can pull that off.
Very few can, especially against a team like OXG. It's not like they have had a perfect stage by any metric, but they've had a lot of very close games. Tons of 7-4s, tons of 7-5s, win or losses. Then, of course, we also have a 7-0 in there, but that's fine. It happens. It's a bad day. But it is still a team that we've called indecisive and unclear and vague when it comes to their roles, their identity, their strats. But the biggest decision they've had to make is, which teams do you want to be like? The DZs, the M80s? Or are you going to join Wildcard, Cloud9, and LFO in a fight at the bottom? And what they were able to decide with their win on July 10th, just a couple days ago, was they would join the top 6, that they would fight to see who's the best inside of the NA League. Now Cloud9 find themselves on the opposite side of that, just looking, not even for a seat at the table, they're just looking for scraps.
Hoping something falls off the table. As it stands, not too much going on right now. We do have a player entrenched in those solar stairs, but a nice impact EMP onto the wall will make pretty short work of those ADSs. It should allow some fire to get sent through. That is going to push Kobilax down. Just going to take a toe into the fire very briefly. Nobody there for the catch. Atom, he could be in a great position right now, but he's just going to back off for the time being. Valkyrie camera spotted out there as well. A bit more utility removed away from Cloud9. OXG, they haven't had to draw blood to get much control here, but slowly but surely they are tightening that net. And with the util that they've still got remaining, Dokkaebi calls, ROU projectors, you should be able to make something work. Another Dokkaebi call there going to get sent out. That could be the trigger.
Ooh, well, it certainly is a trigger. Giddy pulls it onto Yaga, though he's downed in the process. This flank by Adam has not quite worked, but he will, with the gunfire and the nades, at least find one. Pulling the defenders away from top floor. Oh, he's so concerned about Office, but Silent has stayed. Retakes that aggressive angle and denies OXG the control they were looking for. They found themselves in this position before, right next to the site, but Grixer not nearly so lethal. Had 5 kills in the last dining attack, now he finds none. Instead, OXG themselves looking for scraps in round 4. Forrest cleans up Silent up top, but so much time has been wasted in the red. Kobilax and Packer just need to fall back, play passive. One aggressively postured, though both attackers softened up. Should be easy for this one, and indeed it will. Another Packer 1vx, this one on time to keep C9 alive.
It's getting so warm in Packer's room with all these clutches, even his camera can't deal with it. Out of focus in the haze. Keeps Cloud9 in it for one more round. That's all they can do. They've got to take this game one at a time. They have one chance. If they lose a single round to OXG, any chance of them being in playoffs is dashed. I think OXG moved quite slowly that previous round. We didn't see them move with the same tenacity. I don't know if they maybe overthought or cared a little bit too much. Atom's position, he got some success there, but he just had too many angles to check. He needed a little bit more support. I think the backstab from Forrest could have come a little bit sooner. If them two would have met in Piano, it might have provided more of a chance of singling out engagements or just being able to focus on one and not worry about multiple. As it stands, OXG aren't going to be kicking themselves too much there. They're still in a 2-2 game. It's still tied up. And they've got a couple more rounds of this current attacking side to flex. This is a lineup that gets me excited. Especially in the context of this new age OXG that we're seeing, where Forrest has realized, right, it doesn't have to be me on the shield. I can let that go to somebody else.
Oh!
Okay, Grixer. 9-2. Nothing to it. Little cheeky counter SP. The counter Spawny P onto the Vigil. It's not even like Vigil's got a lot of cameras to look at. That's a real oopsie.
Wow. Bit unfortunate to be sure. You don't want to be giving away advantages in a position like this. Heartbeat's already getting weak. Want to start rasping for breath. Dokkaebi call goes out. Very heavy usage of this Dokkaebi by OXG so far. A bit surprised in hindsight we don't see the ban come out from C9. Banning the Ying instead. Understandable. But a lot of good intel has been gained off of it, and thankfully now you don't have to worry about it. Grixer finished off from that early damage dealt by Silent on that spawn peak, so you can't say it was for nothing. But Giddy is now just going to do what he's been doing this entire time. Ratting, holding an off position inside of Mudroom, and Kobe will take up a position on blue stairs to shoot me drones and make sure he stays hidden. Well, and it worked. They didn't even drone him.
We've still got 4 drones. Can we
Minute
not?
40.
There's so much time.
Oh, they don't even get the trade?
I'm just going to let him slip.
Adam literally knows he's there. Like, There's nowhere else he could be.
Okay, now we're gonna drone. I mean,
Like, there is literally nowhere else he could be.
okay, Forrest is just gonna ball it into sight.
And he's dead.
I mean, GG's, Forrest. Like, what did you expect? Like, I mean, I don't even know where to go with that.
Where do you even start? Okay, I'm gonna give you an array of 3 options. Okay.
Right, I'm listening.
Okay, Giddy not getting droned in Mudroom.
Mm-hmm.
Adam not cutting him off when he knows he's Mudroom.
Mm-hmm.
Or Forrest hot dropping the hatch by himself with diffuser.
What? And I've got to pick which is the most heinous crime.
Or the one you want to talk about the most.
Am I the judge?
You're the judge.
So, it's a chain reaction of events, isn't it? I don't think that you can judge the later events based off how the previous events unfolded. So, Yoga jumping into Mudroom, for me, is probably one of the more serious crimes that was committed there. Because there was a lot of time left, and there was drone information. Anything after that, I feel like OXG are clutching at straws. I would rewind a little bit further and discuss how Gitty should have just been a dead man walking on that roam because he lost his buddy, Silent, on the Vigil. So you play a Vigil and a Mute upstairs, trying to harass a bit of a roam game and force a full clear. You lose the Vigil straight away, and OXG don't just complete that full clear and have cut-off set up. Like, that was a big problem for me. Before we start to try and salvage the round after Yoga hops into Mud. There was just so much going on there, and I mean, the door's wide open for Cloud9 right now. Based off the way that these last couple of rounds have gone, like, I'm not saying that Cloud9 are going to go flawless on their attack, but...
Let's be careful.
They're not going to go flawless on their attack. That would be very, very improbable. They're going to get a hell of a lot of confidence if they keep chaining these defenses together.
How do you feel about Packer on Vigil? A lot of K1A fans in this lobby, it seems.
I mean, he can barely do any wrong this game. Packer's been shooting.
Bees and Dokkaebi calls go out.
That is some of the best timing I have ever seen.
All right.
Okay. He just unalived himself. Brilliant. Right,
no,
5 versus
not
2.
like this. Not like this.
Surely there is
Oh
not
my
a world
God.
where OXG messed this one up.
Not like this.
He's outside, for goodness sake. They know exactly where he is. Dream's tucked right now inside a master bed, but even he's been droned.
Oh.
This is going from bad to
And there's
worse,
a
and it's
Dokkaebi call.
going quickly.
They're still droning them too. Oh, here we go. Solar, there's one. Not punished yet, but there it is. Is it a Giddy 1vx? No, it's not. C9 have lost all of their lives, and we do not have do-overs. They are now officially out of playoffs contention, and your next game, Wildcard versus LFO, has just turned to if you win, you are in.
Oh, dear. Well, a tied game, or a game that now is fairly meaningless for Cloud9. Still an opportunity to get good reps in for OXG, though. I would hate to see it end in a sort of run out and a game that is taken a little bit less seriously because of, you know, the fate of it already being decided.
Less seriously.
I mean, we could go less serious, I'm sure.
Packer blew himself up.
Apparently the pipes are inconsistent.
Ah, yes. The pipes.
That's up there with some of the best excuses I've ever heard. Pipes are inconsistent. What is he even talking about? Like, the map's the map. It doesn't change. This might be one of the rare occasions I need to go in the match replay and actually watch what happened.
No lives left. Oh, there's been quite a few times this stage where I've just been taken out of commission. Oh, I'm tearing up at that. The pipes are inconsistent.
Inconsistent. I hate that. Inconsistent pipes. If there's one thing that I can't stand for, it is inconsistency in my pipes.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
That's the craziest thing. That's the craziest excuse I've ever heard. The pro players can come out with some pretty crazy excuses.
Okay, Okay, can you talk? I need it.
So, the thing that I like right now, OXG is still setting up in a very conventional manner. We've got some great tools. Warden, Mirror, and some laser gates. So keeping control of library should be fairly straightforward for him. It's going to require quite a heavy utility burn. And honestly, not really a burn that Cloud9 have. They've got a couple of stuns. They've got a couple of smokes to throw in, but smokes are likely going to be destined for silent on that glass. Grixer trying his best to get Mist Drone down here. Triple positive at the moment, by the way. 9 and 3.
Oh, doing his best Giddy impression. Little dash. Classic little...
I mean...
Oryx knows he's being watched. Rima dash across the angle.
I mean, when you're the fastest operator in the game, you can do that sort of thing.
Dude, nobody runs like him. Packers down his blitz. Unfortunately, obviously we are joking about the pipes being inconsistent thing. I don't know what happened with the pipe. For all I know, it was inconsistent. This is kind of a real phenomenon with Packer, though, unfortunately. Picking the shields a lot and does seem to go down quite early. You saw it in the Nighthaven game a couple days ago as a big issue, but might not matter. C9 have found their way inside, and, well, nobody seems to have an answer for this diffuser going down. In fact, they're not aware until the deed has already been done. The bandits have already left the bank and are looking to get away. Silent will hold outside with the DMR, forced pick back up, so at least it's a full 5v3. OXG have more than enough manpower to deal with this two-man crossfire outside the double window, but time is slipping. Kobe will go for the pre-fire on the corner. There's one, there's two. We've gone from dominant odds to favored C9 in a matter of seconds. Kobe hitting some insane flicks. And Cloud9 piece it up. It comes one round too late, but hey, you gotta give him credit where it's due.
You've got to. You can't take it away from him. If you're just going to throw bodies in front of a player like Kobe likes, he's likely going to take advantage of that. It's like aim training. He's just in the lab. Just getting those reps in. Since Packer's early success, he has fallen off quite significantly. You made the comment about him playing on the shields and not always getting the job done. Maybe it's time for a change. This game's said and done.
Let's innovate.
Yeah, let's get crazy.
I want to see Packer on... I want to see Packer play Deimos with the M59.
I mean, he's going on to the Dokkaebi, to be fair. Or at least that is what the initial hover of.
I want Packer... Like, Packer's best, and for a long time, has been defense shotguns. I want to see Packer see if he can channel that on the attack. I think he's got it. I think he's got it in him. They'll stick to Dokkaebi. Kind of the spirit of what I wanted.
It's better than Shield.
Amen to that.
Or is it? Who knows?
Who knows? Honestly, if Packer gets like a 3K and hits like the craziest like West main lurk with the SMG-12, I'll be jumping for joy.
I actually really like Cloud9's lineup here.
I do too.
They're able to affect these operators. Like, it could be really good. We've got some great. It's a very SR lineup. The Sense and the Brava and.
Maybe minus the striker, but.
Yeah, the striker. I mean, the striker things get lost. I mean,
oh.
That was always going to happen, Gomez. You can't just look at a window with a C4 rip, man. No wonder he got question marked.
Yeah, that was a very valid question mark.
No response from Gomez.
Gomez confused Kobe with a man that can't shoot back. Kind of trying to drop the nade on the floor. Kobe just came, he saw and he conquered, so back off. Little clean 5v4 to start in a dining defense. He took down the Warden as well. So this Sen's just got a whole lot more impactful. Dokkaebi call. Little burn. And what are we trying to find? What's this Dokkaebi call trying to initiate? So I was about to say, I better see somebody moving up west main, and indeed I do. Giddy and Silent moving in. Giddy now down, and Silent now down. All right, well that didn't work. Kobe the last vestige. Packers backstab found out. This round has gone from bad to worse, unfortunately, and Kobe is not fed a carousel of corpses like he was in round 7. Dream himself would be lucky to find one, and he finds more than he bargained for. So will Packer hit the greatest short backstab you've ever seen? Fortunately not. He will have to back off to Trophy and try and make his best out of a complete mess of a round.
I thought he was going to go upside down on the rappel, then try and make something happen. And then I thought he was going to go for the impromptu timeout. But then I realized this game has no bearing for Cloud9 anymore, so he may as well just send it. That looks like what he's going to do. He's made a heck of a lot of noise over this way, and he would have to hit some very nice shots in a short amount of time. And he isn't going to be given the chance. Too many angles to check. Yoga with the cleanup. OXG move one step closer. We commented that there was a really nice slew of utility for the attack to use there. Cloud9 had all the tools that they needed.
And they
just didn't seem to get any. Well, they used it, yeah, but they just didn't use it effectively, did they?
Well, yeah, that's that.
They even managed to kill the Warden, for goodness sake.
I still can't believe that.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy a little bit of BM.
I guess
but...
I just like... I don't really know what the play was. Like, you get the Warden, and so then you have the Sens and the Bravo West main. Packer lurks from short up to main lurks main lobby up to short, but Giddy and Silent were at the top of the stairs before the... No, Dokkaebi call had gone out.
10 seconds to insertion.
It's just like... They think the site was here? I mean, Kobe, I guess, also hopped in.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I guess I just don't know how they plan on blocking off site or what they plan on using. You know what? Ying would have been great there. Betting a lot on 2 flashbangs from Kobe and the ROU projectors from Giddy. That would be kind of at an off angle. Sorry, I'm getting lost in the sauce. I'm on the bar.
It's all good. It was a very strange round. And I think sometimes it can be difficult to figure out what happened or why things were happening when there was maybe not as much meaning behind it, or there was a bit of a bad call or some bad info. I think that's likely what was happening there in that round for C9.
Also, you know, good reaction from Adam impacting the floor, opening that vertical angle. Got to give credit to OXG.
Well, that's it. I think maybe we dig into OXG side of things where their reaction to what was happening around them was good, because regardless of the info that the attack are working on, the defenders can only ever just go off what's happening around them. And when the floor gets blown up at your feet, Adam, what do you do? You run away.
Reacted quite well. Reflexes not rusty whatsoever there. Is a match development office defense. Might have been confused considering we see defenders in basically all the exact same positions. But nobody directly on Solar Stairs at the moment. Where is Packer going to enter from?
Magnets ready.
Unclear at the moment.
Ooh,
Atom's still occupying a good spot inside a bathroom at the moment.
Little B window hopping.
I mean, he's going a real, long way around about doing this, and he's making a heck of a lot of noise along the way, but he will hop in.
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna put a pin in that. Giddy does find the next kill. Gomez, who's moving about down below, found out quite nicely. But it's only a 4v4 with minimal solar control. This C4 from a Warden likely going to have a lot more impact than Gomez's attempt at it last round. Grix has got the reinforcement for cover, throws it deep, The attackers actually all pushed up, and Kobe will take down Forest. He's getting a little over-aggressive given the situation. Sight's trained on bedroom window. Richter will at least restore his eyesight, finds 2. Advantage back in the favor of OXG as the defense, the remains of it, quite stalwart in the face of this very linear C9 attack. Silent in the 1v3, trying to channel some of that energy from Packer, will only find 1. Okay, so it is, we can only go so long with kind of like joking about it. And I understand this game doesn't mean anything anymore. The story for C9 for me this entire stage is, I don't know if Packer is being trolled. I don't know if the coordination as a whole is not there. I don't know if it's a Packer problem. I don't know if it's a team problem. I don't know. When I see them next stage, these shields have to be used better. This is the amount of times I have seen Packer hop in a window, walk up a hallway, try and take a position, and not only die immediately, die untraded. And not just die immediately untraded, die to a player he did not know about. I don't know what the problem is, but we cannot be basing our attacking strategy around such a key operator and doing it such a profound disservice. So consistently game after game.
The crazy thing is,
but it's got to stop.
We knew Atom was there as well. Like, obviously we knew he was there, but it wouldn't, you know, it wasn't a big stretch to say that he was still playing inside a bathroom because you've impacted the floor beneath him. Where are they going to go? They're likely going to go into bathroom.
And you know what we can say, Ollie? Again, it's good positioning from Adam. It is another time that Adam has been met with some force by the attack, and he's reacted very nicely. Try to play an off angle to try to catch them off guard. And we can give that credit to Adam, but how many times have I said that exact phrase when it relates to a shield brought by C9 dying?
Yeah, it's fair.
If you get had so often by the same kind of thing, you gotta start checking for the thing.
Well, if you can look at the drones that they've got left coming into this phase, or into the round, I should say, they've already lost 3 inside of the prep. A good old metric for drones before there was a lot more information in the game was that if you lost a single drone in the prep phase, things were looking a bit dicey for the attack. Now, that was a long time ago. There is far more that can be brought now. We have Brava, for example. That brings a couple more drones that can be, or a couple more cameras, should we say, that can be driven around, used to steal electronics and gather information at the same time. But losing 3 in the prep, it is going to hurt you. Especially when you're waiting for those players or wondering where those players could be. It's sometimes nice to have a little bit of a drone. Maybe we should play a game. Maybe we should just watch. Right, Dream's on his drone right now. He's flicking.
Silent on his drone.
They're on their drone as well. Okay. So Kobilax is down. Now, there was no drone anywhere near where Kobilax was right there. So Kobe's maybe gone in blind, maybe not. Maybe they knew that somebody was there, but there was at least no one there to pick up a trade.
That's the bigger thing, because I believe... So Dream had a drone bedroom. So he did have a drone office. So they did drone out that defender. So I think the bigger issue is that nobody was there for a trade. But they do get at him at least. He does fall eventually. As Kobe did deal a lot of damage to him in that engagement that went awry. As a result, Cloud9 have cleared out office and they can progress forth. You see Packer on the blitz, down in Mudroom. Ooh, but Dream hit by a nice shot from Gomez, but again, solo upstairs. So all of these remaining C9 players, it's all based on how they can move around this entrance from Mud. Silent picks up another. Very nice. Where is he getting these kills? Clash shot from behind too. It's an extremely difficult attack to make work, but C9 do it. We gotta give him credit for that. Silent, the main force behind it, will fall to that Vector from Forest. I don't know what the play is here. Where is he going?
This is an interesting one.
What? What?
What is Forrest doing? He's been allowed back in? Okay, surely he dies. Right, fair play. I mean, even Packer doesn't know what's gone on.
That's that.
By the way,
totally
he survived to the He survived to the end of the round on Blitz, by the way.
He did. Interesting thing, by the way. So, but quick thing I mentioned. Kobe had nobody to trade him. You know who was literally directly behind him?
Who?
Packer on the Blitz.
See?
So maybe we play a little more passive, position ourselves on the left side of the doorway so we don't peek. Then we get the Packer set up on the other side to go pinch. I don't know. It's a nice shot, to be fair. And the walls are reinforced, so it's a bit difficult to deal with. But anyway, continue.
Silent hit a few nice shots in that round.
Yes, he did. I honestly, I have no idea how he was getting half those kills. I was very impressed.
Well, neither have I, because I actually did just watch to see what Cloud9 were doing. I was like, are they on drone? Are they not on drone? And that was basically what I watched for the whole round. And what was really interesting to me was that we got to a point and there was no reset. There was no like, right, let's now control the space we've got and drone and further our attack. They had 4 drones left when they died, and no one was really flicking anything. It was quite, and I understand that you get to a point where you don't need to drone because you just know where everybody is. But it was just quite interesting to me that there was very little drone usage in that round. I reckon players must have spent less than 40 seconds on drone. Which, when you compare that to some other teams, some other teams will spend, one person will spend a hell of a long time in the drone. So it was just curious to me. That was all. I just wanted to do that little bit of a thought experiment, seeing as we are zeroing in on different things in this game because the stakes have changed a little bit. Cloud9 can no longer, they can no longer get into playoffs. OXG just getting reps in, Cloud9 just getting reps in. So we can focus on other things, I guess. But interesting to look and see just why some of these attacks are failing, why some of the attacks are doing well, and trying to theory craft a little bit around that.
And I think the ultimate thing that we've seen with OXG's defenses, especially on Chalet, that SSG game's a great example, is that OXG aren't doing anything particularly great, but they've got a very solid floor for their defenses, and it usually doesn't deviate much from that. They have good setups. Most people are pretty good at playing their positions and not over peaking. And so if the attacking team can clear it, OXG face problems. If they don't, OXG usually look really good when they win these defensive rounds. So usually with OXG's game, a lot of it is, as you can tell, not really all that crazy. You're playing utility on the site, but instead we see potentially very nice read from Cloud9. Dream moves in trying to put the diffuser down, and Forrest either is not able to throw the C4, but more likelihood is covered. The main stairs stopping him from pushing forth. Insane run out from Gomez, by the way. Very rarely do you see the library hop out work, let alone get 2 kills on the breach. Forrest glad he saved his C4. He removes Kobilak. Great backstab from Giddy. Suddenly makes this a 2v2. Forrest does some demolition and smashes through Giddy's face. Packer with 1 HP. Excellent pre-fire to get the next kill. Now it's a 1v1. He's got time on his side. Just one more swing to deal with Gomez. Just one more second, and he finds it. A Pyrrhic victory for Gomez, as it is now match point for C9.
It'd be such a shame for the story if C9 win this game and still don't have a chance of playoffs. But that's the reality that we are now faced with. I really thought that OXG were going to be able to bring that post plant back. They were able to get some very key kills. Well, that backstab from Gitty was the final nail in the coffin, really.
That was so clean.
As soon as the clash falls, as soon as the clash gets the person that's defusing, bam, it's just all over.
I gotta say, I know it's coming a bit late, and he's had an alright stage. Giddy has been making some great plays today. I've liked a lot of what I've seen from Giddy on the attack and the defense. Playing off positions, ratting, backstab right there. Giddy is just really, really putting on a nice display of his skill and thinking today. Making a lot of really smart moves to catch the enemy off guard. And in that case, bring back the round entirely.
He's 34th in the player rankings right now. He's a little bit further from that middle of the pack area, but not too far. I can't disagree with you that he's been making some very good plays. I mean, I know that we've memed a little bit on Packer, but Packer's not played too badly this game. He's had a few, stinker moments.
No.
But without him,
See, that's
This
the
game
thing.
could be said and done.
That's the thing. Like, that's why I always phrase my criticism not as criticism of Packer. It's just criticism of the shield usage. That's it. Like, maybe it's like it might be an issue with Packer. Maybe it's an issue with the team. I just don't know. Sometimes it seems like it could be any of them. But Packer's good. Like, Packer has been playing well this game. He's got that 1v3. One of the main reasons it'd be 6-5 the other way if that weren't the case. Packer's been playing well. That's why I always couch my criticisms as a criticism of the shield, and it just so happens he's always the one playing it. But when he's been on Dokkaebi, I would say, okay, aside from the dining rush, that was, again, kind of just more of a team-wide thing. He's had good moments on the Dokkaebi, had a good moment with the DMR that round. Obviously, the 1v3 earlier, which we mentioned. But he's had good moments, too. Like you just said.
And on the flip side, nice for Oxygen to show up a little bit. We've been kind of asking who on this team, aside from Grixer, is going to stand up and be counted. Gomez and Atom, both putting up double digits today. Still looking for who the, sort of 2 and 3 are going to be in that team in terms of kills, because there's potential for it to be, anybody. But we haven't really seen it too much, and we've also really questioned OXG's playstyle quite a few times and how they're looking to try and conduct themselves in the server. This is going to be a big test for them, though. Fighting up against that match point. Chance for Cloud9 to get a win here, which can only credit them for still playing so well, even though the stakes have been decided. They've still got to get the round across the line, and it isn't going to be given to them at all. OXG, they've got quite an elaborate rotate there inside and around that library. Gitty gonna send in the Candela with the call. And that's a hop in now for Kobilax.
Trying to pinch this player inside a library. Spotted by the Damos. Ooh. Finished off by Kobe. Nice little coordination between the two attackers right there. And Grixer just waiting. Another one looking to line himself up for the R4C. Kobe hitting a highlight reel right as he goes positive with 3 kills to shut the book on OXG on Chalet. It might not matter. They might be stuck in the bottom 4, but you got to give them credit for this. Sticking with it, giving it a good old college try, and a flawless, Pyrrhic as it is, might just be the way to finish this off. No playoffs maybe, but a dub to end the season, and 10 points at that. At least for the moment, Cloud9 can say they find themselves in 6th.
A great result there for Cloud9. Love that for Kobilax. Love that for the rest of the team. A very strong end to what has been quite an up and down season for them. But you better believe that they will be back. And they can at least hold their heads high, saying that regardless of the outcome today, they gave it their very best shot. We're going to hit a break, and we'll be back with the desk just after this.
It is a bittersweet ending for Cloud9 as they win the game but fail to win by enough rounds. A devastating close, but they get the win and hopefully carry a little bit of that energy into stage 2. Giddy, we'll welcome you in now as we wrap things up here for the group stage. You guys take the win. Obviously, you knew what was at stake. You knew what you had to do, but you're able to come out with the win. Looking back on this stage, you know, where did you feel like some improvements were made and what more improvements maybe could have been made?
I mean, the most improvement we found was before the Super Week. The last 2 weeks, we completely changed our attack style because just a lot of things just weren't working. We kept trying, it wasn't working. So we simplified things, made things more, it's just easier for everyone. And that just made us look a lot better as a team. Got our teamwork on point because if you're just doing simple things every single time, everyone has to pitch in a little bit. So
yeah, it's a little bittersweet because if we saw this Cloud9 in week 3, you know, I'm sure you guys are going to be thinking about that. But for you specifically, Giddy, I think you're probably one of the most underrated players currently in the NAL. And so I just want to know about you for your first stage so far in the NAL. How does it feel seeing that progress and also, you know, coming from like T2 with the memes of people saying, oh, drop Giddy, to here you are now? What do you have to say?
I mean, yeah, I think it was just a little different. The BO1s definitely suck because it feels like the games just fly by. Like this entire stage feels like it just flew by, you know? So I don't got playoffs, I don't have BO3s. Got to wait 2 months till stage 2. So, you know, it sucks, but it was a good experience, you know? Good game day reps, that's all it is.
Yeah, game day reps are the important thing. And again, at least you can know that you ended off of a win here. Obviously, you did touch up on you guys fixed your attacks. I'm sure going into stage 2, we're going to see, you know, a completely different look at Cloud9 and what you guys can bring. Are you guys going to be taking time off, or are you guys just kind of going straight back into scrims, getting as much prep in going into stage 2?
I mean, we haven't even talked about it. We were really focused on just trying to win as many games as we can right now. And then, you know, like whatever happens, happens. Like, because we still had a chance to make playoffs today.
Yeah.
We weren't really focused on the score, but it's like, you know, we can try to do it still. So
Absolutely. Well, I mean, even when you guys realized that you didn't have that moment anymore, you guys still continued to play your game. You still focused on the things that you were lacking, and obviously you closed it out. So, I mean, I think you guys obviously have the right strides and the right team dynamic to make it done. Again, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Well, Giddy, thanks you so much for your time, and thank you for a hard-fought stage. I know the three of us here, we wish you guys the best in continuing to prepare to come back stronger in stage 2. Finishing it off with a win, but we will see you down the line, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Giddy. As we said, a bittersweet ending for Cloud9. They take the win, not dominantly enough, but a good finish, and once again, a team that is continuing to show that they are making improvements and that they are showing some positives.
Yeah, I mean, they are. I mean, for me, I actually wanted Oxygen to win because I didn't want to, like, rub it in Cloud9's face. Like, yes, you got the win today, but you can't make playoffs now. But yes, it is important to note they didn't give up. Even after the fact they knew they couldn't make it anymore, they still pushed through. They closed it out here 7-5. It's just unfortunate because, like Fox said, they're going to be looking back at week 3. They're going to even be looking back at the start of this super week of realizing this was their easiest week to get the 3 points, or to get the 9 points rather, and already qualify for playoffs. So there's sure a lot of stuff to be looking back on, but most importantly is they did end the day on a win.
Yeah, I mean, and I think we saw what Giddy was talking about, the changes in their attacks, and obviously I think a lot of that comes down to Packer. So I feel like individually, every single player on the team has improved so much, and, you know, when you look at the roster, it really is, you know, Dream that's carrying that big burden of being the leader, essentially. As for everybody else, I mean, besides Silent a little bit, but as for everybody else, you know, they're still settling into being in the T1. So obviously, great improvement. Yeah, I know that loss to Envy is definitely going to stick with them, but, you know, hindsight's 20/20. You can only look forward.
I was going to say, we also have to look at Oxygen, though, because, I mean, they're in playoffs, and you're losing to Cloud9 where they've been on this struggle bus. They haven't looked the best. Sure, they have been performing these past 3 play days, but, again, you're losing to Cloud9. That's not such a good look. That doesn't bring me confidence that going into playoffs, when you're in a best-of-3, you're going to find success. I would have much rather had a more convincing win coming out of Oxygen.
Yeah.
Like I said, I did feel they were really throwing a bone to Cloud9 by allowing Chalet to go through again after not finding success against SSG, not finding success here today. So maybe that's just for them to just get rid of Chalet going into this best of 3, but I'm definitely not fully confident now, especially what it's looked like going into a best of 3.
I mean, just because Chalet's such an aggressive attack sider map, well, more even as to the other maps, I think it really comes down to OXG still trying to figure out their footing on their attacks, being able to identify who's going to be entering. If one entry goes down, who's going to be the secondary entry. And also, one thing that I hope changes is the energy around matches like this for OXG, because I'm sure you could attest to it. It felt like because they've already qualified for playoffs, maybe they didn't care as much, so to say. So hopefully that is not the case, and we can see them bounce back in playoffs.
Well, that one, our third match of the day, all wrapped up. A look back at where we started. It was Cruelty and Envy who opened the day. Cruelty establishing themselves as that 9th place team, sending Envy down to 10th. Of course, M80 and Shopify going toe-to-toe, and we saw some flair there, a little playoff preview. And of course, the match we just saw, Cloud9, a win, but not strong enough. A lot coming your way later. We've got Orgless and a wild card. That is a big one next, because that is where all the playoff hopes come to a head. It's win and in. It's as simple as that for Orgless and wildcard. The playoff spot is theirs to claim if they can just win that game. We'll have that one coming up next.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give throw. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. They've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
there are only 2 matches left in the group stage. And at this point in the game, 9 play days in, you'd think this was all buttoned up. But no, this is the match that decides it all. With that final playoff spot, one of these 2 teams are going to claim it. Jonas Willinger here with Foxay and Laxing. And this one, boys, is quite simple. It is Wildcard and Orgless. And we'll tell you, the condition is this. You win and you're in. If Wildcard take the win in regulation, in overtime, they'll go to the playoffs, and that is the same situation for Orgless. Foxay, this is the kind of match that you dream of. It's one that you don't get very often. You have a chance to win a game and make the playoffs, something you've been looking to do all stage long.
And here's the situation, to put it bluntly. Orgless has only been looking better going into the Super Week. Wildcard hasn't really looked good since the start of the stage. But the one thing that we can't forget is the pressure. Wildcard's been on that stage at Reload. Orgless, still brand new rookie team. Playing with this amount of pressure can affect everything.
Well, Wildcard, they are coming off a dominant win yesterday. This is the perfect amount of momentum that you want going into the game for all the marbles, so to speak.
Yes.
A great time for that.
And I love that you talk about the pressure, Fox, because that was definitely even in their card yesterday. They had to get that win, and they did it so convincingly. And to already just talk about this team as a whole, they have everything in their power to make it work. When you looked at this game yesterday, they were elusive. They were decisive on how they were approaching Envy in terms of knowing what to do on these attacks, exposing those gaps, exploiting Envy in so many of the scenarios throughout this entire game. Sure, we didn't want to hype them up. We were hyping up in the beginning with Reload, and then it was falling off. But this is the team that we were seeing in Reload. They were quick. They were fast to adapt. They understood the game plan, and they did it so well yesterday and so convincingly that it was a statement game. Now coming in today, there's no excuses. There's no what ifs. There's no I should have. There's no I wish it could have happened differently. Everything needs to be perfect. Everything is on the line.
This is, like I said, a player's dream. But at the same time, for Orgless, they have also had a tremendous improvement over the last few days. Over this Super Week, it's been a great time to heat up.
I mean, Orgless has only gotten better. Throughout the whole stage, we've been seeing amazing individual performances, but finally, they just needed a little bit of momentum under them, something to light the fire behind them that would make them play that much better. That win against Cloud9 to set it all off into the Super Week. They played him, they beat him. From there, they slam Envy, and then they bring it toe-to-toe with M80, a team that at the start of the stage, we wouldn't have even had them in the same conversation, but it kept it close, and M80 even gave the respect to them. They played it so well off of being able to understand how we're gonna win, the win condition. And even if it doesn't go right, they were focusing on correcting it and making it right the second time around.
Well, you mentioned M80 respecting Orgless. Gunnar, in his interview, Lax, said they are not as bad as people think. Like, this is a good team that's going to play well. I mean, when it's coming from your opponents, that does mean quite a bit at this stage in the game.
Yeah, it definitely does. And again, from what we've been seeing from Orgless, they have been looking significantly better with each and every single game. And again, going against M80, I didn't want to write them off. I thought that that was going to be a good game, and it sure enough gave. We see time and time again, Orgless just getting far better on their attacks and their defenses. They're playing far better together. And again, when you're in a situation now, everything's on the line. You need to be perfect. The best case scenario is you're improving with each and every single game up until this last very game where you lay it all on the line. You have nothing to look back at. You are putting it all first forward.
Now the question is, where do you want to take a game of this level, right? You need, I mean, to look back at your own schedule and say, how have we played against teams like this in the past, and where can we exploit that?
I mean, I think LFO, they obviously have shown that they've been righting the mistakes, and I'm glad you brought up that they've been getting on better on their defenses, because that's where we saw them keep it very close against M80. They actually were able to understand what went wrong in a previous M80 attack and then correct it. M80 goes for the plant, they get it down. Look at this retake. They understand, okay, we have to retake, we need top floor control. They go through it, get the pick, get an amazing pick on the player outside. Unfortunately, they just didn't know where hot and cold was. They mismanaged a 2v1. But immediately after, they understand, okay, well, we would have won this if we just would have coordinated it a little bit better to figure out where the final player was. They then go back to the exact same site in round 11. They decide to change things up a little bit. Instead of retaking and playing from the top floor, they instead play downstairs for hard denial, for retake from the basement floor. And that's where we see all of the picks come through. They read M80, understanding that M80 was going to go plant in the different site as opposed to mining. and they play off of the pulse for the information. They get all of the retakes, shots through the floor. They beautifully bring it back, and that's the kind of adaptation that we need to see from a team like Orglis that doesn't have any veteran leadership. We talk about it. They don't have a veteran player or a veteran IGL. They got Bino, his first stage in the NAL, and for them to be able to understand it in a round, pretty much a round apart, and be able to identify what they need to do exactly against a team like M80. I mean, it says a lot about the amount of improvement that they've been doing, because at the start of the stage, this was not an LFO that we saw, but now it's only been up and up for them.
Well, how do you make those kind of pretty dramatic strides as a new IGL to the game? I mean, you're coming in and trying to lead a team to success against the best teams in North America. That's not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination.
It's not, but you got to come together as a team. I mean, it's not just on Bino. It's on every single player individually identifying where things are going right and where things are going wrong and coming together. And I think that's really been the breaking point for this roster to push past, get over that hurdle, and finding far more success is that they do have an understanding where things are going wrong and what they can do to correct it. And again, Fox displayed it perfectly from one round prior where they got overzealous, then to immediately identifying what they needed to do to bring it back.
Well, Cafe still up. There it is. It gets taken off the board. The map we were talking about, Fox, with those retakes. We won't see that, which means it is
I like this.
Clubhouse
I like this personally.
for the playoff decider.
I don't necessarily like Clubhouse. I think it's a good map for both teams. Obviously, it's one of Wildcard's favorite maps coming from Reload throughout the stage. They have not looked like the normal team that we're used to seeing. They've been so sloppy. On a map like this, you're taking those issues away and essentially just forcing you to play off of each other because Clubhouse is so easy. But
I love it. I love it. I'm telling you, I love it. When I'm I'm hyping up Wildcard, they need to be perfect. If there's a map you need to be perfect on, it is Clubhouse. It is so simple that you play your defaults. You play the normal strats. You need to be perfect. You can't make the mistakes because that's where a team is going to capitalize on top of you. And then on top of it, you're playing a team like Orglis. You bring them to a map like Clubhouse, they aren't going to pull anything out on you. You are keeping it so simple that it just comes down to the basic fundamentals of Siege. So it makes perfect sense that this is where we're going to end it here. And I am so excited for Wildcard to be able to just show us some life from their game yesterday into today, and then same for Orglis. This is an even playing field, and we really will see who is the better team.
I'm with you, Laxing, and I'm Foxy. I don't mean to put you kind of on your own in a corner
I'm not
here.
with you guys.
I mean, listen, Clubhouse, you've got that structured Siege, that fundamentals emphasized. That's got to be refreshing, almost, I don't know, freeing for both of these lineups in a way.
I mean, yeah, it's a great playing ground for both players, but obviously Wildcard is going to Clubhouse because they have issues. They're trying to take those issues out of the equation because it's a map that is simple. You can do the basics on it. You're taking a team that has no veteran leadership to a map like Clubhouse. These are ranked stars all together. Of course they're going to be able to play very well. We've already seen their discipline when they played against Envy on it. So when you go to a map like Clubhouse, it just shows me, okay, Wildcard is running away from their problems, whereas LFO is standing there ready to face them head on.
Take this into a scenario. You're Wildcard. You're the more experienced team here. You talk about pressure. Where do teams usually find their success? It's in pressure, being experienced. You're Wildcard starting on defense here. You're Orglis starting on attack, where we've talked about it 100 times. You win off your attacks here.
Yes,
if
100%.
you're in Orglis, you can't find success on Clubhouse. You're already in your own mental game of not being able to find your stride, where you need to be perfect, where you're Wildcard sitting pretty on a defense, where you know that you can not only win the mental game, but you're going to win inside the server when you switch to your attacks because you have a successful defense if you win that mental game already. That's why it makes so much sense that they're allowing Clubhouse.
But couldn't you also say the vice versa of LFO?
But you talked about the pressure, though. You talked about the pressure.
I do agree with
and
the pressure.
They know what pressure is.
But we've seen LFO get the discipline down. We've seen them be able to adapt. If there's another obstacle of pressure that they can overcome to show that they've been growing as a leader, it'll be displayed right now.
The predictions speak for itself right now.
All right, we heard it. We're passionate here on the desk and clearly have a difference of opinion. Let's see what the casters think. It is you win, you're in. It's as simple as that.
It's as simple as that. And frankly, I think Fox is cooking, and Gabe couldn't work his way around a microwave with these takes. I mean, like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Clubhouse is a default map. You both have been having similar issues. Orglis have made improvements. Fox is cooking there, first of all. Second off, Orglis have played Clubhouse this stage, and they beat Envy. Now, I know they beat Envy, but they beat it. They beat Envy, won 3 rounds of the attack, all 4 rounds on the defense, right? Is it great? No, that's a ridiculous percentage. We're going to get to that in a second. That's insane. But then second, it's not the same IGL. Wildcard are on a 7-game losing streak on this map. And that's with Bosco and Spiker IGLing. What are we talking about here? I'm not saying they can't win, but like, come on.
I think looking at it in isolation of this stage, Clubhouse's third preference map for Wildcard. For LFO, it's second pref. They played it once 2 days ago against Envy, and it was a game that they won. And as you mentioned, they did okay. They got 3 rounds on the attack, flawless on the defense. That probably speaks more to Envy's ability to attack than it does to LFO's ability to defend. But it's a default map. Like, I don't know. I don't have much of a problem with the map. Where some of my problems come from is a little bit deeper. I found a real, like, I was going to make this into a meme, but I didn't have the time. But I love this stat line. So Kansan is the only player at the moment that is in the bottom half of the standings, that's in the top 10, top 5 technically, of players inside of North America. He's currently plus 20.
He's so good.
He's like the fox that dresses up as a sheep.
Bro, like... Bro, Kansan is so good. Like, he's so good.
Single-handedly carrying Wildcard in every sense of the word. There is only one other player that's positive, and it's Bay. You've got to go right down to 24.
That's a
out of
recent
50.
development, by the way.
It is recent, and he's only positive by 1. He's still negative on the entry. He's still only got a 29% survival. Kansan is the only player by far and away. And then even when you look at the side of LFO, to find their highest rated player, you've got to go down to number 21. You're looking at Eddie at plus 3. And again, that's fairly recent based off Eddie's performance the other day.
Look at that.
How does he get, speaking of Kansan and Eddie, by the way.
Like, literally look at that. How has he killed Fens?
The mechanical skill is insane.
Like, this guy's the GOAT. How has he been on, like, he's been a wild card for 2 years, and he's always been like this. Anyway, Dash looking to make a retake inside a lounge. Him and Bay, 2 of the 3 players on this roam, and Dash will find 1. It's a clean advantage for Wildcard now. Orglis disrespecting this roam a little bit. Ooh, kicks row. I'll give you credit for getting that kill. But Orglis have had a very loose grip and very loose understanding of this defensive strat from Wildcard. A lot of ratting, a lot of roaming. Now one
We
spot.
still have rats upstairs.
I mean, literally.
Oh, look at this. This
Easy.
is beautiful.
Done.
Full HP. No danger.
And
You don't
not a
took a lot of
sound.
damage.
Not a sound made.
They will likely find the Scopo's shield and destroy that shell quite nicely. Well, this is a position that you would very easily take as a defender on Clubhouse. 50 seconds left. You might have lost 2 bodies, but the defense has also lost 2 bodies. Problem being, Kickstraw's on low HP, and they have nothing to deal with these Vulcan packs. As soon as they get popped, that is just going to start to burn out the time. You've got a Monty, Bino, not on full HP, but he's not too low. Eddie even is softened up. And these angles can just be held. Orglis have to buddy up on this, and they're going to choose Moto for their drop.
And he goes, diffuser in hand. Impact grenade could be problematic for Kixro or Bino, or well, it's actually the bullets that are problematic for everyone. Bay finding a couple nice shots. Make that 3 for Bay at the end of the round. Second highest rated player on Wildcard, putting in quite the performance in round 1.
I think that was a round that was always going to fizzle out based off the way that it started. LFO never having a good handle of the map. All the defenders that were sort of running rampant, let's be honest. They weren't being given too many reasons to be scared. More than happy to take those engagements. If you can't full clear and do a successful roam with 2 shields, like, look at that.
He's so good.
Honestly, I'm surprised Kickstarter got that kill, to be honest. Like, the pre-fire was perfect. I just think the shot placement must have been a little bit better. Oh, Kansas kill was disgusting.
Oh, no, I meant the flick of Kickstarter. He was like looking towards secret.
Oh, right, yeah. I think he was looking secret, wasn't he?
Yeah, just whipped around. Because that was a, oh, I've made a mistake but bailed myself out kind of gunfight right there.
Yeah, I'm now on 1 HP and not useless, but this is going to be a difficult round from here on out.
You're not.
It's an exit frag.
You're not betting the round. Yeah, this is an exit round. I'm the bait. Gym bedroom defense from Wildcard though. Busting out the clash. Didn't talk about the bans, by the way. Ace and Hibana, 2 hard breach, and Cade and Mira.
Swapping mags.
Definitely gonna, or could be an issue on this top floor. Not so much for the ranged breach, but more so just the quantity of hard breach sometimes needed, and especially with a bandit on the board, you can sometimes meet resistance-wise. And as you can see, Orgulus is going to bring a lot of can openers as a result on top of... Those can be a little finicky.
Yeah, they're going quite heavy on the hard breach. Sometimes when you see like a double hard breach ban, it'll kind of bait out the attack just to use tin openers. It's kind of something I commented on at the top of the day in the SR game. How they're very good at bringing just what is required. It's a risk, obviously, because if the utility gets tricked or destroyed, then it can be a bit problematic. Or maybe I can't think of anything that you would rather have. Maybe a smoke on the Monty would be nice. But there is a lot to chew through right now. With that Azami being up, Flores drones are destined for those locations, and it's not as easy to displace the bandit. Gym window has been opened, I believe, so surely it starts to get a bit uncomfortable there for the bandit, and he isn't able to trick, but it seems to be causing Orgulus a bit of a problem right now.
They did re-Kiba that window, and so, ooh,
That's just getting
unfortunately,
tricked.
yeah. So we saw that first Kiba get destroyed, and then Baby Shark put another one on it. Orgulus either don't deal with it or don't have anybody watching the window, and then on top of that, it's not just that they put the exothermic on the panel that got electrified, put it in the middle of the wall too. Either way, that's getting shocked. Well, essentially, it's getting shocked.
It just seems a bit lazy, doesn't it? Like, if
Yeah.
you're going to open the wall, at least have someone watching the... if you're going to open the window, at least have somebody watching it. Bino's taking a ton of damage right now, and Kanzan finds himself
nice
first blood inside of round 2. He was in an early engagement in round 1. Clash now dancing. But Dash comes to the rescue.
Baby Shark adding insult to injury. Wildcard fully able to just hold on the site now. Dash can even fall back for the C4. Bino down. Is that outside the window? Yeah, he's just retaking Khan. Eddie gets that trade, but Wildcard are really pummeling these attacks from Orgulus at the moment. Getting aggressive, not letting any control go uncontested. Eddie on for 3, and it'll likely be impactless given the trend of this round. Firebolt goes in, tries to flame behind the little gym rack, but there we do see, I believe, somebody rotating below. Oh, nobody actually got the gun out. Eddie will, at the very last second, die. Bit of a lengthy rotation from Bay, but he does land the shots. 2 rounds in a row from Wildcard. And I will say, I did a lot of hyping up Orgulus, or I suppose bringing Wildcard expectations back down to earth, but they are not disappointing so far.
No, they're doing very well, aren't they? It was one of those occasions where the diffuser's going down and we've not seen anyone rotate yet, and I do get a little bit antsy when that happens.
Oh, me too.
If we get into like the last quarter of that diffuser going down and know the time's like done, we're in red time or time's 0, and there's no defender immediately, I'm a bit like, what's going on? Because if he comes off the plant and gets a 1-tap, then all of a sudden it starts to get a little bit dicey. But he did manage to pull it out. Dash, a little bit disappointed in you swinging that as the Warden. You are in my fantasy team. If you could not do that, that would be wonderful. But aside from that, no major complaints. Bay is still yet to die in this series, by the way. He's currently got 4 kills. Now we flex over into the CCTV and cash side of things. And with the lineup that Wildcard have, it is going to be very difficult to take into Garage. You've got the Kibas. You've got the ADSs. You've probably got an Aruni gate knocking around on Garage door, maybe. It is not going to be a nice place to try and attack into.
No.
But it could be where Bino is choosing to go. Another main worry here If we think back to how much we saw August struggle previously when they brought 2 tin openers and 1 thermite, in this round, they've got 2 tin openers and a Maverick. That is not a great combination for the amount of stuff that they need to get open here.
No. Concerned no DMRs either. Because what? We got BPs, barbed wire, castle barricades, Kibas, so much utility that need explosives to clear. It's a big concern at the moment, especially with the lack of the DMRs. Minimal nade control, that Flores is going to be strapped for resources. And there might even still be bigger problems to worry about. Dash creeping across the map at the strip door, 1 punch, prone run out. Somebody hears it though, I think? No, Fenz is looking, completely unaware. And if your explosive utility was already rough, there's 3 Rotero drones taken off the board by a couple DMR shots.
Not only that, it's things like actually getting this soft wall open now. Like, what are they going to use? The Rotero drone was kind of required for that part of the plan. It's not like they've got a book. Kickstarter's going to have to rotate around with the super shorty. Okay, so we kind of get it done. It's a bit risky, but it gets the job done, I suppose. We can burn the laser gate now as well and start to get onto the rappel and cut through the site. It doesn't really help you taking garage. It doesn't really help you getting anything further open. This is a very, very sorry march that Bino has to make, and I'm not even sure he's going to get to the top of the stair.
No, I don't know if he will either. I mean, okay, Spiker's got to be a little careful. There is that player at the door, and the Monty will even ADS. A Spiker eager to give up that position. Ooh, just pops up, deals with Epic. Now tangling with the Monty, bobbing and weaving behind the defense's own utility.
Oh!
Pulls out the secondary with a couple quick shots. Little fan of that hammer. And it's now a 5v1 for Wildcard. Gabe is feeling quite confident in his prediction at the moment, because aside from 1 impactless frag, Kickstar has to walk into a 3-way crossfire. 1 to his left, 1 to his right, and the shots come from right up range. 3 in a row for Wildcard. And if we are praising Orglis's attacking side improvements, it is not on this clubhouse, and it is not today.
Let's not forget the stakes of this game. Sorry, I was going to say 3 rounds to 0, but win and you are in. That is what we are playing for right now between Orglis and Wildcard. Thermite comes out to round out a trio of attackers that have been banned. All hard breach has now gone. LFO going to choose this round of banning to extend a little bit into a tactical timeout. For a game that has been made quite difficult for them from the off, it got a bit harder with that Thermite ban, because they have just demonstrated that they cannot get it done when they are stretched so thinly. There is a lot that Wildcard are leveraging right now. LFO really struggling for the answer.
I mean, in some ways, it's not complicated. The hard breaching, totally understand. Especially after the Thermite ban, you're going to be strapped for resources. It's going to be annoying. I totally get that. But ultimately, the hard breaching resources have actually been the one thing Orglis have been bringing consistently. That round, no DMRs. All of our explosives are in the hands of the Flores, and, you know, I get Dash makes a nice play, catches him off guard, but you're not facing any issues in the explosive department. You couldn't even bring the DMR on Flores?
Attackers have discovered the location of
Round 2. We break open the Kiba on Jacuzzi Wall. You break open that window, whether it's soft, whether it's castle barricade, whether there's got a Kiba barrier on it, so that way, if somebody's bandit tricking, they can't get away with it. But then Wildcard just put another Kiba on it, and either Orglis don't destroy it, or if they do, they don't watch it. And that's worse. It is very basic things being messed up by Orglis at the moment. From the lineup to the implementation and the execution of the utility they bring.
I will say I like this lineup a little bit better. They've been forced away from the hard breaches, so they have to bring a lot of tin openers. And with it, they can bring some better operators. They can bring a Deimos. They can bring a Ying. These are all things that are going to add arrows, strings to their bow, should we say. I do worry. We haven't had a Dokubi call yet. A lot of drones down already. Oh, gosh, we got Bay on the top floor as well.
He's ratting even harder than he did before.
I know, he's really going for this, isn't he? Oh, if he finds one onto the Monty as they drop.
Oh, goodness me.
Oh, he's in a bit of a pickle now, though.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah. That's kind of deserved, honestly. I feel like he overstayed a little bit there. And it looks as though August at least had a clue as to what was happening in that round. Now the question is, do Wildcard retreat? Or do they try and commit to this? Because Kansan's in a bit of a sticky spot as well.
Yes. That's what I was going to say. You got to respect Orglis for going for the full clear, but also you got to worry for Wildcard because, as you said, they are committing quite heavily. And Orglis read into it immediately. What an about face by Orglis. 3 really rough attacks. 3 really rough attacks. And immediately it's... See the Scopos upstairs, take him down. See somebody's kitchen, open up the floor, cut off his rotate through that very angle he's dropping through. Now you find another player roaming back with all the cutoff angles found. This is not only just a general complete reversal of the trends, also an extremely strong reversal from their issues from round 1, Ollie. It was the roam that tripped them up before. And now it's dismantled without anybody losing a single bit of HP.
I mean, this is an open goal. This is a layup right now for Auglis.
Straight shot.
They do only have 1 drone, but they have 5 bodies and only a couple of players to kill. So they really ought to be able to coordinate something here. They've got full Candelas. They've got a Blitz.
Deathmark trackers.
Well, he's only got 1. They've 1 drone. I don't know if he's got anyone on the track.
That's true.
There was a Mozzie run, so there could have been a few pests disabled, let's say. Baby Shark might have a chance here.
Little off angle. Might find 2. No, Epic checks it. It's small, but just nice checking all those boxes. Could you ask for a better round coming out of the TAC timeout?
It'd have been nice if they must have had something to track.
Shut up.
They only had 1 drone.
I'm gonna get on a flight right now and slap you. Get over here.
See you in 10 hours.
I mean, it is rare that we see a team really just bounce back like that so holistically after a timeout.
So, I love the way that LFO approached that. You cannot take anything away from them. If we look at the lineup that Wildcard ran, you could call it a troll lineup. Like, that's a ranky lineup if ever I've seen one. We've got a Scopos, a Vigil, and a Mozzie. We've brought, like, the 2 most powerful defenders in the Goyo. But then we bring the other 3. And you're just kind of looking at it like, huh. Bit of a troll. Let's call it what it was.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, you know, I like the more optimistic reading. How about that?
Look, LFO played the game that was in front of them. You can't take anything away from them. They did a great job. But I think the wild card just overcooked a little bit.
All right, perchance.
By the way, look at the night and day difference. By the way, they've got a clash this time. Like, they've gone from being not bored to super bored.
Right. Well, okay. They had a clash last time. Let's be fair.
Yeah, last time they defended the site, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, I was referencing the previous round though. Like the previous round, they brought a troll lineup. This time, they've gone from being like troll to boring again.
So you said this. You said this time. I was like, okay, well, I'm all caught up now. I also was focused on the fact that we mentioned the hard breach ban. Orglis also just banned the bandit. They're like, okay, I can't say if we'll cover gym window or not. So let's just get those bandit batteries. Let's get them out of the picture. Let's not worry about it.
I hadn't noticed that. That's funny.
It is a fair ban though. Like, I'm joking, but it's a fair ban.
It really is. You know, if all you've got is 10 openers, like, yeah, it's a fair ban. They do only have 1 left though. I'm unsure if they've actually used it on Jacuzzi yet or not?
God, 6 can openers. Jesus.
They've brought a lot. I mean, they've got a lot to do, though. This cash hold is horrible, especially when you've got a clash. Got Kansan playing. Kansan, unironically, has been so quiet this whole day, by the way.
Ooh, C4 goes out.
1 and 4.
Oh.
Surely he finds
gotta
one here.
be 2 and 4. Yeah, there it is.
There we go.
A little bit of disrespect on the vertical angles, unfortunately. Fenn's thinking he found a gap that did not exist. And think of if you're at home, think about whenever you see this clear. Isn't it a give? Okay, Kansan, no. Let's hold up. Let's chill. We got 3 people on this problem. We got 3 defenders on this problem. Let's just wait. Let's hang out. C4 goes out, puts a lot of damage onto Bino. Dash taking down the red stairs player. Now the Monty falls. Flawless for a flawless? Not be the case. Kansan decides to get active. 3 and 5. He's not having it. Neither are Wildcard. A great reaction from LFO in the previous round, and Wildcard say, nice. We're going to turn up now.
Back to being bored.
Back to being bored.
And why not?
You know
like,
what? I love it.
Boring, like, so for anyone that's not, like, clued in, Boring Siege is, like, the S tier of Siege. Like, it's so, like, but it's called Boring Siege because sometimes you just got to sit on your hands. Like, you just can't. You've just got to wait for the right moment. And for some people that are maybe a little bit hyper or a little bit, you know, can't sit still, that can be a bit boring. I'm one of those people.
Yeah.
And it seems like everyone that I play with in ranked is one of those people as well. So we have coined the phrase Boring Siege. However, it is extremely effective. Nice! So much so, it was almost a flawless round there for Wildcard. Save 1 exit frag. It was snagged just at the end. And their lead continues to grow. Something that really worries me is that of all the things that were banned, it was the bandit that was removed. We then didn't see the Jacuzzi breach pushed too much, if at all. It all went down in cash. They still didn't manage to affect anything on it, and they've still left an Azami up to deal with this Raptors push. And now they've got no heart breach, so they're going to have to use tin openers. So getting everything open is going to be even harder anyway, and it makes garage or construction take, you know, much more important. This is just going to be very difficult for August, I think, regardless of what they've got. And they've got some good stuff. Let's not beat around the bush here. They've got a Beast, they've got a DMR, and they have a Ying. So the Catwalk player should be in for a world of hurt here.
That's all I care about right now. I want to see this Catwalk player get pressured. That's all that matters to me at this moment in time. And if they can do that, I mean, they might still go down 5-1, but, you know, at least for me, I feel a little more comfortable. Really solid game. Like, I know we talked about, obviously, Kansan not performing, but really solid game from everybody else on Wildcard at the moment. The level of confidence they've been playing with over the past couple days, I mean, if you didn't see the game yesterday, 7-2 over Envy with 5 attacking rounds on Skyscraper. I don't care what team you're playing, that's impressive. This is a rejuvenated looking team that is eager to join the other 5 at the top of the standings and duke it out in playoffs to redeem themselves from that missed promise of their performance at Reload. Fumbling so much this stage. 5-1-1 just within their grasp. But so far it's been an uneventful round. Wildcard have had the time to get settled in.
Another Dokkaebi call. They're going to get sent out by Kingsrow. Doesn't force much of a reaction, though. No immediate push off the back of it. They haven't gotten a kill off the back of it. Still just trying to establish themselves. Kansan's got a C4 ripped and ready right now. No one flicking his cameras. Although Bay is just going to jump on momentarily, so you can expect a call anytime soon, but the cue is going to be that breach getting sent onto the wall, and there it is. Oh, it's so beautiful when it pulls off.
It is. It is beautiful, but Dash has been down in bar for like a minute and a half, and he's not been droned. And if he has, they didn't respect him. We're just 1v1 solo clearing now. We had one really strong round from Orglis, and the rest have just been very weak. Wildcard have been playing well, don't get me wrong, and being very active, which does make Orglis' job a lot harder, let's be fair. Doing a lot of damage with that drone util, but, I mean, this is going to be another flawless, or another nigh flawless. If you reach the 5v1 threshold, and it's going to be a 5-1 for Wildcard. No doubt about it.
I feel like we need to add a line into our stat tracking software that gives you one of these almost flawless rounds that you often talk of.
Like a little asterisk.
Yeah, it was nearly flawless. There was a really bad exit frag. LFO's troubles continue here, don't they? And you can blame the bans, you can blame whatever you want, but at the end of the day, it's Clubhouse. You've got to be able to play it. You have to be able to play it under any condition. And the only round that August get away with was a certified, like, troll time, this is it, from Wildcard. There was no strategy. It was just roam hard. And August punished it. And rightly so. But aside from that, if that's the only round that they can come away with, for a game with arguably the biggest stakes of the day, it is a shame to see it at a 5-1 scoreline right now as we enter the second half.
Nice. Good round, guys. Good half. Let's go.
Shout out to Spiker. Love that guy.
Love how Spiker's the only one we've had audio for as well.
He's a talker.
I don't know why that is. I'm sure other players talk in those like end of round clips that we see.
Oh, it's because I actually went into like the prod room and I cut all the cables linking wildcard players' prods just because I only want Spiker on stream.
Right, understood.
Yeah.
There must be
Big
some
fan,
hefty
big fan.
cables.
Oh yeah, you would not believe I had to get a chainsaw.
Do they just like trail the length and breadth of the US?
Yeah, yeah. It's like one of those like those cables they put under the ocean to like connect the internet.
Like the one we're using right now.
Yeah, exactly. The one we're using right now. I did that. Crazy nobody heard the chainsaw. Nobody tried to stop me. They're like, oh, that must be the wind. A lot of Scopos on Clubhouse today. 2 plays from Bay and 1 from Fens now. Bit tricky spot to transfer this Raptors position, but you've got some room to work with. But it's a loose roam on basement, and well, Ollie, we've seen those can turn around very quickly.
They really can. There is a very good operator selection from Wildcard, specifically designed at dealing with a roam game. You have a Blitz, Dokkaebi, and the Deimos. I don't think there's much more that you would ask for to clear a roam.
No.
That is pretty much the golden trifecta. Dash in with a quick drone of this top floor. He's going to call at least Master Bed as clear. Logi drop and start to work his way through. There's some Bs as well that are going to cover him. They're just going to play it inside a cache, and that C4 will land. Unfortunate for Baby Shark, just bad timing there, I think. And a Dokkaebi call maybe coming in a bit too late.
Maybe a little too late. Kansan, the Dokkaebi, will make a late entrance into Garage. Flash goes out. Somehow the Valkyrie doesn't die. There we go. On the follow-up, Dash follows through. It is a bit dodgy. I think maybe a little bit lackluster intel on the actual true extent of that roam, but it works out. Wildcard make up for it, land a 4v3. Kansan,
yes.
oh my god. What a cutoff.
Yeah,
Drops into oil pit, literally. Jobless behavior. He was 1-5 at one point.
That's why he's one of the top 5 rated players.
This guy's so good, man.
Unbelievable play. The game sense there to drop oil pit.
This guy used to be one of the best players on Sonics.
You just know that you're going to be catching him on the rotate back. That's such a beautiful play. I was really worried because there was a lack of soft breach here, but it isn't going to matter. There's only 2 bodies for him to find, and they've got a blitz.
The blitz is going to be so easy with this. Bees go out, try to clear blue, and the rest make sure Dash has an easy way in. There he goes into Arsenal. Tagged up just a little bit, quite heavily in fact, but he's not got the diffuser. Dash is just making space at the moment. Got to be careful you don't drift too far away from everybody, but it's a 1v4. You can play spoiler. Bait it out a little bit. There's
Hello?
There we go. There's nothing Eddie can do there. Wildcard are behind Orglis in points, but they secured themselves at least 1. And they've got the tie break because it's win and you're in, Ollie. Just one more round of any kind. And they're through.
Win and you're in. Don't matter if it's overtime. Doesn't matter if it's regulation.
No. I can't imagine what Gabe is going to say on the desk when he comes back.
Honestly, he looks jacked today. Do you not just get the feeling that he's had like 10 coffees and he's like ready to go?
He's been amped. He's been waiting for this wildcard game.
He's full of it.
Well, he wasn't full of it about this game, I can tell you. I think we all thought, even, I imagine Gabe probably thought Orgless would put up a little bit more of a fight than this, but it has been just a trouncing. On the verge of one of the most dominant games of the stage. I mean, we've had 7-2s and we've had a 7-0. I actually don't think we've had a 7-1.
I don't think we have. I actually looked over this earlier because I was getting the Cloud9 stat.
No, we've not even had a 7-1. So this would be the second most dominant or one-sided loss of the stage, and coming at the most important moment for both of these teams.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb. New feed active.
Orgless have already used that tactical timeout as well. Leaves them with nowhere else to go. They have to solve this themselves. This roam game has been fairly unsuccessful. I would really be tempted for just a little bit of soft presence on the main stairs. Maybe someone hanging around over toward blue or Adam stairs and just call it a day and try and lean into some util, but looks like Orgless are going to firm it and try for this little roam again. There's a slightly different lineup being brought. There's no Dokkaebi this time. No Deimos either. You've still got the blitz. Dash can still move through with this drone at his feet. The C4's ripped and ready. It's sent through.
Ooh.
Eddie is in a coffin right now.
Bet you wish you'd open that hatch.
If you're going to roam, at least open the hatch.
He even considered it earlier. He had the shotgun in hand. He looked at that hatch and he decided not to close it. Maybe on the bet that he wanted to rat and not give it away, not telegraph that position. But betting on wildcard, not droning it or not clearing it properly after, to be fair, a little bit of a sloppy roam clear from wildcard, but one that still resulted in a 4v3. That's such a big gamble. And it does not pay off. Wildcard with full top floor control. They can start moving down to the bottom floor. And there's no way Kicksrow would expect this angle.
Wildcard have got so much time as well because of how efficient they've been in that early round clear. C4 wasted there, the last one.
Damn. It damages Kicksrow.
It does more damage to Kicksrow than anybody else. I'd have been clutching on to that, trying to guarantee a kill with it. Diffuser can get juggled around. There's skeleton keys that can start to rip open the floor. We've still got 4 Candelas and an ability to open hatches.
Oh,
Wildcard just needs to go through the motions right now. A little bit of drone work, figure out locations of a few people. I mean, the Bees are doing a lot of that hard work for him. Bay can send a couple more in now and start to make his approach.
Yeah.
The Blitz charging through, that is the trigger.
That exactly is what it is. Valkyrie does push up. Ooh, that's a bit of a whiff by Baby Shark, unfortunately. Got to rotate up, but thankfully everything else is going so well for Wildcard. 7-1 in their grasp.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's done. GG. Go next. Ladies and gentlemen, Bino might find one, but at the moment, it is looking like the deck is stacked against him because Wildcard are your final team into playoffs.
Team that had an amazing showing at Rio and one that I think a lot of people at home were expecting to come in with a big performance here in NAL. Well, they've really made us wait for it. They've made us work for it. They do finally secure that playoff spot. We will get to see them compete next week. But it was not a very good game to remember if you are on the side of LFO. We were expecting it to be a lot closer than that. But to come through as a 7-1, our second most decisive result of the stage so far, wasn't anything that we had on our bingo cards. I cannot wait to hear what our desk has to say about this one. We'll be back in just a few.
pushing me, pushing me.
Five.
Got you.
50.
Moro. Yeah.
And then.
Let's
go, guys.
Trust
the stuff, guys. Good job, guys. Let's go! Let's go!
God.
You do like it, Dash.
Wild card are playoff bound, our 6th and final playoff team, and they do it in style. A 7-1 victory to close out their stage. We've got our wild card winners standing by. As always, we've got Spiker on the call with us. Dude, congrats on the win. You guys have made playoffs considering where you started this stage to be here now. What is that like for you?
It feels really good just because up until this week, I don't think we had played well in both games. Like this week, we played very well in both of our last 2 games. We didn't play great in the OXG game, but like it feels like we like everybody like played well. We were working together well as a team. Like all the puzzle pieces just like came together these last 2 games. And I mean, the team like these guys went OT with M80 yesterday. You know, like these guys are not a bad team, so it feels really good.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you guys really displayed. I mean, took it off the table. Even if Cloud9 won in the last one, I mean, that was such a dominant performance from you guys. Now you're going to be going into playoffs, potentially playing against M80 or SSG. Hopefully, we're going to see the same level of play. But is there a specific play style of one of those 2 teams that you're going to be looking forward to playing?
I mean, they play pretty similarly. Like, especially on attack, they play pretty similar. We have better results, like, as a core against SSG. Like, normally we play very well against those guys, so if I had to pick, I'd say I'd rather play SSG just because of previous results. But, like, we scrimmed both of them so much since we played them, so, like, no matter what, both teams are going to be knowing what each team is doing, so it'll just be whoever shows up better on the day.
Well, Spiker, congratulations on clinching playoffs. I want to ask you, why Clubhouse? Why allow Clubhouse? Why let Orgless, a brand new team where you can maybe exploit them on other maps? Why Clubhouse?
I mean, we only played it twice before against Falcons and DZ, both like 2 of the better club teams in the world, I would say. And so, like, we know it's a good map for us, but I think since people look on paper, we lost it twice, like, they don't think we're great at it. So we kind of haven't, not necessarily heightened it, but, like, we knew we could beat most teams on it if it just wasn't one of the better teams. And they looked very strong on Cafe yesterday, and we've played the hell out of Cafe recently, so we wanted a little break from that so we can, you know, we'll spend the next week, you know, changing some stuff on Cafe and then showing a new Cafe next time we play it, hopefully.
All right, well, that got my answer.
Yeah, Spiker. Simple as that. You guys make playoffs. We don't have much more to say other than to ask, what is the next 3 days going to look like for you guys? It is what? Saturday now. We've got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday to prep. Wednesday, playoffs begin. Is it going to be an intensive boot camp? Are you going to be celebrating for the next 24 hours? What is that approach going into Wednesday?
Let me check my calendar. We have scrims tomorrow at 11 a.m., so it's looking like we got
what about the next
however
day?
many hours off, but next day, I think we got a double. Look at my scrim scheduler on the background.
What about the day after that?
Yeah, tell us every single hour between now and then.
It's looking like, I don't know, it's looking like it's going to be double scrims every day.
Oh, let's go,
That's
you
from what I
guys.
can tell, so we're going to put the work in.
Amazing, amazing. Well, playoffs on the horizon. A good one to close out the group stage, Spiker. So congratulations, and we'll see you in playoffs.
All right, thanks.
Big win for Wildcard. 7-1, Lax. They close it out in style.
Listen, before we talk about them closing out, I just got to address you, Lynx. I got to address what you said, that I couldn't make my way around a microwave because I was hyping up Wildcard. I just want to say this. I'll be the bigger person here. I'm not going to roast you into oblivion, but there's a reason why I was a player, and you were watching me all these years, lollipop in hand and the little propeller cap on. That's all I'm going to say. And then we can talk about Wildcard. I mean, it was a dominant performance. I said that they needed to have one blowout of a game. They needed another statement game after their game yesterday, and I would say a 7-1 was very convincing and that much needed to give them the more confidence going into playoffs and obviously to secure and lock themselves into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you were definitely right. The wildcard defenses were too much for LFO to break apart. They couldn't get those opening kills. They couldn't be able to break open one of these doors for wildcard. There was no real opening to get those opening kills, which is a shame because, you know, we talked about LFO, their defenses could have looked good, but, you know, we didn't really get to that far. And when it came to their attacks, the big players, you know, we didn't really see much out of them either. So it's a shame. I mean, they did look good coming into the Super Week, but alas.
I still want to give them praise. Granted, yes, the 7-1 definitely was not the performance that I thought they were going to have, but I still want to give them the praise for yesterday's and the game before that. It was nothing but sheer performance and just keeping up with themselves and improving.
Well, all of our teams now, our top 6 for playoffs are locked in. One thing that's not locked in is our seeding. SSG still have a chance to leapfrog M80 and take that 3rd seed. Can be pretty significant in the first round of the playoffs. We'll find how they fare against DZ coming up next.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back to the NAL as we get set for our 5th and final game of the day and our final match of the group stage. Can't believe we've come this far. Welcome back, Jonas Willinger alongside Foxe and Laxing as we close out day 3 of the Super Week Playday number 9. This one is Dark Zero and SSG, a game with some stakes. Dark Zero trying to bounce back from their very first loss yesterday, and SSG could jump into 3rd place with an upset win.
Right, I mean, the biggest question for Dark Zero, it's the first time that they lost after their amazing run up until SR, so we don't want to see them just fall flat. We want to see that same Dark Zero consistency, and hopefully they can bounce back. As for SSG, they're playing for 3rd. 3rd seed plays against Wildcard. Is it that much easier than playing against OXG? That's for you to decide, but at the end of the day, the teams have something at stake that they want to accomplish.
And Dark Zero, as you said, the bounce back game. I think that's actually fairly significant going into playoffs. You want to make sure that this team can take loss well and recover from it going into best of 3.
Yeah, I love the point that he made yesterday is, this is the first time Dark Zero did experience their losses. How are they going to take it? What are they going to take from it? Are we going to see them start to fall off because they were so hot on their trail? Or are we going to see them still be consistent and be the Dark Zero and the Swiss Army knife that we hyped them up to be? It's unknown, but going into this match today against SSG, it's a little bit of a shogi match. The Japanese chess, in my opinion. Both the leaders, the IGLs, really picking their pieces, moving them around either back and forth, making just one abrasive rush. It's going to be a fun game. Again, the standings don't change too much for Dark Zero, but they do change for SSG. And like we were saying, who do you want? Pick your poison. You want OXG or do you want Wildcard?
Playing a lot of shogi these days, Lax?
No, not at all. I just threw that for this bit.
All right.
Because we talked about a chess match before. Now we're talking about shogi.
That works. Well, SSG, on the other hand, as we said, 3rd place is definitely the goal today, but really just getting some game day reps against a team they might face in playoffs, arguably that's more important.
Yeah, and you always want more time to be able to pretty much get Newers set up, the team set up around him. And the question that we're always going to be asking is, was Newers a payoff? And I think so, and obviously definitely a better situation for SSG beating OXG yesterday. They ended up winning that trade, so to say. But when it comes to games that we're talking about shogi, I think with SSG, it's just a good old classic football match. I mean, it's just a brotherhood. They just kind of go for it all together, slowly trying to improve themselves. And that's essentially where we've seen SSG get. We find them in a position where they are plateauing like the normal SSG does. They squeak into the playoffs, they make the major event, and then they just have a very fizzled out performance. They come home, and then maybe a roster change happens. Now they're at a position where not only have they adapted to having a slower playstyle in the M80 game, all the players, so to say, are feeling a lot more comfortable, and Newers himself has been playing amazing.
Yeah, you mentioned Newers earlier. We talked about him a little bit yesterday as well. Someone that this roster is really building around and improving behind.
Yeah, and so now with all of those individual aspects, I don't know if that's allowed, but Newers will do it. And so with all these individual aspects that have been added, he actually has been going to the gym. I'm getting stunned, sorry. With all these aspects, SSG has gotten to the point of their plateau. Now they need to decide themselves if they can burst through it, climb to the peak, or if they're just going to fizzle out like the normal SSG does and then come back home and make a roster change.
Yeah, the no shirt is an interesting choice.
It makes me curious that all of SSG has their shirt off. They typically follow one another. They follow suit. Okay.
All right.
I knew it. I knew that was going to be the case. If Newers, out of all people they were going to show had their shirt off, that clearly had to indicate, look at those traps, by the way.
Dang.
That clearly had to indicate the rest of the roster is following suit and playing shirtless. So it kind of goes to your point of being a football game, shirts against skin.
Right, I guess so. Who's the most jacked? Let's find out.
Well, Newers, we gassed him up for really maturing and coming a long way in that interview yesterday. You think this is that next evolution of that maturity? Just nips out for the mat?
Well, absolutely. SSG is like a brotherhood team, so they all do it together. They really thrive and breed just being an excellent player in-game, but out of game. Working out, positive mental health attitude, always being kind to one another in their team. It just makes everything in the game a lot easier to manage when everybody's on the same schedule. I believe they have a rule where it's like you have a limited amount of phone time during a week or something. None of them go on any social media platforms. Border, great place for them to duke it out as well.
Yeah, this is a great map for both teams. I would say more preferably for SSG. This is one of their better maps by far.
Yes.
But again, one thing where we saw DZ shine was really slowing down the aggressive takes, more specifically against the team like M80, where they just couldn't find their stride, especially on those defense. All of Dark Zero was just so oppressive. They wouldn't let anything slide in terms of that aggression. And again, sure, we have talked about SSG. They have been known for their aggression, but they have been adopting that slower, passive playstyle. So I am curious if we're going to see that here, because what we've seen on attack so far, it's really transitioned into be an attacker-sided map. So I am curious if SSG can make headway on their attacks where M80 was failing to do.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about DZ being more of a slower-paced team. Obviously, they've adapted so much and learned. But when it comes to a map like Border, we talked about it the last time in that M80 matchup. Oh, we think M80 is going to take it because they're more aggressive. We don't know if necessarily DZ is going to be able to come away with it. And then DZ stunned us. I believe it was a 7-3 win. And it completely blew our expectations out of the water with how aggressive they were able to take positions and then use that discipline to hold them back. So again, the biggest question for DZ is, can they overcome that first loss? Is that mental battle now going to shake them to where matches are a little bit more closer, they don't have as much confidence, or can they supersede that and still be the DZ, maybe second place DZ, but the DZ that has been dominant throughout the whole stage?
Well, that second place DZ, the ultimate question is, do you think they can bounce back and take the win here?
I do think so. I mean, the map definitely favors SSG a little bit, but if we see the same DZ that we've seen all stage, I don't know if anybody is at quite the level as opposed to like SR, because you need to beat DZ with a little bit of mental game, and that's where SR had it. SSG is a lot more brawn. I'm not going to say that they don't have much brain.
This is a bold prediction, Laxi. Let's back this one up.
So that's the thing. Like I said, I don't have the maps prior. Now seeing that it is Border, I do want to still stick with mine, granted.
Yeah.
But again, it goes into question. Is SSG going to be a lot more passive to allow more breathing room so they don't get over encumbered by Dark Zero on those defenses? Or are they just going to be shut down by those defenses, Dark Zero? I really want to see them adapt and be able to play a little different pace and style as Siege than what we've seen. Because again, Dark Zero shut down M80 on all of their aggressive fronts.
All right,
look at those craps, by the way.
Yeah, we're pointing them out. All the boys shirtless. Our final matchup of the group stage is Dark Zero and SSG and Lynx. It's only right if I give you the floor to respond to what Lax had to say about you just a few minutes ago.
I'll take an apology.
Bold of you to think I'll apologize. I've never met a hill I wouldn't die on. But I will say this. Listen, I know I'm missing my propeller. I'm missing my lollipop. This is the best you'll get from me, Gabe. You're correct. It's a very good prediction. Wildcard showed up very well against Orgless. And I'm sure that in the future, whenever I see you make predictions like that, when you get so confident that you're right, and when you are wrong, I know you will handle it humbly and graciously, just like you handled being right today. And that's why we're such good friends. It's because I know I can always count on you to be the bigger person.
I mean, all I would do is ask him how his fantasy's going.
True. How is your fantasy going, Gabe? Oh, that's right.
Well,
You
it's probably
suck!
Probably a bit of a sore point for Lax there. Yeah.
Sorry,
He picked a pretty ropey team on the old fantasy. I'll tell you what I didn't get today. I didn't get the memo that we could be shirtless, because if I'd have known that, I would have taken advantage. It is roasting tonight inside of the UK.
Oh, it's just like...
We don't have AC, unlike you guys over there. And it's basically the same temperature. And the humidity's off the chart. So I'm cooking, quite literally. But it looks as though SSG are getting ready for a fight. It feels like they're going into a boxing match. Like they feel up for this.
They are. They are quite ready for it. Pretty split down the middle is the social prediction, which I think, well, one, it's two top teams in the NAL going against each other, but also Border could be quite a chaotic matchup. Dark Zero, obviously, taking their first loss of the stage to Shopify yesterday. I like Fox's point quite a bit, that you have to have a little bit of brains to beat DZ. And now that I think SSG lack it, but sometimes they override their critical thinking skills and maybe overcook just a bit. But one thing they might like, Ollie, is yesterday, well, in the past couple games, Dark Zero, who at the beginning of the stage or going into Super Week had a 70% attacking win rate. They've only won 2 rounds on attack on both maps they played so far. One on Consulate, and to be fair, a still dominant game, but only 2 against Shopify yesterday on Lair. On top of that, on their attacking side, when they have been the best entry team in the league, albeit just a little bit ahead of Shopify, but winning over 60% of their entry engagements, they only won 1 on their attacking side against Shopify yesterday. And on the second half, even though they got 4 out of 6, they still end up losing because Shopify are able to recover some important rounds. So on Border, winning the opening picks is often, even more so on every other map, the name of the game here. Not just to securing map control, not just to being in an advantage position, but often to winning the round entirely. If that trend continues and we can see SSG, when they get to that defense, really press them against the sides of the map, they could face a lot of problems. By the same token, Ollie, I want you and everyone watching to pay attention to Pambazoo. Because this guy runs Border like it's a business. And he is the CEO of that East Stairs especially.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Could that be anything to do with the fact that he's in New Fantasy?
No, he's literally like, no.
You're happy now. You're like, I needed a good game out of Pambazoo, and we're on Border. Like, the stars have aligned for you to retain first place.
I will say, I did see the map, and I was like, oh.
Breathing a slight sigh of relief there, knowing that I am hot on your heels.
It was not slight.
And we put in a serious life performance earlier. We're going to need the same out of Pamba. Let's see how he holds up to this. Fultz already knocking on the door. Heavy on the shields or SSG in round 1 here. Bans, slightly unorthodox. Malusi and Ephenria. That's going to clear lines, clear lanes, so these attackers can just bowl on through with their shields. Do they account for NJR below? Bottom of East Stairs, he's already getting pinched upon. SSG look primed and ready for this fight.
Oh, love this from Benja. Love this from Fultz, too. Just such a clean pinch. It's a full commit by DZ. But Panda, no! My CEO's been voted off the board. 5v3 for SSG. Fultz only losing HP in the process here. And Dark Zero forced on a full and eager retreat. One in which SSG are not looking to let up. Only 1 kill for DZ so far. There is dominance, and then there is round 1 of SSG versus Dark Zero. 2 shields and not a single ounce of remorse.
There was no hold barred there whatsoever by Space Station. That was a very impressive round 1. That was the kind of round that you look at and you think it's not out of place in like round 4, round 5 of a team attacking, because everything was just flowy from the start. I felt like I was in the flow state with them. These guys have been warming up since lunchtime. They're ready for tonight. I really enjoy how the coordination for the pinch onto NJR, then the response from DZ to try and save him, or at least salvage something from it, and SSG still come out on top. Fultz got 3 kills, by the way, with the pistol on Blitz.
Just, oh, what a Blitz play from him that round.
Like, just disgusting. Just absolutely barreling him down.
I mean, like, one thing we talked about before the stage started was who, if anybody, because nobody needed to, but who, if anybody, is going to pick up the mantle of the shield from Forrest, since he was the go-to shield player of that roster. And something Call even said was that we're actually looking to kind of pivot away from the shields. We'll still bring them, but it won't be as much of a go-to as it was before. And we have seen Fultz in particular bring the Monty. It's actually his most played off this stage. I can't say if we've seen any shield play like that from Fultz this stage.
No, I don't think we have. I can't remember any.
That could just be a 1-rounder. But if that were to become, if half of that were to become consistent, ooh.
You'd have half a round of good shield play.
All right. Benja trying to hit the same play.
Yeah, he didn't get the memo. He thought it was the same strat. What he didn't realize was that Fultz wasn't barreling it down East Stairs this time, and the NJR was just going to dome him instead. Oh, okay. What a shot from Nate.
That's the Brit differential.
Also in my fantasy, by the way.
Shut up.
He's got more kills than Pambazoo right now.
This is so awkward. You're literally behind me. You actually are probably going to beat me after today. Good cutoff from Newers. There's a 2-man push on the opposite side, or, well, perhaps it was 1, and then Newers took a spot. But it's not nearly the net or the basket shot it was before. Nade over the top. Good forces any rotation for the Azami. It's one that Spirits will not be too worried about. Half of top floor in control of SSG, but it's the half where the defenders aren't, and the one that is not above the site. So Pambazoo and Spirits will hold their cross for the moment, as SSG look for another way around.
A lot that's slowing SSG down right now. These castle barricades are a bit of a problem. Fultz is just going to try and send it straight into sight, but Citizen is there. Chilling.
That's
inside a
6
shower.
drones, by the way.
I mean, plenty of drones. Plenty of ability to deal with these castle barricades and just kind of choosing not to. Spirits on the vert. Doesn't matter if you're inside a site, J90 with the kit. It's 40 seconds left, and Pambazoo and Spirits are still alive. There's a BP on your location. It's going to be super difficult to get a plant down now. He's going to go for the smoke. Start to try and stick it. But Pamba and Spirits surely only seconds away.
Indeed they are. Pamba drops, doesn't push yet. Love the patience. One in court 2. Ooh, he spots that one. Oh, Spirits. He jumps up. Pambazoo as well! Vintage J90 1vx. You see Newers cheer at the side of that. This is SSG back in action. Major fumble, followed by a massive recovery.
It's the classic SSG, isn't it? The team of two halves. Very similar to the coin out of the Batman movie. You don't know what you're going to get. You're going to get the hero, you're going to get the villain. Looks like, at least for J90 today, he was the hero of that round. Should have been dead and buried. Easy had so much info, but he just had enough. Found a pocket of space and was able to break his engagements down. I hate to pick on the player that you're really pinning all your hopes and dreams on the fantasy on, but Pambazoo was a little bit slow to the...
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
He was slow to the engagement.
No.
You know?
No, stop it. Why are you talking?
Wasn't on contact. Sleep at the wheel, some might say.
You're about to be asleep, I'll tell you that much.
Hope so.
The plane's pulling up right now. Surely.
You got a little Gulfstream waiting on the tarmac for you.
I don't even have a Gulfstream. I got a wormhole opened up. I got Lex Luthor building me a portal right into your backyard. Little customs defense coming out from Dark Zero. And a defense, by the way, that was relatively not this defense, but the last round was not really effectively pierced by SSG. Also, again, characteristic SSG speeding up the pace without necessarily doing some of the due diligence to make sure that it works out. Dark Zero advantage by it, and it's a huge play from J90. One we can credit, but one we have to acknowledge. Dark Zero did have a very solid round, but SSG will take the control that's given to them. Like water on pavement, they find every crack and crevice. And with most of this side of the map barricaded off, well, they have worked their way in, but Nafe has gone down. It's no momentum gained for Dark Zero. In fact, it's SSG now coming away with it. As charge goes out, as the Blitz looks to hop into the supply window. But unfortunately, again, by himself, nobody by for a trade, and again, disrespecting an angle and a position held by Dark Zero. Not really caring that Spirits is up above, holding the vertical angle. Not caring that there was this mirror window that could support them. Benja looks at it now. Would have been useful about 20 seconds earlier when Spirits was shooting your team right across from you.
A couple of players still hiding out in that CCTV room as well. Benja and Newers fairly split up for the time being. Spirits doesn't need to work too hard here to find a great kill over onto Benja. NJR with the closer. SSG cranking it just a little bit too hard there in round number 3. I enjoyed the pace of the early round. It was a goo mine that really undid Fultz as he hopped in through supply window. That was the only audio cue that Spirits needed to be able to pick up that kill. He gets caught with that in his foot. He's limping. He's taking it out. It's all a bad time. Not surprised to see the Blitz ban. Kind of surprised to see the mirror ban.
It's a little surprising, isn't it? I mean, on the one hand, I do understand, you know, as we just saw, that extension from Dark Zero was quite nice. They got one mirror looking into CCTV, and then obviously one looking out of it into 90, or into it from Armory. So I liked it. It's a bit of an inventive strat that could be a bit difficult to work through, but also it is just kind of a weird half to gauge, because like, okay, you go back to round 2, mirror certainly was a problem there. But was that the big reason why SSG struggled to clear that top floor? I think it was more just a holistic strat thing. It was the castles and the Miras and the reinforcements Dark Zero placed, fully shutting off Fountain, and the Kiba barriers too. So the Mira is certainly one piece of it, and in that round, maybe it was an important one, but I definitely think when we're looking for what maybe SSG would like to see going forward, a Mira ban isn't going to be the biggest issue. That being said, they're also 2-1, so take what you will from what I just said.
I always do. Don't worry.
Okay, my bad.
Let's see if the timeout from DZ is good for them here. Struggling with the pacing, I think, that SSG are looking to bring into this, and SSG playing their typical chaotic play style. Without the blitz now, they're going to be forced into other avenues. Likely the Blackbeard, and at least for the time, that's what Fultz is going to pick. Don't be fooled. Just because there isn't a blitz on the board doesn't mean that things can't be quick. You can still move quickly. There are still other options at playing aggressively or playing in a timely manner. Easy on the flip side, they have lost the comfort that has been that mirror window for them. And JR again looks like he's making his way downstairs. Lion Scan comes out just to disrupt the beautiful overhead view that we were having of the map for a brief time.
Always forget about it, and then you see it and you're like, oh man.
It's like you're on a theme park ride.
It's like I took a couple shots. Fultz is just like, I'm not having it. Whatever. Another shield. Freebie.
I mean, he's arguably more activated right now, right? Because he was deadly on the blitz, and now he's got a full AR at his disposal.
Ah, that's slower ADS time, though.
Yeah. He got a sight on it?
That's going to trip him
He's
up.
got a sight.
Ooh, that's a good question. Does he have a sight on it? Could we get a... Could our observer pull that up real quick?
I think that's a no.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be honest. I'm gonna preempt that. I think that's a no.
Stefan's like, get a job.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not that important.
Not that important. I did think it was funny that NGR was moving over to those east stairs again after replaying it in the previous round. He's a bit further up now. Got to be a bit more of an active participant. Also,
I was surprised to see him play there as well, to be honest.
Also, I've been asked. I wanted to see what the sight was that Fultz was using on his AR. That's all. That's all I was curious about. We can't really tell that. Well, actually, we might be able to tell. He's about to get in some action. Oh, he's got the hollow. There we go.
He's a hollow enjoyer.
Ooh.
Oh, let's go.
Shout out to me. I called that switch onto the Blackbeard. That was all me. But unfortunately, it's also all looking up Dark Zero at the moment, as Fultz and Newer's both on low HP, and Benja finds himself in a critical spot in CCTV with a goo mine in his foot. Still finds a kill. Big play from him, and just at the end of the line, pulls it from his foot. It's still Dark Zero with the lead, though. He dropped down. Got recent intel on Panda's position, and the Ela will swing. And unfortunately, he's easy pickings. 2 rounds in a row from Dark Zero. We learned what Fultz was using on his AR. We sadly did not get to learn what that strat completely entailed.
I was going to say, I'm really glad that we know that Fultz is running the hollow on Blackbeard, and that we didn't get to see the 2 kills that Dark Zero got.
Well, to be fair, we saw the initial part of the action.
We saw the start of the action. It was a CCTV attack, wasn't it? And
yes, exactly.
It can be a very difficult place to try and take control of. SSG, they looked a little bit confused in what they wanted. And I think that's in part due to the fact that they've been very decisive when we've seen them playing on that blitz. Look at this play there from player tucked inside a CC. No chance for Benja there in that last gunfight. He was in a world of hurt that whole round. He just seems to be on 1 HP for the entire time with a goo mine in his foot. Bit of a nightmare. But it just seemed a little bit hesitant from SSG, and that's probably just because some of their earlier rounds have been very quick and very decisive, where they've just barreled in and known exactly what they wanted to do. And there was a bit more dancing around there in that previous round, and we didn't see them sort of full commit in the first 30 seconds, which then leads you to think that they're being a little bit more indecisive, which probably isn't the case. They're just setting themselves up for that CCTV clear. But DZ had a very good hold on it indeed. A very equal contribution across the board now on Dark Zero, as well as they're all getting involved in some of the action. Can't quite say the same on the side of SSG just yet. Ashen's really been struggling so far inside of this fixture. Player that you kind of need to be one in a good mood, and another, you know, shit-talking your opponent and putting some kills upon the board.
All right, he's been laying off the trash talk, I will say. At least I feel like
I think this is the game where he pulls it out.
this might be revisionist history for me, actually. Also, not a rough stage, just like a rough couple games. Just think. Oh, dude, please get NJR out of this spot. Not even because he's doing badly. I just like, every time we cut to him, this man's got a smoke in hand. He's looking at East Stairs door. He loves it. Cannot get enough. Dokubi call goes out. A little bit of fluidity from Newers on the opposite side of the map, but despite that, seems SSG looking to take control of East Stairs, since for the most part it's freely given. Azami just peeking in for a brief moment, though will spot that Monty through the hole into 90. Immediately backs off, reinforces. This is just Dark Zero playing the strat that they basically won the round off last time, save for Janino's 1v3 sans mirror window. And Newers, he'll try to be the thing that gums up the works, but no, flashes and backs off.
It's a shame as well, because Nath was full white there. J9O going to get traded out. He will be taken down on Striker. And JR is somehow still alive, but the D shield, no!
Oh, it's a bit scary. The D shield not great, but it's still a 2v2. Ashen also just waddling up courtyard and dies to the guy blue. Oh my god, NJR. Do we find the next one? How about the 3-peat? He's only got 6 bullets. SMG shoots fast, but you better hit all those shots. They'll be gone in a moment's notice. Nafe setting up a long crossfire from Vent at the moment, or Workshop, excuse me. Newers has one Dokubi call, though. No flashes, maybe. But if he could try to find a way to back up, he could send out this phone call. Ooh, drone bounces off the wall. Bit of free intel that he will be missing, unfortunately. He's got to be careful, too. The reload might give away the sound cue. Spotting more and more and more. Finally, he will reload. SMG-12, switch. Trying, praying that somebody from Dark Zero will peek. But that's NJR on the opposite side of that wall. He's only taking that fight if he knows he can win it. 3 in a row for Dark Zero. Uncompromising after J9O gave them the business.
Especially after the timeout as well for DZ.
True.
Super impactful. In fact, have they dropped a round since the timeout? I don't think they have.
No, they've not. They've not dropped a round since before the timeout. Well, I mean, like 1 round before the timeout, I mean.
Yeah. No, I said something in round 1. I said it looks as though SSG have been playing since lunch, like warming up since lunch or something like that. They feel like they've just gotten a little bit cold. I don't know what it is. We're not seeing the same level of confidence. We're not seeing that same level of sort of teamwork on the entry that we have done.
You know what
I feel like a few players have been very disconnected from like the main body of the push.
I'm gonna make a statement, okay? It's not actually a very hyperbolic one either, because I can make those sometimes. I can shoot off my mouth a little bit. This is not actually one of those. Ignore the 1v3, because obviously that's a 1vx, and typically in those rounds, Dark Zero should convert them, or the team of the advantage should convert them. The 1 round SSG have won was when they, to be fair, had a very good pinch on a player extended a bit far. NJR and East Stairs. That's totally fine. But then after that, the bulk of that round was made by Dark Zero full committing to helping him, and then losing the fights on that side. Most of those were 50-50s that ended up going SSG's way. But the 1 round SSG has won has been when Dark Zero literally ran into their attack. Ran into their guns. That's not to say they lacked agency, of course, but that's the one time where SSG had the convincing round victory. It was when the defense came to them. Since then, when DZ have not done that, SSG have, as you said, looked cold, looked disconnected, and looked slow.
I would agree. would find it very difficult to counter that point.
I really am quite something.
Well, I think it's credit to DZ, right? Because they tried to solve the problem by running at it. It didn't work. And ever since, they've just not ran at it. They've just gone, oh, we'll just make them play to us. Yeah, it's border.
That first round went that way, and obviously I think this is part of the strat. But guess what? Mira came in the lineup next round.
Yeah. And like you say, without J90's huge clutch, we'd be staring at a very different scoreline. Smokes go out, block some of the cover inside a site. Newers goes down. Not what you want after expending that utility. Where's the backup? They don't know about Nate. They've only got 2 drones left. We only just got into the second half of this round. You don't need a drone to know that NJR's at the top of East stairs, though.
No, you do not. Spirits gets the refrag pretty easily. That's Diffuser, by the way. Now dropped at the top of East stairs. Ashen just immediately dropping down below. This is a crank moment, and, well, the lever is stuck. Wheel's not greased whatsoever. The axle's not eased. I don't know how a lever works. I don't know what the... I know what the mechanics are and the physics are. I don't know how you construct one. I don't think J90 clutches this one. That much I am sure of. Low HP. Doesn't know Spirits is here. Just drop the hatch. Just drop it. There it is. 5-1-1/2. Nope. 4-2-1/2 for Dark Zero. Excuse me. I was living in the alternate world where the J90 didn't clutch that one.
Where J90 didn't clutch it, yeah.
4-2-1/2
Definitely
for
should
Dark
have
Zero.
been. Definitely should have been a 5-1/2, but it is a 2. It is a 4-2/2.
Man, didn't that first round look great from SSG?
Like, take me back, you know? Take me back to that first round. Because that's what... I find it so exciting to watch as well. I think it is one of the best ways that the game can be played. And I think a lot of people will disagree with that. And that's okay. But you can't argue that it makes for exciting viewing. I hate playing in it. I'm no good at playing in it.
That OXG game, that was a lot of that round 1 from SSG.
Exactly.
The, not OXG, SSG, obviously. OXG wildcard.
Okay, Bravo Warden, Azami, Deimos. Getting a little bit of variety in here. Warden getting removed super early by Dark Zero.
I was talking about the Grim band coming into play at the beginning of the stage. I was missing the forest for the trees. The Brava band is really like the sleeper band that's made the entrance recently.
Yeah, it really is.
Nice! Good shit, guys. Rob?
That's how Citizen feels like he doesn't have to play against Brava. Oh, sorry. No, that's Citizen's reaction when he doesn't have to play Brava anymore.
Banz's army. Yeah, nice.
Let's go. No Kibas in CC.
Attackers have discovered
I
the
enjoy
location
that.
of a bomb.
I actually got to say, it is kind of crazy that we saw 2 or like a full half of border where a zombie was in play.
Yeah.
Even before the ban changes, she was getting taken out like every game on this map. It's kind of crazy that DZ got to play it the whole time. Didn't even play her that much, to be fair, but just on Bathroom Tellers. I don't think it was a big oversight from SSG, to be clear. It's just she gets banned a lot. This is ludicrous from Ashen. What am
How much
I
patience has he
looking
got?
at?
Like, this is a patience game.
He better get this kill.
What's he
Come
got
on.
up there?
Ooh, Pamazu saw it. He knew about it.
I didn't even know you could get up there.
I don't know how he got up there.
If that's like jumping on the monitor to get on the wall. I can't do that. I always try, and I just never manage.
Can we just like cut the game? Can we go back and just see how he got up there? just cut the round. Oh my god, Ashen. It is kind of crazy that Ashen is full committing to the CC position with no like Kibas or anything. Because that's the big problem when a zombie gets banned. It makes playing aggro in CC so difficult. Back when the map first got reworked in like 2022, like people would put a shield on the desk, then that kind of fell out of favor. But it's always a risk, especially if you have a team that is like ready for you to play aggressive, like Dark Zero is. You just get like peppered every time you move near a window.
Ooh.
Nice.
Pulse with an early C4.
I'm gonna check
In the grand scheme of things, I mean, it comes about the halfway point in the round, but it's still a C4 onto Nathan. We've not really seen full value out of Dokkaebi just yet. I'm not surprised that DZ have gone for the let's just try and probe and see what we can find route. They've got half HP, well, more than half HP out of Ashen. They haven't actually gained any control as of yet. Citizen going to take a boatload of damage there as Pambazoo's the next player to fall. DZ now crashing onto this defense, and if it hadn't been for NJR there picking up 3, the round would be dead and buried, but he injects some much needed life. Question is, can he go further? His location is almost certainly known at this point. Maybe he needs to go outside, buddy up with Citizen.
Oh, my lord.
That's a great kill there. NJR just owns these stairs, doesn't he?
He does. Attack and defense. Nice little Z-ping setting him up there, too. That's just good intel game from Dark Zero. Nothing you could fault them about. Making good with 3 drones that many teams failed to do with 6 today. And putting it in the 2v2, NJR is single-handedly opening up this round, and he's on drone. 38 seconds left. This guy got 3 kills. He's 9-4. He's on drone. I mean, even for setting up Citizen, it makes sense. Spots another. Citizen's been dealing with this break room position for so long. Unfortunately, NJR's reign of terror comes to an end, but Ashen is down. We have to give a little bit of respect to the 1v1. Newers has a C4 and also the Zodos to stop Citizen's push. But he's a bit trapped in this corner right now. He can't cross. Nade goes out to clear it. If Citizen spots him, this might be rough, but there's the C4. Newers plays it perfectly. Can't fault him for that. Excellent 1v1. SSG take the first.
I don't know if I would go as far as to say excellent. I would say it was good. Like, Citizen was 1 HP, pretty much.
I'm just like, what do you want from me?
You're trying to gas him up. You're looking for the best of SSG.
It was a big individual effort from NJR. Like, they lined him up on East Stairs. Lined him, or you get what I mean.
NJR looks really pleased with what he did in that previous round.
That's just how NJR always looks, man.
He never looks any different.
NJR literally could have just worked out like the perfect strat. He could have just got an ace, and that man will look like that. That man only smiles from McDonald's.
He's locked. Oh, he actually saw Ash and got up. He sort of jumped onto the arm of the couch and then continued to, like, sprint forward and jump up or something.
Everyone take notes.
But it was the couch that's next to the fridge or whatever it is. Vending machine.
Please don't, because if Ollie and I play against that in ranked, I'm just...
Yeah, I'm gonna have to purify that every single round now.
I'm not happening.
There's no way. If I die from that, I'm just gonna lose it.
Jack is gonna be doing that every single time we play border, just like he did the Pack-Ball spawn peak. Pack-Ball spawn peak, by the way, is you throw an F-Knot outside to, like, docks on Cafe, and then if it gets triggered, you run out of red single window. Then you hop in the small bake single window. That's tech, if anybody was curious.
Ashen is really pressing this point, isn't he? Playing inside a CC again, just looking for something a little bit early, a little bit cheeky. Didn't really do him any harm earlier. I mean, he took a lot of damage for it, but he managed to keep his life. It was the opening kill onto Nath that was sort of the undoing of the round. Good read on a lot of information and a lot of utility that's placed there inside a break room. Looks as though Citizen's going to try and smoke off and...
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Like a nade or something that didn't blow?
I actually don't know what that was. Either way, they just immediately sprint on in. Spirits dealing with Ashen immediately. I thought it might have been an impact, but Ashen has obviously just used both of his to put Spirits to 1 health. They are gunning after this Malusi, and he's almost... No! He makes it out alive? Come on! No, it's not a flawless. I mean, technically it's not. What the hell?
That's the trash talking that we wanted to see.
I cannot believe he's just got out of it. I gotta rewatch that. You
No,
talk.
it was criminal. I'll be honest, it was pretty criminal. So, you've got Citizen on the glass.
Yeah.
You've got the blitz that's pushing through. Ashen should be dead, like straight away, and he just finds a pocket. He tucks into the corner. Somehow manages to stay alive, but not only that, the support from elsewhere.
Where was
Spirits
Newers?
pushes in. Newers kills him from Armory Door. Then Ashen gets the kill. Yeah. Then Ashen gets the kill, and Fultz is like already on the flank almost.
Yeah.
Like he's in the corridor. It was a great play from DZ, but they just not accounted for Newers to push. They just needed one person on rappel watching Armory.
Nah, and it's also, like, everything you said is correct, but it's like, it's even crazier than that. Not just was Fultz almost up that flank, Benja was rotating up main stairs. Like, the call from SG to support there was, everyone immediately bought in. That is like that. Like we like make fun of SSG a lot for cranking when they don't need to. That is something you got to give SSG completely. The moment a call is given, everyone buys in. There's not any hesitation. And people always kind of like joke about like the system they have. You know, people don't go on their phones. They all work out together. But like, obviously they all have their shirts off. But a team that all commits to the bit of having the shirt off and can introduce the new guy, newers, to doing that same bit. That's the same team that when you give a call in game, everybody's following through. Even if it doesn't work, everybody's listening to it. And that's one of their greatest strengths at the end of the day, even if the call itself might be a bit silly sometimes.
No, but, and that's why they are one of the... Well, they are the team that we look at and say they could be the best team in the world, and they can also be one of the worst teams in the world because it kind of all comes down to the call.
Ooh,
Hop in here from Pamba.
Ooh, what a call there. Just immediately hops in, downs Fultz, finishes him off. Full repel, full plant. It is a rush, and not a hard one to break down. Immediate 5v2. If you thought that clear of CCTV was shoddy, Dark Zero have decided to impress you in round 9. Maybe Ashen gets this one. Maybe, and it's gone.
I really hope Pamba types back to Ashen, because that was a really bad gunfight as well. It's only fair. You've typed bad after a bad gunfight that was brought upon to you. If somebody has, you know, if you...
It's a give and take.
There it is. There it is. It's a give and take.
By the way, for anybody that was curious, that was a vent rush combined with a Panbazoo backstab upstairs. And a repellent on the top floor.
It was pretty genius, to be honest.
Beautiful
and
stuff.
I think the Dark Zero showing that they can also operate at different levels, very different levels. It's the quickest round that we've seen by far from DZ. Maybe even the quickest round of the game. Obviously, round 1 would be a close second.
Ooh, which one was faster?
I believe the DZ one was faster.
Yeah, wait, what am I talking about?
It felt like it never really stopped. Like, Nath had the plant down before Spirits is getting kills upstairs. Like, it was rapid. I think Pamba had just gotten the kill upstairs as soon as the plant was going down, so it felt quicker anyway. But that aside, DZ showing that they can operate at different levels and the SSG need to be on their toes here. And whilst, yeah, they managed to full commit and help Ashen out in his moment of need in round number 8 inside of CCTV, it isn't always going to be that simple, especially when DZ hit you with a very well-coordinated push from multiple different sides. DZ now only 1 round away from guaranteeing some points. Of course, the points, not the big deal inside of this game. DZ pretty locked into that second place spot. They're not going to be able to overtake SR and regain the first place seed that they have held for what feels like the entirety of the stage at this point.
Okay, so round 1 was 1 minute and 22 seconds. That DZ round was 1 minute 13 from beginning to end.
Yeah. Which is lightning quick.
Yeah.
When you're talking about top level siege.
Yeah, and that included the full plan and everything. I know nobody cared, but I did, so you're welcome. C4 goes out. Oh, just a little short. Damages Nath, though. He'll be content with that. This is a classic right here. Oh, not a classic, unfortunately. It's just full, so, I mean, it is a classic, but just pre-place the C4, throws it, and unfortunately, Dark Zero not ready for it. Well, these rounds are kind of crazy. What is happening? Been 3 basically flawless rounds in a row.
It's blink and you miss it stuff right now.
Literally. I'm like, okay, I can, like, talk about this. Surely the round will be normal. Then Dark Zero just like, hey, you know how you're talking about, like, what the 2 quickest rounds are? That is now the quickest round of the game. It ended in 59 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, I don't enjoy speedrunning rounds, but if that's what you want to do, go for it.
I mean, you know, they're making our job easy for us in a way, because even though we missed it, it's just like, oh, what was that attack? Monty trying to go in East door, guy covering from vent, guy on rappel watching his back. That's like the classic office side direct.
I think if you're going to try and pull that off from DZ's perspective, you've got to anticipate the C4, and you have to Thatcher it, or you have to EMP it.
They did try to be fair. Like, NGR threw 2 EMPs and somehow he still got C4'd. Maybe the EMP was like a second late.
The EMP is not as good as the Thatcher either. Like, you kind of, I think you kind of have to full commit to the actual Thatcher EMP. Bring out the...
No, it was the Thatcher EMP.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. I know, I literally...
See, that's how quick the round was.
No,
I
that's
couldn't
what
even
I'm
tell
saying.
you who was
Like...
playing. Like, I know we had a Monty. And somebody with a C4.
See, but you know what's funny? The reason I knew they had a Thatcher was because when they were looking out the window, I see the guy on rappel get shot by the AR-15, and I'm like, oh, that was Thatcher. That just died.
Right.
So yeah, I think it was just like a slight mistiming, unfortunately, between the EMPs and the C4, which happens. But ends up being a costly mistake. Well, it's been quite a close game. That's a ludicrous spawn peek from J9O, just even attempting that with the SMG-11. Oh my god, if I see another smoke on East Stairs, I'm gonna vomit.
This is just an NJR cosplay right now. He's literally pretending to be the man himself. The East Stairs King.
Big fan
Okay,
of
we've
the
got a player inside a CC. Ashen.
Of course.
Who else?
The big dog.
Deal with him. He's loose at the moment. Ooh, the mirror window's open as well. I mean, the thing is about Ashen, he's like, whenever I watch his POV, it's like he's constantly asking for it. He's constantly looking to get put into a fight. Will they be successful this time, or will SSG just flock to his aid as they previously had? Citizen's going to be knocking on the door right now of CCTV. Another drone to go through and figure out just exactly where it is that Ashen is playing. It's been called. In rotate. This time, a little bit more belt and braces. They are prepared for what is happening inside of Armory, and they're going to send Util in to try and deal with that. Success has been made. They have taken control of Armory now.
It's so simple. Caveat bolts. Smoke. Clear it out. Problem is, Ashen is still up here. J9O also still up here. Oh my lord. Benjo with the C4. What is happening in these rounds? Ollie and I are trying to do setup, and then 3 gunfights happen. Spirits get shot in the back by Foltz. And the round's just over. Ashen's really letting it loose. Big Dog is 5 and 8, and he is barking. NJR get one? No, sadly not. Match point for SSG. Again, this is not for any playoff stakes. Dark Zero are in the top 2 no matter what. But I can tell you, if any game was for ego, boy, is it this one.
Fun fact time. DZ have only been successful on 1 attack tonight. It is only fair that we bring it up. We've credited them throughout the stage for having a very good attacking win percentage. However, it is dwindling as these rounds tick on by. It's a small sample size, and we gave you that at the top of the show, or at the top of this game at least. But it's a consistent theme. And DZ have been struggling tonight on these attacks. And, in fact, the rest of this Super Week, the previous 2 play days, for a team that has been so good at attack, you kind of scratch your head a little bit and start to wonder, what is it that's really been slowing them down over this Super Week? And the only conclusion that I can draw at the moment is that they are up against a higher quality of opponent.
And I gotta say, that too, not just like higher quality opponent.
10 seconds left.
Another thing, we mentioned 2 things. The weakness on attacks that we weren't saying was definite, but was something we were concerned about. And the numbers at least bore that out a little bit. But also the weakness on the opening duels, on the attacking side and somewhat generally, but mainly on the attack. This game, only 4 opening kills for Dark Zero. The bulk of them coming on their defenses. Whereas yesterday in Shopify's game, they only got 1 attack on, or 1 opening pick on their attack. It's the same thing so far. The one time they got an opening pick was that flawless round they won on Vent. Everything else has been an SSG 5v4, and SSG are also one of the best entry teams in North America, don't get me wrong. That is actually brilliant. Oh my god, that's genius.
That might be the new way to open up Passport.
Holy shit, that's... Dude.
They have seriously cooked with that.
If you tabbed out and missed that, they just roar-doored Passport double to destroy the reinforcement on the opposite side because it was electrified. That is actually genius. That is unbelievable tech.
I mean, even if it isn't electrified, it's probably a better way of opening it just because of how much you get open and how little you have to expose. Nate's having a bit of a stinker this game. 4 and 9. Benjamaster pretty quiet as well. Both those players out inside of the first half. Again, this CCTV area, it's been the bane of Dark Zero's existence on the attack. They've really struggled to clear it out. And it's surprising because there is no Azami. There's no castle that's been brought. It isn't something that SSG are wanting to try and do. They are just holding it through sheer presence alone. DZ still looking for an entry. There's a chance right now on a real long angle. It's going to be NJR, who on the contrary to the other names that I mentioned, is having a pretty good pop-off.
He is. Him and Spirits too, both 11 and 8. If you're on a fantasy team in this lobby, you're actually not doing well. Pamazu, Nath, and Benja, all a bit worse for wear. Spirits ready to open up this Aurora door. In he goes. Player flirting in and out with 90. Ashen finds one, but good trade from Spirits. Might be flashed, but was able to get a very nice bit of impact. Unfortunately, that Citizen goes down. It's looking to be a close affair in round 12, but as the time gets lower, it's only going to favor Newers and J90, who are starting to move into off positions, looking to try and catch DZ off guard. 3 drones up, but I don't think either Pamazu or Spirits have one active in their possession. Utility's good. You still got roar doors to try to block off any angles if you want to go in for a plant. Nades as well. You could save those for the post even if you're ballsy enough to think you can get a plant down or confident enough. But Janino and Newers set up this crossfire. C4-2. All of this utility and all the time favors the defense. Oh, but the first shot goes wide. Barely even enough damage to write home about, but there's what matters. DMR shots in. C4 for the finish. Not if Pamazu's got anything to say about it. Just 3 seconds remaining. Oh! But it's a beautiful double for J90 to finish primary and secondary. The MVP in my book of that game. SSG deal DZ another loss at the end of the stage.
Who better to close that out than J90? We had huge impact inside of round number 2 of this game, way back at the start with a massive 1 versus 3. And he's going to close it out in the last round as well. A close game between Space Station and Dark Zero. Not easy to decide who was on top through the majority of it. And a lot of clutches to come out. A heck of a lot of multi-kills. 6 multi-kills in 1 game. I mean, it's a classic map of Border, isn't it? That's us done for the evening. We're going to throw you back to the desk for one last time, and they are going to let you know exactly how this breaks down into our playoffs starting next week.
And with that, SSG managed to deliver Dark Zero their second loss of the stage and move into third place while doing so. Big win to close out the group stage heading into playoffs. We've got Fultz here with us now to talk this one over. Fultz, the shirtless look during the game, you put one on now for the interview, which is a shame. We were hiding the traps now. Devastating.
I was pointing those out.
I know.
You've been working those.
Going in, I mean, is that part of this team chemistry you guys have been building, going shirtless just to get that energy up?
Yeah, we feel like we really just wanted to let loose and mog these dudes today. So we just threw the game plan out the window, went out there, had fun, took the tarps off, went out there and hammered them. It was a good time. But yeah, unfortunately production wanted me to throw it back on for the interview, or else it'll still been popped for you guys. But it was a fun time.
Thanks, production.
That makes sense, I guess. Like we gotta be serious. We can't just have you just looking so sexy on the desk. But you guys locked yourselves into top 3. You're gonna be playing against Wildcard. I mean, is that the team that you were preferring to play against as opposed to Wildcard or OXG? Does it not matter? I think I already know your answer, but just let us know what you're looking forward to in the playoffs.
Yeah. I don't think anybody on our team knew who we were gonna play if we won or lost. We just wanted to go out and win. And then I mean, yeah, either of those teams is cool with me. I think we're better than any team in the league if we play up to our standard. And it felt good today to kind of just go out and let loose and just kind of get a dub under our belt before going into next week.
Well, talking about up to standard, something that me and Fox has been heavily noting is that you guys are kind of adopting more of a passive play style, not necessarily taken away from the aggression that we're used to and love seeing from you guys, but it definitely seems like towards the end of this stage, you've kind of gone back a little bit of just slowing it down and not being so in your face, where I think it really started from that SR game and kind of has trickled from there. Just kind of curious and have you elaborate more on that.
Yeah, the end goal for our team is to be able to play like all styles, depending on who we're playing or the map we're playing or what we think's best like for that team or scenario. So we're kind of just trying to get all of those different styles under our belt. So that's really, I guess, my answer is we want to be good at all of them, but we show better. We have better looks looking fast some days and better looks looking slow. We're just trying to piece it all together.
For sure.
All right, Fultz, congrats again on the win to end the stage. Big win over Dark Zero, who obviously were looking strong. Now you guys take that win to close it out. Congrats. We'll see you down the line for the playoffs.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right, thanks, Fultz. Dark Zero lose, SSG, big win for them heading into playoffs, getting that momentum. I've got a question, though. Do you think this is better that Dark Zero took this loss so that maybe they see some gaps that they can improve upon before we get to playoffs?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot from the games that they are losing here. I mean, you go to border 3 times now. You won it 2 times. You lost it this time. I don't think there's too much that they're really going to dive into. Again, your biggest losses came off of 7-5s, where it really came down to rounds just you maybe lost a gunfight, you overplayed your step. But again, I think DZ, it is important to realize what you can possibly take from these losses. But that's the biggest thing where best of 3s provide. That is you shake it off, you focus on the next game, and that's where we're going to see all of these teams go into these playoffs, is to see if they can, either start out super strong or correct their wrongs going into the next map.
Yeah, you have to lose to be able to improve, but when it comes to the side of Dark Zero, I'm a little worried for them losing because just in the same way that it should have been a statement game for SSG, it's going to be good vibes going into playoffs. I feel like it meant a lot more for Dark Zero to end on a win and just have it locked out that them and SR are top 2. SR just beat them by 7-5 on the day. But now, like we talked about, even before the DZ-SR game, we could find ourselves in a rock, paper, scissors situation where it's not necessarily a top 2 teams. If things went differently for SSG at the start of the stage, maybe we would have seen them take second if this matchup was a little closer in points. So I think it stresses me out if you're a Dark Zero fan going into playoffs because there's something to look at. Maybe they have got their confidence hit a little bit, and that's where we're going to see those aggressive plays that we were praising them so heavily for kind of start to dwindle off.
Yeah, those back-to-back losses definitely does leave a sour taste in your mouth heading into the most important part of the stage. But our final day of the Super Week here wrapped up. We'll take a look back as to how exactly this one played out. A pretty big day overall. As we said, that 3rd and 4th matchup were going to be the deciding moment, that 6th and final spot. But I don't think it's insignificant, Lax, that we saw Cruelty take that 9th place spot and replace Envy there in that spot. I don't think it's insignificant either that SSG managed to get that win.
I mean, I'm glad that we didn't see anyone roll over. And again, for Cruelty, we talked to Fatal. I was glad to see him smiling. There's a lot to take from everyone that didn't make playoffs. Has a lot to learn, a lot to take from. And again, that wild card game, that was a big one that we were really looking at, especially after implications got washed because Cloud9 just couldn't muster out that win in time in a convincing fashion of getting that 7-2 needed. But wild card, that was the most impressive game. That was the statement game that we said that we needed, and they did it very well.
Yeah, you said nobody rolled over, but LFO kind of got steamrolled.
Sure.
They didn't roll over, but Wildcard definitely put up an amazing job. They earned that 6th place spot, and hopefully we can see the consistency from them come through because they had ups and down issues all around the board, and maybe, who knows, maybe they'll be able to all group up in that team house to sync things up. I mean, we saw how good it's looked for OXG so far. Maybe Wildcard can find that one more piece to that puzzle, but like Spiker said today, the pieces were all clicking. Playoffs is going to be more important. Better quality teams, you're not going to be able to have enough room for error.
Oh, that brings us to our blacklight detail of the day. For 2 days in a row, it is this man right here. It is Ambi who made another fantastic showing. Not a specific play, Lax, but the overall performance on the game. 20 kills to his name.
I mean, I think, what did someone say? Ambi Rebellion online? I believe that's what
Ambify Rebellion.
That's what it is, Ambify Rebellion. Yeah, I mean, Ambi has just been an absolute menace. Yesterday, we highlighted him and how well he was in that one play in round 7 with Amaru, and then just the entire game. Through and through, he was just performing, putting up 20 kills. I mean, he is an animal. He's 19 years old. He is the youngest player within this league, and he is just dominant on every single front. I don't even think he's at his peak performance yet. He only gets better and better as time has gone on, and it makes perfect sense as to why he's taking the blacklight detail for today.
Yeah, and since joining Shopify Rebellion, we've been able to see him have a little bit more discipline instilled. And all those clips that we saw, he'll get 1 kill or 2 kill that's fed into him, and then he's not instantly swinging to go get more. He still got 20 kills with doing his job and playing his role. He didn't overextend. And so that, without going and just trying to kill the whole team on your own, that's impressive nonetheless, that you're just getting the shots of the kills that are coming to you, and Shopify Rebellion is sending all of the players his way, and he's not missing.
Well, part of the top 2 at the very top of our standings as we head into the playoffs. A final look as things come to a close here, Fox. Obviously, the top 2, as we talked about, they've been locked in for a while. Wildcard, our newest addition to this lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think starting out the season, everybody was kind of already predicting the top 4 would be the top 4. I think 5th through 7th is definitely a little back and forth. Anybody could have claimed those spots. I think the most disheartening one for me obviously has to be Envy. That was the one thing that they wanted to not be, is last, finishing out this stage, and they find themselves there after a big loss against Cruelty today.
I think without the placings being involved, I think this is the top 6 that I would have already just suggested was going to happen, especially now for Wildcard being at the bottom. I maybe would not, if we're looking at it, I wouldn't have seen Wildcard at the bottom going into the stage just based off their performance at Reload. But I would say this is the best top 6. This makes sense. This is what made sense to me even before this stage started.
Well, now our top 6 will slot into that playoff bracket. It is a double elimination best of 3 bracket. We're going to be here for quite some time during the playoffs, but we've got a lot of Siege and a lot of best of 3s coming your way. It's going to kick off with 2 fantastic matchups, SSG and Wildcard, M80 and Oxygen. Fox, which one are you looking forward to most?
I mean, I think easily has to be M80 OXG. M80's been looking really consistent. As for OXG, I mean, we saw a good two starting play days during the Super Week of them being very dominant. And today it was a little up and down, but still, nonetheless, I mean, that game, I think both OXG and Wildcard have something to prove. It's best of 3s, no more best of 1s. You don't have any more excuses. We want to see their full form against 2 of the higher placed teams. I think both those teams have something to prove.
Yeah, and then on the opposite end, I would have to say the Space Station wildcard game, especially more so for wildcard. They had a shaky start throughout the stage. Where we really saw them come alive was really these past 2 games with big statement games. So I'm curious if they can replicate that same performance going against SSG, having that aggressive. Granted, their game was close during the regular stage. So I am curious to see what wildcard is going to bring differently to Space Station and vice versa. What Space Station is going to do with their own aggressive playstyle and taking in all the different playstyles and trying to make something perfect.
And again, best of 3s really does change the game. You know, you go toe-to-toe in a best of 1, anything can happen. Best of 3s, multiple best of 3s, you really get an idea of how things are going to shake up. We have come to the end of our group stage. Crazy to think, 9 play days down already, but 4 more spicy playoff days to come tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in today, and we will, of course, see you next week as we roll into the playoff action. For our entire studio crew, our producers, Ferme and Devin, our director, Ian, of course, for Foxday and Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching, and we'll see you next Wednesday at 2 p.m. for the playoffs here in the NAL. Have a great night.